Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 351 Dire Times. Desperate Measures 2. Art. Dozens of panicked guards and civilians yelled the moment they saw an army of undead marching down the streets. Their first thought was that they were under attack for the second time on the same day. Forces were immediately mobilized to take care of the problem, but to their surprise, although the undead were behaving aggressively, they did not harm anyone. Instead, it felt like they were looking for something or someone. Mere moments ago, they had received a report of an explosion in one of the hotel rooms, and were on their way there when they came across an army of undead creatures going in and out of every building they could. Everywhere they went, they turned the place upside down. But the undead weren't alone. Along with them were wolves. However, they weren't anything like any other species they had known. These wolves had a frail-looking appearance along with translucent skin. The mind-boggling fact was that these seemingly alive wolves were cooperating with the undead and behaving like search dogs sniffing around to look for something important. They immediately reported the peculiar sight to the higher-ups, who briefly informed the guards to not do anything. According to them, Lord Shul had informed them about his search operation. Since the guards were putting their lives at risk and Lord Shul, being the kind man he was, came up with a unique way to patrol the streets, while at the same time minimizing the potential loss of life of the guards. Although it was a weird thing to do, no one suspected Lord Shul of doing anything that wouldn't be in the interest of Euphoria. While everyone believed whatever Shul told them, whatever he said was bullshit and a facade. You see, the moment Ashton became aware of what Leon had done, he contacted the only other monarch he was on good terms with for assistance, and Shul gladly provided it to him. Although I can't help you by sending in personnel to aid you in the search, I will cover up your tracks at my own risk. Think of it as the payment of your good deeds from earlier. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do. Ashton remembered what the monarch said. That was the only thing Ashton needed to hear. A moment later, he summoned everyone he could to help him find Anna. Every single undead and wraithwolf that was under his authority had joined the search. It was no wonder everyone was freaking out the moment they saw the horde appear out of nowhere. They thought the explosion was related to the appearance of the undead, and immediately fled wherever they could. While his soldiers were scanning the streets, Ashton decided to fly over to the only place he could find Odiga, her mansion. Ashton, calm down. Don't take any hasty decisions. Anger might seem strong fuel for your power, but it can consume you faster than any other emotion can. Oh, come on. Say something. Ashtaroth kept trying to get a word out of him but failed over and over again. Ashton had not spoken a word after he gave the soldiers their orders, and it didn't look like he was going to talk anytime soon. Ashtaroth was aware of the emotional turmoil Ashton was going through. That's why it was necessary to get him to calm down. His irrational thinking would do him more harm than good. But there was little he could do at this point. Damn it. Leon might have acted all confident till now. In fact, he was counting his lucky stars when the second monarch reached out to him with his plan. If everything went as they had planned, by dawn Leon would be on the 5th seat and Ashton would become a servant to his will. But whenever he remembered the silent demeanor of Ashton, a chill ran down his spine. It only lasted for a moment. Still, that fleeting moment was enough to make him second-guess himself. Brat, why the hell do you keep fidgeting so much? Jacqueline asked Leon in annoyance. Don't tell me you're planning of backing out now. If you are, let me tell you what it'll do to you. Jacqueline then pointed at Odiga, who had bruises all around her face and body as tattered clothes protected whatever little bit of her dignity that they could. Around her were the corpses of her loyal guards who died one after another in a desperate attempt to protect their patriarch. I'll do something so nasty you'll be begging me to turn you into pulp like her. Jacqueline finished his statement before pouring some liquor and carefully handing it over to the person shrouded in darkness. Sir, the drink you requested. It was the man behind it all. The mastermind. It was his plan to make the radicals do the dirty work for him. While he only wanted to get rid of the influence Odiga had around Euphoria, his plans ended up failing miserably. All thanks to an unforeseen obstacle, and there was nothing he hated more than obstacles in his plans. Tall and heavily built, this bronze-skinned man had a very ominous feel about him. A particularly notable feature was his missing eye. Apart from that, he also had a small wound on his right foot which resembled a bite mark. The man Darjad was bald just like most of his kind, but his muscular appearance was what made him different from the rest of his Jilleran brothers and sisters. After all, Jillerans were known for their frail appearance and aptitude towards mana, which made most of them have the blue blessing but not him. Thank you. Darjad took the glass and took a sip, before pouring the rest of it all over the succubus. Anna woke up with a start. Her head was killing her and she couldn't concentrate. Although she was awake, she couldn't move a muscle as she lay there while the men gawked at her. However, even in this kind of situation, she did not lose her composure. Put the bait out, Darjad instructed them. The fish would come looking for it, and then we'll have a feast. But don't forget to make the bait presentable first. A little blood should attract the fish faster. Oh, it looks like the fish found us faster than expected. This would be fun. Chapter 352 Dire Times. Desperate Measures 3. This was the second time Ashton had visited the Zask mansion. Regardless of that, he immediately noticed the change of guards around the place. The mansion was more guarded, which was to be expected because of the radicals. But he had a feeling that wasn't all. He headed towards the gate where 4 guards stood with weapons. This was strange since the last time they did not have any weapons on them. As he got closer, the guards noticed him and immediately perked up as if they were seeing an enemy approaching them. Their strange reaction solidified his suspicions. Odiga had already informed the guards Ashton could enter the mansion whenever he pleased. Therefore, if everything was fine in the mansion, the guards wouldn't have any reason to stop him. Sorry, but you can't enter the mansion. The guards informed Ashton when they saw him approaching them. A high-level meeting is taking place and no one is allowed to enter. Please leave or we'll be forced to take harsh action against you. Ashton did not pay any attention to their words and kept walking. Handling a bunch of degrades wasn't a difficult task for him. Are you deaf? I said you are not allowed to, the guard yelled, but made the mistake of putting his hands on an agitated Ashton. Before the guard could even complete his sentence, the world turned upside down as he fell to the ground. The man's shoulder was dislocated, while the arm that touched Ashton was crushed beyond repair. What the? As the man flailed in pain, the rest of them stood there, frozen. Only when Ashton tossed the injured guard towards them did they snap back to reality. 2 of the remaining guards immediately lunged at the intruder, whereas the last one informed the others about Ashton. A moment later, sirens were blaring all around the mansion. Every guard employed by the Zasks rushed outside. Ashton did not care about the sirens at all. In fact, the guards had only made his job easier. Now he could take them out in one swift move. As for the 2 brave souls that lunged at him, well, let's just say they'll find peace in the afterlife. It wasn't Ashton's intention to kill them. He just wanted to render them useless. Instead, his punch blew straight through their torso, killing them instantly. Seems like I overestimated their strength. Ashton casually mumbled before wiping off the blood on his hands with the clothes of the fallen. More like you underestimated yours. The sight left the remaining guards shocked. They were petrified, unable to say a word, let alone fight and avenge their fallen comrades. With one thought rushing through their minds, did the man in front of them really one-shot 2 grade warriors as if it wasn't anything out of ordinary? What are you doing? Stop him. Someone yelled within the crowd but went silent the moment Ashton turned his gaze towards them. While Ashton was capable of fighting and winning against a handful of low-grade guards, he did not want to waste his energy or strength on them. It was wise for him to conserve his strength till the moment he found Anna or Odiga, as he was sure Leon wasn't the only one behind the attack. He was too big of a coward to do anything of that sort. Tell me where Leon is hiding and I will not touch a single strand of your hair. Ashton tried negotiating some information out of them. If not, then you already know what will happen to you. He waited and waited, yet no one opened their mouths. It seemed that killing 2 of them wasn't enough to make the others bark. They needed a little bit more motivation. Hold your breath for as long as you can, Ashton mumbled before giving a couple of cuts to himself. His action left the guards confused. Why would the intruder hurt himself? Were they needlessly scared of him? They got their answer a moment later as a red mist gushed out of Ashton's wounds, instead of blood as they had expected. The mist shrouded everyone and everything in sight. Soon the guards began suffocating. At the same time, their skin burned as if their insides were on fire. They were left stupefied, but none of them could think through the continuous pain. A few moments later, their howling could be heard all around the mansion, and yet no one came out to help them. You're going to kill them, aren't you? That depends on them, Ashton coldly replied. Either their survival instinct will win, or they'll die while clinging on to their fucked up sense of loyalty. Baxton, the head of the security guards, who was watching everything through cameras, was stunned as well. Out of everything he had seen in his quite long life, he had never come across someone of his caliber. The regular guards did not have a chance against a monster like him. Tell everyone to back down, and establish a perimeter around the man now. He barked orders. I'll take care of the fucker myself. His group of elite fighters followed Baxton as he rushed out of the mansion. He was hoping to save the guards, but by the time he arrived at the scene, the guards were already on the ground. Some had lost their lives while some were barely clinging to it. Why are you attacking the Zask family? Don't you have any concern for your well-being? Baxton yelled from a distance while the mist slowly faded away. My well-being? If Ashton's mood was a bit better, he would have laughed at his face. You should care about yours first. I do not want to fight anyone. Leon, he's the one I'm looking for. If you hand him over to me, I'll leave the rest of you untouched. Ashton even used insight to let the man see the reason behind his words. But he turned out to be too stubborn to listen to anything. Baxton charged at Ashton after all. He was confident in his ability. He wasn't going to lose to just anybody. Why do I even waste my time trying to talk to them? Ashton shook his head before curling up his fist. With all of his genes active, he was far stronger than Baxton. Something the latter realized the following moment. Ashton thrust a punch in Baxton's direction. Baxton was so full of himself that he did not even bother to block Ashton's punch and let it land on his chest. Ashton's fist smashed into the ribs, but this time he was careful not to thrust it too deep into his opponent's chest. Blood spurted out from Baxton's mouth as he was thrown away by the tremendous blow. His muscular and tanky body hovered in the air as if it had been slammed by a truck. He was thrown toward the 5 or 6 companions he had brought along with himself, but even crashing into them didn't stop him as all of them fell to the ground lamenting from the pain of the impact. To Baxton's conviction, even with his injuries, he stood up to face Ashton once again. It was annoying to say the least. Ashton did not want to kill innocents, but Baxton's stubbornness was making him question himself. But before either of them could do anything, someone began clapping not far away. It seemed their little brawl had a couple of spectators. Ashton looked above and saw 5 people standing around the entrance of the mansion. He immediately recognized 4 of them: Leon, Jacqueline, Odiga, and Anna. Both the ladies were sitting in a wheelchair, but Odiga was not looking in a good shape. Even from a distance, Ashton could see the injuries all over her face. His attention then went to Anna, who appeared to be conscious but was motionless. After seeing her in such a state, every thought of letting them live was thrown out of his head. He didn't care about the consequences. He was going to kill those bastards. This will be my final warning. Let her go, and maybe I'll do a quick workout of you. Wow, this kid sure has some balls. The muscular unknown man scoffed. As far as letting her go, the man squatted to Anna's level before looking at her lustfully. I don't think so. It is rare to see a succubus these days. How can I let her go before sampling her first? Maybe I'll let you watch us. How does that sound? Darjet stopped abruptly as he was kicked straight to the face and sent flying backwards. Both Leon and Jacqueline were way too shocked to even process what happened there. Second monarch got kicked in the face? Without wasting any time, Ashton undid both Anna's and Otaiga's cuffs before pouring health potions all over them. But the moment he turned to finish the job, Darjed was already standing behind him. Novel Beetham. You bastard, that was quite a strong kick. For a kid like you. He snarled before grabbing Ashton by the neck and lifting him off the ground with 2 hands, while the remaining 2 were wrapped around Ashton's left leg. Let's see how you fare without you damned leg. Chapter 353 Dire Times. Desperate Measures 4. Ashton did not struggle to free himself from Darjed's grasp. Not even a little. Why would he? Darjed might have abnormal strength, but Ashton could not sense a shred of mana emanating from his body. He was just another brawler like Jacqueline, which meant as long as he had Hydra's armor on him he should be fine. Are you sure you want to be so close to me? Ashton mumbled with a deadly serious expression. What will you do if, let's say, your plan backfired? To Darjed's surprise, instead of trying to free himself, Ashton wrapped himself around him. The following moment, black-blue flames erupted out of Ashton's body, covering him up entirely. The little spectacle of fire would not have had any effect on someone like Darjed. He wasn't a grade being for nothing. Having high resistance to fire was something that was expected from someone of his caliber. However, even his high fire resistance was no match for hellfire. Within moments of getting a hold of Ashton, Darjed was forced to let go as his hands got torched. Ashton, on the other hand, did not let go of him willfully. But Darjed had to pull him off his body before jumping back. Despite all that, his expression remained unchanged, something that Ashton was stunned to see. He is strong. Taking him down even with my abilities would be tough. That, my friend, would be a severe understatement. Darjed wasn't any greater. He was quite the strong one. Just looking at his stats made Ashton rethink his choices. Making hasty choices around the man wasn't gonna fly around. He will have to come up with a proper plan if he wanted to make it out of there. As I thought, your little tricks are good. I can't believe I got a scar on my body from someone like you. You have impressed me. Darjed let out a hysterical laugh, but the next moment got eerily silent. I would have invited you to join me, if you had not soured my plans. Now you 3 will lose your lives here, all because of your stupid decisions. Darjed nodded, and suddenly Leon and Jacqueline threw something in front of Ashton. Before he could react to the sudden attack, the grenades exploded, releasing white smoke. Smokescreen? How cheap, even for someone like them. Ashton shook his head and used wind manipulation to push the smoke away. What happened? Ashton tried again and again, but he could not do anything. It was the first time he had encountered such a problem. He immediately checked his stats to check whether he was out of mana or something. But he wasn't. There was plenty of mana for him to use, but for some reason he wasn't able to use his ability. He tried another ability, but the result remained unchanged. Just like that, he had been robbed of his abilities. That smoke, what Ashton thought to be smoke, was actually a condensed form of the reagent that was used on him in his hotel room. Back then he hadn't realized it since the effects weren't so profound. But this time he could feel the after effect of the smoke. Ashton, I don't feel so good. Anna mumbled before collapsing to the ground. Odigo was already out cold, so he didn't know whether the smoke affected her or not. But he guessed everyone who breathed the smoke in had lost their abilities. Whether it was temporary or permanent remained to be seen. The smoke slowly cleared out, and when it did, Ashton noticed no one was wearing a mask except Leon. It wasn't surprising, considering both Darjed and Jacqueline did not have to depend on mana to win a fight. Only Leon did. Hence he had used the mask to protect him. Desperate, are you? Darjed mocked him, being robbed of your abilities. Damn, that must have hurt. Don't worry, they'll be back sooner or later. Unlike your soul when I rip it out of you. This time Ashton did not retort. He was too busy thinking about an escape plan to do anything. As long as he had his abilities, he might have managed to fight both Darjed and Jacqueline, but without them, he wasn't all that confident about his victory. If victory wasn't ensured, there was no point in fighting a battle. That was the only thought in his mind. However, escaping with 2 injured people wasn't an easy task. Especially when he could easily get overpowered by 2 brawlers. Forget about it, kid. There is nowhere for you to escape. Darjed snapped his fingers and dozens of elite guards surrounded the 4 of them. This is the place you'll take your last breath. Ashton took a look around and sure enough, the guards surrounding him weren't as weak as the ones from earlier. Nor did they look similar. They were dressed in black clothes that covered their entire body, not leaving a single opening for the smoke to affect them. All of them were about to break through their levels at any moment. Ashton, this ain't looking good. I know. Ashton gritted his teeth in frustration over his weakness. The problem wasn't that he didn't have experience in fighting without mana. After all, he had spent the better part of the last year fighting without depending on his mana. But this was the first time he was being forced to fight without a single ability under his sleeve. He really wanted to know how the hell did they manage to do so, since something that powerful would be of quite some use to him. But right now he had to focus on getting out of there safely. Thankfully I wore the armor before engaging them, since I can't even access the inventory now. He still had the Hydra's armor around him, so he was sure it would take them a while to make any progress in killing him. But he was worried about Anna and Odiga. He couldn't fight recklessly while protecting them, especially against so many enemies. Despite all the odds stacked against him, he still had a way to fight back for now. There were quite a few living beings around him, beings that could be used as fuel for him to level up. Hypothetically speaking, he could get to level 60 and then evolve. Once that was done, it was unlikely Darjet or Jacqueline would be able to finish him off. Looks like he'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Ashton sighed. There are risks. You know of a better way? If you do, then please tell me. I'll be more than happy to try your method. Stop yelling at me, you shit. Just be careful. Yes, Mom. I didn't expect you to go silent as soon as the party started. Don't tell me you already gave up? Darjet shrugged. Come on, it's a fair fight. Between the two of us, no one has any abilities. Ashton smiled after hearing him. It's true none of them had any abilities they could use. But Darjet's stats, coupled with his proficiency in fighting, gave him a favorable position. Even hyenas bark when they surround a lone wolf. Ashton sighed. What's it gonna be then? Are you all gonna jump me at the same time, proving how strong you are? Or are the two of us going to duke it out like men? Seeing that Ashton had given up, Darjet decided to spice things up. Initially, he wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, and then have some fun with the succubus, but things took an interesting turn. He wasn't planning on ending Ashton so easily either way, so he did what he thought would be perfect to make Ashton sense what true desperation felt like. Having made up his mind, he nodded and the guards jumped in front of them, forming an even closer circle around Ashton. Let's make it even fairer to you, shall we? Darjet smiled like the sadist he was. We won't attack you together. Instead, you'll have to defeat the guards in a gauntlet duel. Gauntlet duel? The rules are pretty simple. An opponent will attack you and the fight will begin. Darjet explained. You kill them, then another challenger will challenge you, then another and another till you defeat all of them. If you manage to deal with all of them, then you'll fight me. Kill me and you're free to leave. Sounds fair enough, right? Ashton might have a grave expression on his face, but on the inside, he was barely able to contain his happiness. Darjet might have been stronger when it came to physique, but he was nowhere close to him when it came to intelligence. The fucker was thinking it was his plan, but it had been Ashton's plan all along. He wanted to fight them one-on-one so that he could kill them in whatever way suited to him and level up. Fine by me, Ashton replied as his body began to change. He might not have his abilities, but he still had a secret weapon under his sleeve. Transformation. Chapter 354. What a Zompirewolf looks like. 1. Unlike popular belief, transformation wasn't an ability. It was merely a change in the structure of genes and cells that allowed the user to unleash the true potential of their body. That's why, even if his mana links were clogged by something, Ashton could still use transformation to gain an upper hand in the fights. I don't care about you and your dirty tricks. Ashton coldly mumbled as his body began changing rapidly, but I will take you down, no matter the price I have to pay. Ashton grew bigger and wider. Although he wanted to trigger complete transformation straight from the beginning, ultimately he decided against it. A full Zompirewolf transformation would alert Darjet, and he could come up with plans to defeat him by observing the others fighting. For now, Ashton decided to start things off with partial werewolf transformation, and as the duels would progress and the difficulty would increase, he would increase the mutation accordingly. Ashton's hair grew longer, till it reached the length of his back. Shiny black claws replaced his pale fingers while his canines grew to be bigger than they ever were. He did not form a snout, but he developed a couple of whiskers on his pallid cheeks. His bones readjusted themselves to make him lighter, faster, and stronger. All of these changes happened in a couple of seconds, and surprisingly, Hydra's armor also changed its size to accommodate its user's new physique. Even though the transformation wasn't complete, it was the furthest Ashton had ever changed his form. Transformation HM. The more I get to know about you, the more I admire you. Darjud shook his head. Damn. I don't really want to kill someone as big of an asset as you. But the radicals have made it clear, if they want them to work for me, you will have to die. Truly a shame. As soon as he said that, one of the mysterious guards stepped out of the circle to fight Ashton. The guard did not waste any time and charged at his opponent. Ashton prepared to counterstrike, but the blow never came from the front. When one of the guards engaged him from the front, another guard standing right behind Ashton had also prepared to attack him. Traditionally, a duel wouldn't start before the competitors came in contact. The guards decided to use this fact to attack Ashton by surprise and end the farce as quickly as possible. Sadly, what they did not take into their consideration was a werewolf's extraordinary sense of smell and hearing. The moment the guard behind him took a step, Ashton knew the one in front of him wasn't his opponent. But instead of confronting the second guard right away, Ashton decided to wait for the last possible moment to deal with him. The guard swung his sword at Ashton from behind, thinking he had the win in his bag. But a moment later, he was gagging on his own blood. How the hell? Leon mumbled absent-mindedly while the rest of them were shaken. Only Darjud's and Jacqueline's expressions remained unchanged. They weren't surprised. They already knew Ashton had some talents. The whole purpose of issuing a gauntlet duel was to unveil his talents, so that they could take advantage of his mistakes when it was time for them to fight. All of it at the small cost of their guards' lives. Kake. Strange translucent blood trickled down Ashton's claws as he pierced the guard's neck with his razor-sharp claws. The guard's body flinched as he desperately tried to breathe in vain. It was clear who had won the first duel. But what Ashton did next shocked everyone, even Darjud. After that, he discarded the barely alive man and stood there, ready to face the next opponent. Only this time no one dared to approach him. Shah, you're up next. Darjud instructed one of the guards, who reluctantly stepped out. Ashton could see that the guards weren't being cocky as compared before. Shah's use of a shield was proof of that. As for Ashton, he flexed his claws and waited. The guards were strong. Even then Ashton's leveling progress was slow. At this rate, he would need to consume all of the guards before even unlocking the next branch of his evolution tree. Shah bellowed loudly and charged like a mad titan. He was planning to use his small body to overwhelm his opponent with a series of quick attacks, and then let him bleed out. A moment later, he swung his energy sword right at Ashton's neck. Ashton was big but agile. He swiftly jumped back to avoid the attack, and the following second, he launched himself right into Shah, with his claws in front of him like a spear. His strong legs gave Ashton enough force to pierce through the little shit's flesh. But Shah managed to get away with just a scratch, a bloody bottomless scratch. Ashton was taken a bit by surprise. Shah was quite a capable fighter. Ashton made a mental note of his capability. It would be good to have someone like him on his side. It would be a shame to lose someone like him just because they'll kill him. Why not resurrect all of them? I don't want to come off as greedy. 3 of them are enough. Darjud, Jacqueline, and this fellow. Quite a weird choice, I'm not gonna lie. But you do you. Just make sure you get out of here alive and well. Unlike Ashton, Shah could still access his inventory, which he did to use a potion. The wound was deep enough to not heal completely, but the bleeding had stopped. Once done, Shah once again charged at Ashton, but this time he was careful not to drop his guard. He might have expected Ashton to fight back as he had before, but Ashton had other plans. Rather than attacking him, Ashton kept parrying his strikes using his claws. Shah was pushing him back. Upon watching Ashton back up, the guards began cheering Shah on. He felt a bit more confident and gave his all to break through Ashton's defenses. Within mere moments, his efforts were rewarded as Ashton tripped over the corpse of the guard from before and fell over. Shah took this opportunity and jumped at Ashton, planning to end his life by piercing him through his heart. But before Shah could execute his plan, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down to see a sword piercing through his stomach. Ashton did not fall over because of Shaw's relentless attacks. He did so of his own volition, so that he could pick the sword of the guard he killed before and use it to kill Shaw. Shaw collapsed as his innards fell out of his body, marking the ground with his blood. Ashton stood up, towering over a kneeling Shaw. The latter opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Ashton thrusted Shaw's sword right through his mouth, killing him. Everyone gasped in horror as Ashton licked the blood-stained sword. He doesn't taste half bad," Ashton mumbled as he licked the sword clean. "Next item please." "Ayo, mind what you're saying." Chapter 355, What a Zompirewolf Looks Like, 2. An hour passed. Ashton kept fighting the guards and killing them when he got the chance. However, he wasn't unscathed from their relentless attacks either. When someone fights so many people one after another, they are bound to lose composure and commit some mistakes. Ashton wasn't much different in that regard. He made mistakes, and when he did, the guards were there to capitalize on them, resulting in him being covered in wounds from the head to the toe. His werewolf genes were doing their work, but the healing he got from them was minimal, even though it was boosted from draconic physique trait. Sadly, the wounds he received were not minor scratches that could heal instantly. Darjad and his guards must have done something to stop his healing from working. It couldn't be poison since he was immune to any type of poison, but whatever it was working. By this time, Anna had regained consciousness and so did Odiga. But none of them could do anything either. The numbing drug administered to them by Darjad was still going rampant within their bodies. They were helpless to do anything but to watch Ashton suffer as one more cut appeared on his blood-drenched figure. Next, Ashton yelled as the last of the guards fell to the ground lifeless. But the next moment his legs gave out. He ran his sword into the muddy ground to support his weight. The ground wasn't muddy when the duels began, but as the duels progressed, the dusty soil turned into a muddy swamp with the blood of his opponents. He was in rough shape. Merely using the body of a werewolf wasn't going to be enough, especially against his next opponent. Well, it wouldn't have if he hadn't secretly activated undead transformation without alerting anyone else. "Why do you quit and save us some time?" Jacqueline mocked Ashton's pathetic state. "But then I guess killing you would bring me more pleasure than merely seeing you die. Looks like you already forgot how our last battle ended." Ashton smiled weakly before forcing himself back to his feet. "Just because I used an ability back then doesn't mean I can't beat you up without it." Ashton could see his words had dug deep into Jacqueline's mind, just like he wanted them to. "Someone should give you an award for being such a great actor. What can I say? Try spending 16 years being pathetically weak. You'll become an expert in acting weak." While it was true his wounds weren't healing, the situation wasn't as dire as Ashton had led everyone to believe. Draconic physique coupled with Hydra's armor nearly gave him immunity to physical attacks. The guards were indeed strong, but they weren't strong enough to put him in such a miserable state. Acting weak and injured was all a part of his plans to make Jacqueline drop his guard around him so that Ashton could take care of him as quickly as possible. As far as his blood was concerned, it was a side effect of activating undead transformation. The longer he stayed in the form of an undead werewolf, the more blood spots appeared on his body. All he did was to make sure the guards hit him in the place his blood was about to burst through to make it seem the guards were hurting him. He wasn't sure anyone would fall for his act. But the morons were busy enjoying his misery that they forgot to pay attention to the details. A mistake they would pay dearly for. "I was thinking about going easy on you, but it doesn't seem like I have to." Jacqueline forced a smile on his face. "I will turn you into the miserable piece of shit you are. Keep talking and I will." Jacqueline had had enough of Ashton's cocky remarks. The fucker already had one step in his grave but was still barking as annoyingly as before. Ashton threw the sword aside, expecting Jacqueline to fight using his fists, like the last time. To his surprise, Jacqueline took out a dagger from his shoulder belt and pointed it at him. "Let's start by severing that foul tongue of yours." The following moment, he lunged forward and swung the blade with all of his strength. Ashton used his claws to block the attack, only to receive a kick to his chest. He was staggered. Jacqueline decided to keep pressuring his opponent, and since Ashton was already in a rough shape, it was unlikely that he would be able to fight back efficiently. Jacqueline attacked again. Ashton jumped back to avoid the strike, but Jacqueline was a tad bit faster. The blade ended up drawing some blood from Ashton's shoulder. Watching Ashton bleed filled Jacqueline with confidence. He kept attacking and hurting Ashton over and over again. He was so obsessed with the feeling he didn't even notice Ashton's smile. Nor did he notice how his attacks were not even breaking through Ashton's skin anymore. He slashed at Ashton once again, but this time the blow didn't connect. Where the hell is that bastard? Don't you know you should never turn your back to your opponent? Ashton whispered in his ears. Jacqueline turned back as quickly as he could, only to see that Ashton had grown massive bat-like wings on his back. Not only that, his face had completely changed into that of a wolf and his blood spots had completely disappeared. It almost looked like he was never hurt in the first place. Jacqueline regained his composure and threw the dagger at Ashton in an attempt to create some place between them. Ashton immediately caught the dagger, before hurling it towards Darjad, who blocked the attack with a finger. Was that an invitation of some sort? Darjad asked sternly. Maybe. Ashton confidently replied while pointing at Jacqueline with his thumb. He wouldn't accomplish much on his own either way. Not saying that two of you would make any difference. Darjad smiled. Your taunts are quite effective. But I'm afraid I can't break the rules. Finish him off and then we'll have a duel of our own. Ashton shrugged and turned back, only to meet with Jacqueline's fist. The surprise attack should be enough to make Ashton wobble. Unfortunately, not only did Ashton catch his fist, but he also broke Jacqueline's finger with ease. I told you, didn't I? I can defeat someone like you any time of the day. Chapter 356 Precursors Aid 1. Fear flashed in Jacqueline's eyes. He had not expected Ashton to get so stronger in just a month. On top of that, they had used every underhanded trick they could to put brawlers in a better place by restricting the use of abilities, and still, Ashton was overcoming the difficulties like it was no one's business. Jacqueline wasn't the only one surprised. Darjad was staring at the strange creature with worried looks. His smirk was long gone. Not only did Ashton kill his elite fighters even while he was at a disadvantageous position, but he also rivaled Jacqueline. How could someone as strong as him only classify as a grade? The bastard has fooled us all. He is Kraid at the very least, Darjad sighed and prepared for his turn to come. I still have to honor the tradition of my master. Until Jacqueline is killed by him, I cannot attack him. Novel Biethom. As for Anna and Odiga, they managed to regain some of their mobility as the drug slowly wore off. They wanted to help Ashton take care of the monarchs, but before they could even stand, a hole was blown through Jacqueline's chest. That was the last sound Jacqueline made as he met his demise. Just like that, Jacqueline had fallen. No drama. No forgiveness. Nothing. Ashton did not give him any chance to blame someone or try and weasel his way out of the mess. Odiga was stunned to see a fellow monarch, one of the strongest on the planet, fall like any other mortal being. She had severely underestimated Ashton's strength. What she did not know was, Ashton could only do so because of his draconic physique. Had it not been for that, Jacqueline's attacks would have made a mess of his organs. In other words, Ashton was the worst matchup for any brawler until, and unless they were strong enough to one-shot him. Novel Biethom. Everyone was so busy staring at the dead monarch that they did not notice Ashton gobble down Jacqueline's heart. He did it. He was finally on the verge of another breakthrough. This time, his evolution was going to be world-breaking. Congratulations on taking your second step into becoming a godlike entity. Please wait while we assess the required information before presenting you with various evolutionary paths. Current race: human-based tribrid, former; carbon-based spacefarer, current. Genes possessed: human, vampire, undead, werewolf, siren, human hybrid. Current resistances: pain resistance level 29, fire immunity, cold resistance level 19, poison immunity, paralysis resistance level 20, hemorrhage resistance level 25, charm resistance level 22, fear resistance level 25, purification resistance level 16, stun resistance level 23. Current classes: necromancer, mediocre; revenger, mediocre; blood mage, mediocre; cinder soul, newbie. Generating evolutionary paths based on the host's existing genes, resistances, and classes. You can now view and select an evolution tree, and obtain a new subclass based on your affinity towards classes and genes of your own. Note: Once you select an evolution path, you won't be allowed to change it. Please make your choice after careful deliberation. Please select one of the following paths. Carbon-based spacefarer Tier 2. War God's Disciple Tier 3. Pyroflammel Tier 2. Primordial Dragoon 2. Precursors 8-3. Ashton had to hurriedly make a decision. Jacqueline had fallen. Now it was Darjed's turn to fight him. He had seen Ashton fight, so it wasn't like Darjed was going to give him time to recuperate. Sadly, that also meant he would have to fight through the pain of evolution while fighting someone as strong as Darjed. Ashton remembered the pain he had faced during evolving for the first time. Back then, Astaroth had told him every time he evolves, he will suffer through hellish pain. This time wasn't going to be any different either. His body will go through changes and he'll have to fight through it all or die. It's a battle of time. Ashton thought to himself, either Darjed will finish me before I can evolve, or he'll end him the moment I'm done evolving. There's no other way. Ashton nodded and selected the last option without any hesitation. Anything related to the precursors was a definite choice. Since he was a human, obtaining any precursor class was a blessing. All the skill effects have been deactivated till the evolution is completed. All of the resistances have been deactivated till the evolution is completed. This is to avoid any unnecessary complications during the reformation of the host's body. Proceeding with evolution in 3, 2, 1. The following moment he fell to his knees. The evolutionary process had just begun, but the pain was already too much for him to handle. Without his pain resistance, the pain consumed his head. If it hadn't been for Astaroth continuously yelling his ass off in his brain, he would have already lost consciousness. Watching him fall to his knees came as a surprise to Darjed. In his mind, Ashton had abused his transformation for longer than he should have. As a result, his body was finally giving out. Haha. Darjed laughed like a maniac. It's a pity to see you fall now. You tried so hard and got so far. But in the end it didn't even matter. Leon too joined in and laughed, while not a single word had escaped his sewer of a mouth when Ashton was slaughtering the guards. He was confident Ashton was going to die by himself. So much so that he decided to toss a wild idea. Sir, why don't you leave him to me? He's going to die either way, let me do the honors of sending him to the afterlife. In the meantime, Leon pointed at Anna, why don't you have some fun with her? After all, a sedated succubus is too delicious of a dish to pass on. Is that how I raised you, bastard? Odiga yelled at Leon for even suggesting such a thing. Is that the kind of legacy left behind by the Zasks? You want to act righteously now? Leon laughed sarcastically, you of all people should know why I did what I did. After all, you're the one who taught me to seize an opportunity when you see one. That's all I did. I saw an opportunity to rule over the family and I took it. If anything, you should be proud of me. Enough. Darjed closed his eyes and thought about Leon's proposal for a moment. Fine. You can kill the shit, but you'll owe me, boy. Don't ever forget that. Of course, sir. I'll put all of the family's resources to do whatever you ask of me. Leon smirked before jumping into the bloody pit. He then proceeded to grasp Ashton's hair before kneeing him in the face. This is for humiliating me a month ago. Ashton's nose shattered with the blow, but the attacks kept coming. Ashton had turned into a defenseless punching bag for Leon. Every blow he received was followed by a few words, informing him why he was getting assaulted. Ugh, so cringe, just kill me already. Ashton couldn't talk, so Astaroth expressed both of their thoughts like that. Leon was honestly having the time of his life, until a huge shockwave was sent out of Ashton's body, knocking him over. Darjed, who was about to touch Anna, was flung away as well. Bewildered, he turned around to face Ashton, who happened to be standing back on his feet. It was at that moment Darjed realized what had happened. Everything, from the gauntlet duel to his last fight. All of it was what Ashton wanted. He did not fall to his knees because he did not have energy left to fight back, but merely reacted to the pain his body had to go through in order for him to evolve. Darjed thought he was in control when in reality he was getting played by Ashton. Every single thing he did was exactly as Ashton had planned. Not to mention, when Leon mentioned the succubus, Ashton should have shown some signs of anger, but he didn't. That bastard wanted me to leave him alone so he could evolve without dying. Darjed gritted his teeth, How could I fall for such obvious trick? He made a rookie mistake by trusting Leon's word. No, he couldn't have possibly been swayed by just his words, could he? He had heard rumors about Leon's ability but never got to test it himself. It could be possible Darjet had been manipulating him all along and he didn't even notice it. And 0VL next. Calm. You bastard. You played me like a fool. Darjet bellowed and rushed to finish Leon. But before he could lay a finger on Leon, Ashton quite literally teleported between them. The duel is still on, right? You cocky bastard. You think a mere evolution gave you enough strength to beat me? Darjet scoffed. Step aside, I'll deal with you after I'm done with that bastard. Not enough strength, you say? Ashton emotionlessly mumbled before ripping Darjet's hand off, the same one he was about to touch Anna with. This would make a nice club to beat you senselessly. Chapter 357 Precursors 8-2. It took a couple of moments for Darjet to register what had happened. His hand was missing and still he couldn't feel any pain. What was even more strange was the lack of blood coming out of his wound. His hand was gone and yet not a single drop of blood had spilt anywhere. How was something like that even possible? You sure have a funny expression on your face. Ashton mumbled while swinging Darjet's severed hand like a bat. Don't worry, I was testing one of my abilities. Unfortunately, I would like to know more about my ability, and you happen to be the perfect test subject for it. How can you? The moment Darjet realized Ashton could use his abilities again, he panicked even more. It would appear that evolving had caused some changes in his body, which in turn caused the drug within Ashton's body to wear off. I have to get away from here, from him. He was a high-ranking monarch of the Euphoria. Attacking one itself was a crime, and Ashton had already killed one of them. As long as he could get away from Ashton and speak to the first seat, Darjet was sure Ashton would be punished quite severely. Someone like Darjet was thinking about fleeing from a fight. That itself spoke volumes about Ashton's strength. I'm not fleeing. It's a simple strategic retreat. The superiority Darjet had in his voice was long gone. He was now panicking hard as things took a turn for the worst. Not only was he outsmarted by Ashton, but now he was weaker as well. Darjet kept mumbling how over and over, but Ashton did not feel it was of any use to tell a dying man his secrets. Darjet sensed the danger he was in and decided to hurry out of there before Ashton got rid of him. But it was already too late for him. He was going to die sooner or later. But Ashton had some other plans. While Darjet ran away, Ashton did not chase after him but calmly walked over to Anna and fed her some of his blood. As his blood was the primary source of nutrition for Anna, it could give her more than enough energy to get to her feet. However, following his evolution, the blood coursing through his veins had changed, and for the better. Just one drop was enough to get rid of the drugs within her body. She was free again. Ashton, Sure, we'll talk later. Ashton pressed his bloodied finger on her lips. For now, take care of Otiga while I take out the trash. After saying what was on his mind, Ashton got up, took an aim and hurled Darjet's arm at him. The alien tripped over and fell. The next moment, a portal opened behind Ashton and out of it walked the undead behemoth, Atlas. Protect them while I take care of the man. Ashton mumbled in an uncaring tone. Make sure they don't get a single scratch on themselves, or this would be the last time I summon your ass out of Valhalla. Atlas mutely bowed to his new master before standing before the ladies as their guardian. Meanwhile, Ashton ran over to Darjet. Every step he took shook the ground, even cracking it in some places. Damn it! Darjet yelled as soon as he learned Ashton was onto him. I think I can use my martial abilities now, but to think I would have to waste such a precious skill on someone like this bastard. The more he thought about it, the more agitated he got. I'm gonna rip the skin off his bones, turn it into a bedsheet and fuck that succubus of his on top of it every night to make him pay for forcing me to use Thunderclap on him. Darjet got up and decided to face Ashton by using his one-off ability. It was an ability he learned from his so-called master's textbooks that the master left behind before disappearing. It was a technique that was tough to grasp and could only be used once. Darjet was planning on using the technique against the first seat in a duel, and taking over his position once he had been defeated. Unfortunately, he was going to have to waste the skill on Ashton in order to live. Something is off. I know, Ashton stated. Darjet's demeanor had changed once again. Since he wasn't going to run, There had to be something going on in his head. All of a sudden, ominously black clouds formed over their head and thunder twirled around Darjit's clenched fists. The sight of thunder within a creature's grasp surprised Ashton. But rather than getting worried about it, all Ashton wanted was to see the ability in action. You should have let me leave when you had the chance. Now die. Ashton wanted to move sideways, but for some reason his body kept him rooted to the spot. The thunderclap skill worked in 3 phases. What Ashton was going through was the first stage. A stunning effect to make sure that the enemy wouldn't be able to dodge the second and most important stage, which was to make the enemy bleed using a single strike from the fist. Once that happened, the thunder revolving around the user's fist would enter the target's body by tracing the blood and fry them from the inside. But the skill could just as easily backfire as well. The user doesn't have any control over the thunder once it's released. Thus, if the thunder were to come into contact with the user's blood, it could kill the user instead. It was a dangerous Moziran foot soldiers used to train with on this planet. Your kind is trying to fuck me over once again, Ashton joked. Shut it. We stopped using it long before we could ever put the move to use on an actual battlefield. To think this moron not only managed to find out about the skill but also learned it. He is more talented than I thought he was. The skill has a wide-range stunning effect. Interesting. Ashton barely stopped himself from laughing as the effect faded away. It was to be expected. He had high resistance to being stunned for long durations. In fact, he was surprised he was even affected by the skill in the first place. Thankfully, Ashton knew the perfect way to counterattack. Thinking Ashton had been stunned, Darjed rushed to attack Ashton with a fist full of thunder. Ashton waited and waited. The minute Darjed got close enough, he sidestepped the attack before severing the rest of Darjed's arms, only this time he did not use his ability, but bombed. This caused blood to erupt from his body, forcing the thunder to turn against its summoner. Darjed shrieked in pain as he was electrocuted on the spot. Ashton stood there, watching Darjed's expression as it turned from shock to pain to nothingness. Darjed's muscles twitched as he lay there unable to do anything. What a resilient piece of shit you are. Ashton mumbled when he realized Darjed was still alive. Barely but alive, no worries, it'll end you. Ashton had to eat up the rest of his words as he was suddenly kicked away by someone. Following the attack, half of his HP vanished into thin air. Had it not been for Hydra's armor, his body would have been sliced in half from the blow. Bewildered, he turned around to see a hooded man standing in front of Darjed's charred body. The man was looking at him as if he was seeing a lost puppy. While Darjed's eyes were full of disdain, Ashton somehow got back to his feet, but as soon as he did, the hooded man pointed his finger at him and said, "Stay down if you want to leave this planet alive." Ashton had no idea who the man was, but his strong presence was enough for Ashton to know who the man was. The strongest man on the planet, first seat holder. Upon witnessing how weak Darjed was, Ashton had assumed the first seat wouldn't be much stronger than him. But now that he had seen the man with his own eyes, he realized how wrong he had been. But the thing that surprised him the most was Astaroth's reaction. How can this be? What's wrong? That man. I know him. He is the only outsider the Zyrans accepted into our ranks with respect, or at least he looks awfully similar to him. One of the first ones to be granted the title of Archangels. Michael. But that's not his name, what the hell? Ashton used detection on the unknown humanoid alien. Even though his name was indeed not Michael, there was something else that blew Ashton's mind away. Level 189? How can he be stronger than a Zyran general? Without speaking another word, the man lifted Darjed in his arms and turned to leave. At this time, Ashton interrupted him, even though Astaroth told him not to. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you take him away." Ashton pointed Bauman towards the man, but the next moment, the man was in front of him and he was on his knees. Surprisingly, even though he was so close to the man, Ashton still couldn't see the man's face. "I know what he did to you and he has paid the price for it." The man calmly whispered in Ashton's ears. "On top of that, you already killed one of the monarchs. You should be grateful I'm not severing your head this instant because these morons were wrong. Had they not been, you and your slut would be having an intimate session in your graves." After saying that, the man got up and turned to leave for real this time. "This is my last warning to you, Mr. Fenrir. Don't test the limit of my patience anymore and leave Euphoria for good. The next time I see your face, you'd wish you were never born. Chapter 358 Gabriel or Michael? Nothing was left to say or do. The verdict was clear. Ashton had to leave the planet and the trials behind just because he wasn't strong enough to stand his ground at the moment. The first monarch might not have stated his reasons behind imposing restrictions on him, but Ashton had a clear idea. The bastard is scared of me. He thought I would be too if I was in his shoes. He had seen my growth and likely wants to put a stop to it while he has the chance. I agree either way, we don't have much choice in the matter. Ashton clenched his fists. If only he could have attempted a couple more trials, he could have been strong enough to shut that bastard up for good and not stand there defeated. That's right, he was defeated. Even though he got rid of his enemies, he still lost the battle. Oi, don't think about doing something rash to protect your ego. Don't worry. I'm not that shallow-minded. Not anymore at least. Ashton sighed. First let's get away from here, then we'll have a lot to talk about. Especially that Michael guy. You said his name wasn't Michael though? Yeah. Detection said he was called Gabriel. That's why I want to know more about this Michael guy and try connecting the dots if possible. Maybe I can be of some help in that regard. Odiga replied as Ashton walked back to where they were. Ashton cancelled his transformation and returned to his more human-like appearance, before asking her what did she mean. Follow me into the basement, please. That place might have the answers to your questions. Odiga said, got up and left without even sparing a gaze at Leon, who was shaking in fear. However, Ashton wasn't so merciful. If he was going to be thrown out of the planet, he might as well get rid of some trash on his way out. Atlas, you know what to do, Ashton mumbled before lifting Anna in his arms and following Odiga into her mansion. A moment later, they heard Leon's painful cries. Ashton did not know nor cared what happened to him. He was fine as long as the bastard was dead. Anna looked at his indifferent expression and caressed his face. Even though it wasn't her fault, she still blamed herself for what happened. Ashton didn't say a word, but smiled and kissed her hand as she pulled away. The incident might have been his worst nightmare, but thanks to it, he got to learn a lot about his limits. Back when he evolved for a second time, he couldn't help but think he was invincible. But Gabriel, or whoever the guy was, quickly put his ass straight in line. In a way, he was thankful to him, even though he swore he would return him the favor when the time came. For now, he had to lay low and gather information. Hopefully, one day he would be back and complete the trials. Once Leon's cries died down, Odiga finally broke down. She knew Ashton had done something she would have never been able to do. After all, despite what Leon had done, he was still someone close to her. However, that pity party episode ended when she got back inside and saw the mangled corpses of her loyal guards. Leon's selfishness had taken their lives, and that somehow got her to have peace with Leon's rightful execution. Once in the hall, Odiga walked up to an abnormally large portrait of a female alien who resembled Odiga. She then did something to it and a blade appeared in her hands. She then proceeded to slice the tip of her finger and pressed it on the portrait. A blinding light greeted them as the portrait faded away as if it was a mirage. Behind the portrait was an illuminated path with seemingly no end to it. This is the library our family has preserved for centuries. It has the knowledge of everything that ever happened on the planet while we were here. She mumbled as they headed inside. After a while, she continued, the hunger for knowledge and intel in the Zasks is so out of control. Most of the heads did not even bother maintaining order and recorded even non-consequential things in here. I think if there's any place you'd find anything about the first monarch, it has to be here. Since you're a monarch considered to be quite close to him, I thought you'd know more about him? Ashton's question made Odiga laugh. At that moment, he had a feeling she might not be as close to the monarch as he thought her to be. Her words only confirmed his suspicion. We're close? I don't even know how he looks. You should take a hint from that fact alone. He values me, or more like valued me, but not to the level he would protect me from his peers. Especially Darjad, who happened to be his close friend since they had the same master. She scoffed and continued, I don't think anyone, other than Darjad, even knows the first monarch's real name. That's the kind of mysterious person he is. To be honest, it's a surprise he let you live after what you did to Darjad. Surprised my ass. Ashton thought, when he kicked me he had full intention of killing me. He simply changed his mind since I didn't die. Or as I would like to phrase it, he did not want to kill a cockroach. You are a part of the cockroach, so mind your tone. I'm just stating the facts. Also, don't waste time hanging around here, get the information and get out of here. That fucker's mood swing could kick in at any moment and he'd decide to kill you. Ashton didn't disagree, and they quickly made their way through the corridors. When Odiga said it was a library, Ashton expected it to have long pathways created by bookshelves. But to his surprise, the long hall led to a fairly small room. The room was surprisingly empty and only had what appeared to be a water basin in the middle. The shiny liquid inside the basin lit up the room with light that came out of it. Here we are, Odiga announced while pointing at the basin. The well of knowledge, the place that holds all of the knowledge Zasks have acquired through generations. Although it was called a well, it would have made more sense if it was called the Circle of Knowledge, given its weirdly two-dimensional appearance. There was nothing attached to the thin plate as it floated in the air of its own free will. It's a basic technological storage unit. The Zyrans used to have a lot of these floating around. One disk can contain up to 10,000 yottabytes worth of memory, so yeah, the shortage of storage was the reason we stopped using these. I did not understand a single thing that came out of your mouth, but I'll take your word for it. Odiga slowly headed towards the well, gesturing for Ashton to follow her. Ashton carefully let Anna down, who was weak but fine otherwise, before following Odiga. What do I do next? Dip your head in and concentrate on what you want to know. If the well has an answer, it would respond. If it doesn't, well, then we'll have to look into finding other ways to get the information. Odiga replied. Dip your head into a dish full of suspicious liquid. Yup, that's definitely not suspicious at all. Odiga noticed Ashton hesitate for a moment, and although she had not expected him to get wary of her, it made sense he was being cautious. After all, it was a member of her family that tried to destroy him and his companion. Looks like you do trust me all that much. It's understandable. Odiga smiled and went ahead to demonstrate how it worked. After that, it was silent for a couple of minutes, before she pulled her head out. However, she was visibly shaken. Whatever she saw inside had scared her a lot. After taking a few quick breaths, she finally composed herself enough to start talking. I can't believe this. The first monarch isn't anything we thought him to be. She panted. He is mortal but immortal at the same time. Every single patriarch of the Zasks has his memory engraved within themselves. All of my ancestors knew him just like I do. It's almost as if he has been on Euphoria since the moment it was created. Odiga kept rambling on and on about how a lot of other things made sense now and whatnot. But Ashton was no longer paying attention to her words. Thanks to heartbeat sense. He knew what Odiga said was true, and the thing Astaroth told him a moment later only confirmed it was possible. Michael was always a master of cell division, a skill that was considered to be a myth by the galactic species, and we thought the Zyrans only had the knowledge, that is until Michael showed up with it. Please speak in words that I understand. The gist of it is, as long as the cells among your body keep dividing amongst themselves, and new cells keep emerging, you can basically be immortal. How do you think the Zyrans or the precursors lived for thousands of years? We keep dividing our cells and generating new ones. But even that has limitations. If we keep dividing the cells, soon enough they'll turn into cancerous cells, and the skill that kept us alive would eventually lead to a painful death. Okay, but what is that? Oh shit, Ashton realized what Astaroth had been wanting to say till now. Michael is Gabriel? My guess is that Michael must have managed to get past this limitation, and did not want to share the secret with the others. So he staged his death, tricked detection into mentioning him as a new person, and has been living on Euphoria in secret ever since. Everything makes sense now, even the fact he is stronger than Beelzebub, and even me for that matter. Astaroth had a sense of urgency in his voice, but Ashton was only thinking one thing: it took that fucker multiple lifetimes to get to level 180 plus? How pathetic did he have to be to level up so slowly? Chapter 359: The Key to Immortality. A day later, the House of Zasks was in ruins. Not because of Leon's and Darget's plans, but because Odiga wanted it to be that way. After last night, Odiga did not have a reason to stay on the planet anymore. Especially after Gabriel sided with Darjad, and the loss of her trust in her soldiers. Since Ashton and Anna had to leave the planet as well, they offered Odiga a ride, to which she readily agreed. She might have lost her influence over Euphoria, but she was still an asset. She wasn't a monarch anymore, but she was still the founder and owner of the largest intelligence networks in the Orion arm of the galaxy. By having her tag along, Ashton essentially had a walking and trustworthy source of information with him. It was an opportunity only a fool would pass up on. This was a major reason why Ashton decided to help her. As for the situation in Euphoria, thanks to Otaiga's network, they knew exactly what happened after they left. As she had expected, the attack on her and her family as a whole was classified as an act of terrorism by the radicals. Apparently, she was targeted because of her influence over the Orion arm. Darjet, who was the main propagator of the attack, was now being held as the savior who put his life on the line to protect a fellow monarch. Unfortunately, he failed and was now receiving intense care under the watchful eye of Gabriel, or as Ashton knew him, Michael. Odiga was pronounced dead on the spot, and so were Ashton and Anna. Ashton almost puked blood after hearing this but continued to listen to the rest of the made-up story. As for the Griffin dungeon, it was rumored that Michael had gone inside the dungeon while Darjet was fighting against the terrorists. Michael cleared the dungeon in secret, and when he came out, he realized something was wrong and rushed over to the Zask mansion. Because why not? He is a god in the eyes of the public living on Euphoria. It was only obvious for him to know what was happening. No one was even going to ask him how he knew exactly where he had to go. Maybe they were scared of asking questions, or maybe the people didn't give a shit about anything. Either way, back to the story. Sadly, by the time Michael reached the crime scene, he was too late to save Odiga, but he managed to save Darjet. That was the story that the public got to know of, and through them, Ashton and the others did as well. The only good thing that came out of the mess was that he got his perception skill back when he evolved. But Ashton had made up his mind to only use it under certain circumstances. Gotta give it to the fuckers' PR department. They did a great job spouting out bullshit from their sewer of a brain. Ashton scoffed the moment Odiga delivered the news to him and Anna. If I say anything, it'll be hypocritical of me. After all, I have used the service of his PR department myself. Odiga smiled wanly. All of them are a piece of shit, but they get their job done. They once tried to portray a woman who pooped on her husband's bed as the good guy but failed. I think that was the only failure they got ever handed to them, as the woman's image never recovered after that. Please tell me you made that up. Anna squinted her eyes. Just thinking about a grown-ass adult pooping on a bed made her feel uncomfortable and disgusted. As for Ashton, who had seen the struggle of people living in an enclosure, Otaiga's words didn't matter. Either way, he had seen far worse things than some poop on a bed. We will reach the mothership in a day. Ashton switched the topic. Till then, let's try and get some rest. The ladies nodded and Ashton left the room. He wanted to ask a few things from Astaroth regarding the so-called key to immortality. Although Ashton had no intention of immortalizing himself, as it felt quite useless and boring, learning more about it wasn't going to do any harm to him. If anything, he might be able to incorporate it to make some sort of a new healing ability which wouldn't use mana or wouldn't count as an ability. From his last battle, he had come to realize a lot of things. One of which was that he shouldn't depend on regeneration alone for healing purposes. Shall I start? I should warn you, the details of the story will probably bore you a lot. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. Alright, here we go. It all began when the Zyrans began planning to overthrow the Precursors. Their scientists were given the task to uncover as many mysteries about the Precursors as they could, so the Zyrans would have an edge over them. One of the most important ones was the key to their immortality. Back then, the average lifespan of a Zyran was between 100,000 and 120 Earth years, which wasn't remotely enough to fight and win a battle against the Precursors, who had lived on for more than millions of years by that point. The scientists theorized about it for decades but ultimately came to the conclusion that their answer had to be on a much smaller scale than they were expecting. The answer had to be hidden inside the fundamental stage of life, the cells present inside everyone's body. Every intelligent being knows the importance of cells for a healthy life. These cells have the ability to divide and thus grow. For the sake of it, let's just say one old cell miraculously divides into 2 or more healthy cells and life goes on. Ashton silently listened to the explanation while nodding his head. He did not interrupt Astaroth, even when a few things were going right over his head, as the explanation got a bit more complex. The problem starts when these cells stop dividing. That's the stage when one's body condition starts deteriorating and we say the person is aging or is old. In other words, there's a limit to how much a cell can divide. The precursors, however, overcame this restriction and were able to basically turn themselves into immortal godlike beings. Nouvelle Biethom. So the Zyrans decided to even out the odds? Unfortunately for us, the way we divided our cells wasn't nearly as efficient as the precursors. I don't know the reason, but it could be because, unlike them, we were forcing our bodies to live longer by forcing down a foreign material inside our body. We believed as long as our cells kept dividing, we'll be healthy, which was true to a certain extent. For most of us, this process was smooth and the cell division was regulated by itself in our body. But some were unlucky and their growth didn't stop, leading to the formation of cancerous cells and deformities. The moment Astaroth mentioned deformities, Ashton immediately thought of the wings behind a high-ranking Zyran's back, and Astaroth disagreed. Although the wings behind their backs appeared while they were getting used to cell division, it wasn't a deformity. Instead, Astaroth was referring to deformities like growing an extra limb or a head or some other part of one's body. It might not seem much, but truly it was a horrendously painful experience. How could growing additional organs even be remotely considered a fun experience either way? At first, Ashton thought growing an extra limb or two would be quite useful in battle. But his imaginary happiness was immediately shot down when Astaroth mentioned the extra organs were essentially useless as they were made of useless cancerous cells. I can still remember the cries of countless people as their bodies turned into a deformed mess. I don't know how the pain felt, but I can try to describe it in a way you would understand. You remember how painful it was for you during evolution, right? Ashton shivered as he remembered how helpless he felt. Although it was a part of the plan, if he could evolve without going through the pain, he would do it without any hesitation. Yeah, their pain was at least 100 times worse. Most of them did not survive the ordeal, and those who did, they either turned insane or killed themselves in fear that they would have to go through such pain all their lives. Ashton stood there silently. All of a sudden, he thought cell division might not be a technique he was interested in. Achieving immortality with such high risk wasn't really worth it, at least in his opinion. However, that did not mean there wasn't a way for him to do something about it. After all, he was officially on the bloodline of a precursor. As long as he kept making the right decision while evolving, he might end up obtaining the precursor's version of cell division. But for now, there was not much he could do about the lack of strength he had. Chapter 360 Mercenary Association 1. Tell me something, why is that whenever something bad happens, you're always in the middle of it? Amon shook his head. Believe me, I keep asking that question myself. Ashton shrugged, but I never get any answers. It's been a couple of hours since Ashton returned on the mothership of Tati Pirates and narrated the entire story of what happened and why he returned earlier than expected. At first, Amon thought Ashton gave up on the trials, but when he saw him he remembered the boy wasn't weak-minded enough to give up everything so easily. Either way, looks like you people have gone on a shopping spree. Ashton mumbled while looking around the new ship. Yeah, we have been busy while you were gone. Frank replied, thought we might as well upgrade a few things. Ashton nodded and kept looking around. This ship was certainly bigger and probably faster than the one they had been using till now. He still had much to learn about different types of spaceships and their classes, but he was immediately acquainted with the ship by Lycaon. It was a Phoenix-class ship known as the Spirit of Vengeance, aptly named by Lycaon since vengeance was the only thing on their mind. A point Lycaon made sure to iterate over and over was the strength and weakness of the ship. The Phoenix-class ships were known for being a warmongering battlecruiser packed with high firepower technology, while also being agile enough to give a chase to escaping targets should a need arise. That being said, these ships had a fatal flaw in them. They had to sacrifice heavy armor for speed as it was a light cruiser, not a heavy cruiser. That was why they had to purchase a few more small ships to act as a makeshift shield for the mothership. All that aside, it's a shame you couldn't complete your trials. Frank chimed in while installing a new device in his hands. I wasn't very hopeful to begin with since all of us had a tough time there. But after seeing your growth, I would say you could have become the first outsider to ever walk out of the planet with a tag of a grade being. Lycaon, working on Frank's arm, eventually let go of his tools and turned his attention to Ashton. The werewolf wordlessly got up and began circling around Ashton. After orbiting him for a while, He nodded as if he was pleased with Ashton's progress. All the while the rest of them were strangely looking at Lycaon to say something. I think you are ready for your first mission as a mercenary in space. He finally spoke. Are you for real? Frank raised his eyebrows. I get that he is strong, but starting off as a mercenary for hire, don't you think it'll be a bit too much? For the progenitor of the undead, you sure are full of emotions. Lycaon rolled his eyes. He's a warrior. In my eyes, he has already proven his worth. Also, unlike us, he would have someone to guide him through the obstacles, so you don't have to worry about him getting lost or something. If you want another reason, I can give you a couple more. No, it's fine. Frank gave up. Nothing good would ever come out of arguing with someone like Lycaon, especially when he was all riled up. Lycaon was so adamant about Ashton becoming a mercenary because he wanted the boy to establish himself as soon as possible. Frank and Dracula might be deaf enough to not hear what their soldiers were talking about them, but Lycaon wasn't. Back when they decided to become pirates, all of the members had to go through rigorous training and trials to prove themselves. But Ashton? He was simply welcomed in their ranks with open arms. While the progenitors and Amen knew how valuable Ashton was, the rest of them didn't, nor did they care about his genes or shit. In their eyes, he was receiving unfair treatment. But unlike their leaders, the only thing rest of them cared about was a person's might. Something they had not seen since, during the fight with Beelzebub, none of them was present there to see just how strong Ashton truly was. Leveling up wasn't the only reason why they had suggested Ashton complete the Euphorian trials. Clearing the trials would have also acted as a way to demonstrate why everyone valued him so much. The trials Ashton completed were enough to silence everyone. But the way he had to leave the planet hampered his reputation. That's why Lycaon wanted Ashton to join the independent mercenary organization and prove his power there. Also, becoming a mercenary was the best way to get acquainted with the rules and regulations of living in space. Fortunately, there was only one rule of space: survival of the fittest. If you're weak, you're inviting the ones above you to trample you into dust. But if you're strong, you can do whatever you please and no one would be able to do shit about it. I'm fine with it. Ashton spoke up. Being a mercenary should have its perks, and with Otaiga's help, I should be able to cruise through the missions. Yes, the woman. Amen nodded before getting lost in his thought. You did a great job bringing her on the ship. An alliance with her would prove to be beneficial to us all. Ashton nodded. He already knew her value regardless of what Amen might have said. Then it's decided. Well, drop them at the hub, collect some supplies and be on our way. Lycaon said with finality, before going back to work on Frank's arm. What do you mean, drop us and be on your way? Where are you going? Ashton asked. Somewhere you're not qualified to. Amen replied, technically I'm neither. So if you want, I can tag along with you. Before Ashton could respond, Lycaon did it for him. Stop coddling him and leave the kid alone. He then turned toward Ashton and continued with a serious tone. You want to make a name for yourself? Then learn to do everything by yourself or forget about making the Zyrans pay for their wrongdoings. Amen stared at Ashton to gauge his reaction, and to his surprise, Ashton was completely calm. He was expecting him to show some disappointment or anger as he usually would have, but he did not. In a matter of a month, Ashton had changed a lot. Well, because it was a month for him, but for them it had been a while since the flow of time was quite weird for Euphoria. Don't worry, even though you're the ones who dragged me to space, I don't expect you to help me out every step of the way. Ashton calmly replied, it's not like you have been doing it either, so it's fine. Now then, I should get going. Ashton left the control room without speaking another word. Once he was gone, all of them looked at each other before they broke down laughing. You are one twisted bastard. Frank smiled. Well, didn't you tell him you already got him registered as a mercenary? Why does it even matter? Lycaon replied, his fate is much bigger than ours. One of these days we'll have to leave him alone, so might as well train him to be a loner while we can. By the way, did Dracula contact you? It's been a while since he disappeared along with his granddaughters. Amen changed the topic of discussion. To be honest, I don't care about them, but he took Ashton's summons with him. He might get upset because of it. Lycaon stared at his watch and shrugged. They should be here any moment now. Also, the twin might not be as strong as Ashton or his succubus, but they are strong enough to be included in our forces. That's why Dracula also registered them as mercs and took them under his wings, quite literally, if I may say. Ashton did not waste any time and immediately went inside his room. Thankfully, Anna wasn't there, which made things easier. After converting himself into an undead, Ashton slowly took out the Grim Reaper's scythe and laid it out flat in front of him. "Are you sure the ability would work?" "Honestly, not at all. But there's no harm in trying, is it?" Ashton replied, "If things begin to go wrong, you know what to do." "Don't worry, my pull-out game is quite strong." "Course it is. To pull it out, first you have to put it in." "Unfortunately, I can only hope you have learned from my experiences." "You wanna die? Just use the damn ability." The ability Astaroth was referring to was the same one that Ashton used to sever Darjit's arm. The ability was called Disassociation, and as the name suggested, it could separate a target thing from another. Since Ashton used it on Darjit and saw the results, he was hoping he would be able to do the same with the scythe and separated the corruption from the source, therefore making the scythe usable once again. "Here we go." Ashton raised his arms over the scythe. The only thing in his mind was to make the scythe usable so that Baumann could have a feast. The dark aura of the scythe seemed to react to Ashton's wishes, but the moment everything appeared to be going fine, the power of corruption overwhelmed Ashton. His fingers slowly began to turn black from the corrupt aura. It was at that moment Astaroth pulled the plug. "Damn it. I almost had it. Tough luck, boy. Looks like you gotta level up that precursor ability of yours. Also, no need to thank me for saving your life though." "I wasn't going to." Chapter 361 Mercenary Association 2. I greet the Master. Sven bowed before Ashton. "I hope your journey has been fruitful." "Can't say it wasn't." Ashton smiled, seeing his trusty summons after so long. "I can see you have been training as well." Before leaving for Euphoria, Ashton had to leave Sven, Celeste and Gokung behind as Dracula wanted Ashton to focus on his development, rather than his summons. Ashton was a bit skeptical at the start, but now that he had seen their growth, he knew he made the right decision. All three of them were stronger than before. Celeste appeared to be more docile as well. The fact she didn't race up to Ashton the moment she saw him spoke volumes. Maybe he should take tips from Dracula on how to keep her that way. As for Gokung, she still gave in to her animalistic nature once in a while, that's why she still had her collar around her neck. And Sven, he was just as courteous as before, despite he had grown the most out of the lot. But his strength had gone way above what Ashton had imagined. Sven had officially reached grade E and would break through that limit soon. However, there was a stronger summon they were yet to meet. Without wasting any moment, Ashton called forth Atlas. The moment he stepped foot into the training room, Ashton noticed the visible change in Sven's expression. He was no longer the strongest in the group, and it wasn't a pleasant feeling at all. For a long time, he had been the closest to his master, but now his position was in danger thanks to a being who was much superior to him. "Boys, beasts, and ho, I would like you to meet Atlas," Ashton said while pointing at the behemoth standing behind. Formerly he was a Zyron, now an undead monstrosity. "I hope you will get along with each other, and not give me unnecessary troubles." Before Ashton could say or do anything, Atlas and Sven lunged toward each other, and a fight erupted out of nowhere. Sven used his shadow blade to relentlessly attack a weaponless Atlas. But even then, he wasn't having any success. No matter how hard he tried, Sven could not land a single effective blow on the behemoth. After a couple of seconds, Atlas completely gave up on defending himself as Sven's attacks were not having much effect on him either way. In fact, Atlas was basically playing with Sven, while the latter tried his best to deal some damage to the behemoth. The fight was slowly getting serious, and as a result, the training area was suffering minor damage after every blow they exchanged, reinforcing the room to accommodate the duelists. The ship's nameless AI announced. The next moment, the room had changed considerably. The ceramic floor was instantly replaced by metal. The same went for the walls and the ceiling as well. Ashton allowed the duel to go on. It was a good opportunity to see how much Sven had grown from the last time he saw him. It took a while, but Sven finally realized he wouldn't win the fight if he kept charging headfirst at Atlas. Atlas simply had too much HP and defense. Taking him down wasn't going to be an easy job to do. Watching him struggle, Celeste and Gokung decided to join in, but Ashton raised his hand to stop them. There was no need for anyone to interfere in their matter. Let them duke it out. That's all he said as he kept observing them from the sidelines. Ashton knew who was going to win, and in some capacity Sven did as well. So far, Atlas hadn't even been fighting back. He was simply toying with Sven. Fat ass, fight seriously or he'll be the one kicking your ass next. Ashton yelled at him, I don't have time to sit around here forever. Ashton's words almost made Atlas jump out of his skin. Offending Ashton was the last thing on his mind, so he got serious. The next time Sven swung his sword at him, Atlas did not block the strike and instead snatched it away and plunged it into Sven's chest. It didn't destroy the latter, but that move was enough for Atlas to show his supremacy. Sven accepted his defeat gracefully, and that was it. A new hierarchy had been established amongst his summons. The duel ended at the correct time because a moment later, an announcement was made. We are about to arrive at the destination. Please report to the command center at once. The AI emotionlessly mumbled. Finally, Ashton stretched his muscles before heading out of the room. All of you get inside. Half an hour later. The place is quite lively, Ashton mumbled. He was gazing out of the cupola of the ship as they closed in on a space station. It was safe to say Ashton was amazed as it was his first time seeing anything like that. The space station was shaped like a tower with hundreds of ships flying around it. The size of the tower made even the largest of ships feel like insects flying around a watermelon, which awed him even more. It looked both intimidating and mysterious at the same time. For the first time, Ashton was excited about something even though he hid it really well. Seriously? The Zyrans created a literal planet out of nothing, and this rust bucket is the thing that excites you the most. Yeah, because the planet was created by Zyrans. If this wonder was created by them, then I wouldn't be as excited as I am now. You're shameless. Yeah, and you're the epitome of greatness, aren't you? You're so great you don't even need a body to ruin someone's day. The moment their ships were cleared for access, Ashton could hear voices of all languages and accents mixed with the robotic voices of the AIs. It was a weird symphony of some sort that made Ashton feel as if he was in some kind of a market. Well, his guess wasn't too off of the mark. The space station, simply known as the Colonel, offered more services than Euphoria or any other mid-level civilization had to offer. The Colonel is a place where everything and anything was possible as long as you have the money and clearance to access them. Lycaon informed Ashton, since you lack both, you won't have access to a lot of things. But that's why we're here. To make sure you know what you need to. First of all, let me tell you, your level, skills, or anything about you doesn't matter here. Frank chimed in, the only thing they care about is your mercenary rank. The higher your rank, the higher level jobs you can get from the association. As you progress, more perks will unlock, and you'll be able to access other floors of the Colonel Tower. Got it? Ashton nodded. If you don't mind me asking, what ranks are you three? We kind of got our licenses revoked the moment he turned into pirates. Frank scratched his chin in embarrassment. I believe the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too, is true. That being said, Dracula finally broke the silence. Since none of us can accompany you and Anna down there, I asked Verena and Irina to guide you. Don't worry, they won't stick around you for long. They have their own missions to handle. Ashton stared at them for a couple of seconds before the doors opened up and they stepped out of the ship. Once outside, Anna and Ashton were accompanied by the twins who had already ventured inside the Colonel, while they were busy on Euphoria. In his absence, the twins had already got themselves registered as mercs and did a couple of missions. They weren't the ones who told Ashton about it, but his summons who had accompanied the ladies to these missions while Dracula trained them. Although he had gotten entry to the tower, they still needed to go through a mandatory security check. The check itself was not a problem, but the queue was too darn big. While they were waiting for their turns, Ashton noticed a few aliens heading into the tower without waiting for any security checks. Verena noticed his gaze and whispered in his ear, they are high-ranking mercenaries. As such, they don't need to go through security checks like us. Also, they have a dedicated port for themselves where they can park their ships anytime they want without clearance. See, these are the perks Lycaon was talking about? Some of them. Verena nodded before handing him a weird-looking black card. By the way, this is a sort of transaction card. It has 10,000 yenos in it. As for yenos, they are one of the 3 universally accepted forms of currency. Granddad told me to give it to you. Looks like you'll have to thank your old man for this. Ashton graciously accepted the money and after security check headed inside the tower. Ashton knew the place was supposed to be big, but it was downright gargantuan from the inside. It was easily the biggest artificial structure he had ever seen in his life. Well, Anna mumbled. I know, right? Irina replied, either way, important things first. Follow me, please. They took an elevator and dropped to the lowest floor they could. That was where the Mercenary Association was located. Ashton was surprised to see the lack of living beings around the place. Only robots could be seen everywhere. One such robot immediately rushed towards Verena the moment she whistled. It was a tiny ball-shaped robot that appeared to have not received regular maintenance. One of his hands didn't function at all, while his eyes were flickering like a broken lamp. How can I be of your service? No sooner did he spoke than another robot appeared chasing away the one from before. My apologies for such weird reception. The robot sighed, my name is Aina 117. How may I be of assistance tonight? Chapter 362 Mercenary Association 3. Unlike the robot from earlier, Aina 117 had a humanoid body. In fact, if she had not introduced herself as a robot, Ashton would have believed she was an alien. That's how realistic she looked. Not to mention her persona and the way she behaved, everything about her resembled a living being. She was more of a clone than a robot. Nouvelle Biethom. Before Ashton had a chance to respond, Irina jumped in. They are here to complete their registration for the mercenary license. Oh, wonderful. Aina excitedly clapped. Could you tell me your name and affiliation? It's required in order to look up your registration request. It's under Ashton Fenrir and Anna Swan, affiliation, neutral. Irina continued. Ashton had no idea what the hell was going on there. Irina was talking about him, but he had no idea what she was on about. After looking up something on a handheld device, Aina looked up at Ashton and Anna. Unbeknownst to them, she had clicked an image of them to be stored in the association's database. While she was doing her work, Verena couldn't take it anymore and asked Aina a serious question. I don't mean to offend you or anything, but isn't the job of registering new mercenaries left to the lower-end AI models, like the robot from earlier? Yes, you are correct. Aina replied without looking up from the screen. Usually, I only handle clients that are rank 5 or above. But since I was in the area and you had an uncomfortable experience because of the rollerbot earlier, I thought it was only fair I assisted you in any way possible. A moment later, she handed over the device to Ashton and continued. Please pick a mercenary name for yourselves. Your real identity would remain undisclosed to the clients to maintain fairness for the other mercenaries, as well as to protect your privacy. You will have the option to make your information public once you reach rank 3. See? Ashton was happy about the arrangement. After the events of Euphoria, he wasn't sure using his name so freely would be beneficial to him. Michael might not chase after him, but he had picked up a fight with the radicals. Although they seemed weak and aloof at times, it wasn't a good idea to boast his name around space. They might not be able to do anything to him, but they could attack Anna, and he sure as hell wasn't going to let her go through what she did on Euphoria. Never again. How about Reaper? Ashton mumbled after thinking about it for a while. Sounds ominous but acceptable. Aina quickly typed something into the device and turned towards Anna. And what about you, ma'am? Bella. Wonderful. That takes care of the administrative part of the things. Now, please deposit the collateral amount of 4,000 yenos each. Ashton turned towards Verena, who had a mischievous smile on her face. When she gave him the card with money on it, he thought the progenitors were giving him a startup fund. But to his surprise, it was actually to complete the registration process. I don't think I have any right to complain. After all, they did give me the money. Who knows how long it would have taken me to get the money by myself. That's right. Be grateful for their kindness, you ungrateful overpowered freak. That's rich coming from you. When was the last time you thanked me for letting you rot my brain? How about you thank me for saving your ass time and time again? Why should I? After all, I am an ungrateful overpowered freak. Touché. Ashton handed over the card to Aina, who promptly gave it back to him after deducting the said amount. That's all. It'll take a couple of minutes to generate your mercenary cards. Aina reported as she placed the device in her pocket. In the meantime, would you like to know more about the rules and regulations of the Mercenary Association? Nouvelle Biethom. It would be great if you would do that for us, Anna responded. Aina wasted no time after that. The first thing she explained was how the hiring procedure worked. In basic terms, a client will offer a job to the association, and the rewards associated with the job. Based on the terms of the job, the association would decide whether they would hand it over to a mercenary or a mercenary group, or will it be open for any mercenary to take that offer. Generally, the jobs with higher rewards were often assigned to the high-ranking mercenaries as they were often sought after. As for the open contracts, they were assigned based on the reputation system. Your reputation will affect how the association will treat you. You can gain reputation by completing missions and by achieving recognizable feats. Aina explained, your reputation will also contribute to the ranking system that ranges from rank 1 to rank 10. The treatment you'll receive in Colonel Tower will grow based on your ranks. By this time, another rollerbot arrived, with Ashton's and Anna's mercenary license. The black card with golden borders had almost no information about them. That was until they pressed in the middle of it. A moment later, an electronic screen appeared on the card with all the necessary information about them shown. Their mercenary name, rank, bank balance, as well as current reputation, which happened to be 0 out of 200. In other words, they would not receive any special treatment within the tower. Mercenary name Reaper. Reputation 0/200 newbie. Rank 1. Class undisclosed. Level Secret. Feats or achievements none. Affiliation none. Missions completed none. Around the bottom of the screen were 2 tabs: Missions completed and Feats or achievements. So far, both of these pages were blank, which was obvious since they had no reputation either. As you keep completing missions and achieve feats, they'll be automatically added to the respective column. Aina explained also the fee for completing a job would be transferred to you as soon as you complete it, after deducting 25% as commission. Don't worry, as you climb ranks the commission rate would go down. She continued, please keep in mind, just like succeeding in a mission would raise your reputation, failing to do so would also reduce it. That's why it is suggested you only pick up missions suitable to your rank and not get overambitious. The ranking system is created for your own safety more than anything else. Anna listened to her very carefully, but Ashton did not. He had his own questions to ask. How did you determine my grade? I don't remember you ever asking about it either. As a robot for the Aina series, we have inbuilt scanners capable of determining that. Well, the scan only has about a 70% success rate, so we often make mistakes as the scan itself depends on the stats of the user and nothing else. If there's any discrepancy, please inform me and I'll correct it instantly. I see. Ashton breathed a sigh of relief. The grade is incorrect. I'm actually grade, not crade. Please show me your card. After tweaking for a bit, Aina handed the card back to Ashton and it now displayed that he was a grade being. Not C. That was a close one. I didn't think other civilizations would develop such technology so soon. Yeah, I almost thought she knew my cumulative level. Thank you for joining the Mercenary Association. I hope you will achieve great success in the coming years. Aina wished them well as she left. You can accept job requests on the floor right above. If you have any other questions, you can revisit this floor, and someone will help you out for a small fee of 20 yenos per question. The group nodded and left for the upper floor. Ashton pocketed his card and was about to leave the elevator when he accidentally activated it and clicked on the achievements section. The screen lit up, but this time it had another icon. A plus had been created there. Out of curiosity, Ashton clicked on it and a new window opened up in front of him. On the screen his feats were visible. At least the feats he achieved on Euphoria. Please select the achievements you want to add. Hydra's Adversary 100 reputation points. Maximum value reached. Griffin Crisis Manager 40 reputation points. Behemoth Slayer 100 reputation points. Maximum value reached. The one who completed 7 Euphorian trials 70 reputation points. 4th Euphorian trial seat holder 60 reputation points. Please note that once the achievements have been added to your resume, they can't be removed. Seat holder? Wait, is it because I killed Jacqueline? That would make sense. I see you already have so many reputation points to claim, Verena mumbled as she skimmed through the information window. Both Irina and I only got like 60 points from our accomplishments on Euphoria. What about you, Anna? How many points did you get? Let me check, Anna mumbled and did the same thing as Ashton. 102, not bad, right? It's way better than ours. Irina shrugged, considering our score reached 120 after completing 2 jobs. I have a question though. Ashton got back inside the elevator. You guys go ahead, I'll be back in a moment. You know you can ask us first, right? Verena smiled. Why are you so eager to waste your money by asking them questions? Ashton had a light bulb moment but got a bit embarrassed as he walked out of the elevator. I suppose I could do that. Once I add these achievements, do they become visible for the others to see? While he was happy he could get his hands on some reputation points and gain access to better job requests, it also became a source of concern for him. Even though he hid his real name and could also alter his appearance, it wouldn't take long for someone to link the dots to his real identity if they saw those achievements. After all, he was the only one who accomplished such feats in recent times. Especially, Griffin Crisis Manager and 4th Euphorian Trial Seat Holder. These 2 achievements could easily out him to the radicals and he did not want it. That being said, if the achievements were visible for everyone to see, then he would most likely not add them to his resume. At least not till he was strong enough to take on the radicals as a whole. No one can see the achievements except you and the association once you have assigned them. Verena replied, however, there are some jobs that would make you release that information as a clause for being employed. Most of the high-ranking jobs often ask the mercenaries to release that information to them under a confidentiality contract. Irina chimed in, they cannot release that information to anyone else, or the association itself would hunt them down. See? Ashton scratched his chin. It'll take a while for me to receive those kinds of quests. Even then, I can just ignore the job requests that require me to reveal the information. Fine, let's add them for now. Your rank has risen. Current rank to current reputation 370/1000. Natsunu newbie. Chapter 363 Elite Mercenary Group 1. Ashton headed over to get his first job as a mercenary. However, at his rank, not many were available in the first place. Those that were available to him were not available to Anna as she was still stuck at rank 1. She wanted Ashton to leave on a mission suitable for him, while she would hang back with the twins as their rank was the same. However, ever since the incident with Darjud, he had grown kind of overprotective of her and did not want to leave her alone, but he was not being given a choice. In the end, he agreed it was for the best to leave her with the twins. But not alone. Sven was to stay within her shadow and protect them if the need arose. This was his compromise. Initially, he wanted to leave Atlas with her. But considering he wasn't fully tamed yet and was unpredictable, Ashton decided to leave Sven instead. Also, since Sven had already been on 2 missions with twins, it was best to leave him with them. After that, the twins took a prearranged escorting job and left along with Anna and Sven. I should look for a high-paying job, I guess. You bet. Being a mercenary isn't cheap. Thankfully, you have some leftover money from earlier. It will come in handy, especially when you have to pay for your traveling, food, and lodging. Ashton nodded and began analyzing the bulletin board for the latest job requests. The ones he could apply for were useless searching and retrieving missions or some sort of plant collection thing. These kinds of missions did not give enough money or combat experience. Those were the 2 criteria Ashton refused to let go of. After all, the only reason he became a merc was to get stronger and level up faster. There was a Zyron saying relating to money, I don't remember it well, but it went something like, a person can never have enough money. I wouldn't expect anything else from you greedy bastards, to be honest. Ashton smirked, but this time I can agree with your ways. I do need money for a lot of things, especially information about the Zyrons, and that'll be pricey. They have been quiet for far too long, considering one of their generals just went missing out of nowhere. I don't know about it now, but back when I was alive, Beelzebub wasn't held in high regard by the council. I doubt they have changed their views on him even after a millennium. That being said, they will look for him eventually, but not so soon. Ashton just nodded and didn't respond. Ever since he got his perception skill back, it had been hyperactive. Ashton could feel, see and hear things he normally wouldn't be able to. It was the same with his other senses as well. The trip to Euphoria had proved to be more fruitful than he thought. That being said, his perception was the reason he immediately noticed the commotion that was slowly heading his way. For some reason, they wanted to call dibs on the lower-ranking jobs instead of claiming jobs that suited their ranks. This was the reason why players ranking at level 1 or 2 were so adamant about not letting them do so. But it's not like they had a choice in the matter. Although anyone was eligible to take any job request as they pleased as long as they qualified for it, it was an unspoken rule to not take jobs that were lower than the mercenaries' rank. It was for that reason Ashton did not accompany Anna and the twins in their escort quest. But now it looked like he should have done so. I understand why they are losing their shit over such a matter. Ashton thought to himself, if an employer could get better-ranked mercenary to do their work for a cheap price, it's obvious they'll go for them instead of the usual low-rankers. These fuckers are basically taking their jobs away from them. You know you're one of them, right? You might be strong, but you're still a low ranker, so. Ashton shook his head and sighed like never before. Trouble's just the thing he wasn't looking for. He turned around and saw around 20 or so people walking in his direction. The mercenary group consisted of various different types of aliens. Some Ashton had seen before, and some he had not. The one thing all of them had in common was their golden armor, and the logo of a black hexagram engraved on their upper limb. It was probably the symbol of their mercenary group. Ashton averted his gaze from the hexagram tattoo and analyzed their gears. Just one glance was enough for him to know that the mercenary group had to have a powerful backer. The reason behind his logic was that all of them had rare gear on them. He was still grasping the concept of the new monetary system of the yenos. Even then, he could say just one set of armor would probably cost him around 15 to 25,000 yenos, which was enough to buy a third-hand travel-oriented or non-combat spaceship, something that Ashton did not possess. Don't get jealous. You possess something their backer can never dream of having. He'll trade you for a battlecruiser without a moment's hesitation. Fuck you. Yeah, but the Ford reminded me of something. Ashton could barely contain his laugh just imagining what Astaroth's reaction would be. You said there was an intergalactic orgy, right? Then how come are you still a virgin? I'm done talking to you regarding that matter. It was a mistake to bring it up in the first place. Before Ashton could reply, someone grabbed his shoulder and tried to shove him aside. Unluckily, they weren't able to. Ashton turned around to see one of the people from the mercenary group was still holding on to him. He was a muscular, pasty-skinned man with thin eyebrows, a large nose and a funny squared face. The person was one of the aliens Ashton did not know about. However, apart from the muscles, it didn't seem there was anything he had to worry about from the man, especially when he was just a crate being. Do you need some help? Ashton politely asked, knowing the man had gotten flustered. Just move it. We'll be the first ones to accept certain job requests. Ashton thought nothing could possibly be funnier than the alien's perfectly squared face, but he was wrong. The alien's squeaky voice was even funnier. Ashton almost thought he was conversing with a squish toy. I'm sure, go ahead. Ashton stepped aside as he had no reason to get into a fight with unknown people. In his eyes, all of them were mercenaries trying to earn a living. However, if they gave him a reason to engage them, high-ranking or not, he was going to kick their ass. But he would like to keep the situation as peaceful as we could. Bruh, why are you getting so level-headed? I have no idea. Chapter 364 Elite Mercenary Group 2. The mercenaries kept looking at the bulletin board for hours. By this time, the administrative robots from the floor below came up to assist them in finding a quest suitable for them. But they vehemently declined the offer. By this time, the low rankers were getting frustrated beyond any measure. Still, it wasn't like they could have done something about them, especially since they knew who was backing them up. As for Ashton, he was cluelessly staring at them. While the other low-ranking mercenaries left, he stayed there. Why would he leave? He was there to take up a job and wasn't going to leave before he got one. However, the longer he stayed there, the more interested he got in the mercenary group. Looks like they are looking for a specific quest. Ashton thought, but why? Do they know something and don't want anyone else to know about it? Maybe you should try looking into them. Try asking one of the bots to fetch you their details. I bet you could get your hands on their service record at the very least. As a way to cure his boredom, Ashton decided to take Astaroth's advice and asked a rollerbot for the mercenary group's service records. After paying a small fee of 10 yenos, he got the digital file and began skimming through it. To say he found a lot of strange things within the file would have been an understatement. Damn, those aren't mercs. They are a fucking army of soups. Ashton got wide-eyed as he read through their description. These mercenaries were part of a larger group, known as the Goldwater Clan, and were one of the most active presence in the galaxy. They were surprisingly a large group with over 15,000 active members. The group was apparently created by one of the 7 beings who happened to have transcended the limits placed on them, which meant they weren't a grade beings but something more, something much stronger than anything else. Is this even possible? Yes, it is. Master Seraph was the first one in our kind who ascended the limits placed on us by the precursors. Why do you think we Agraders blindly followed him? We wanted to know the secret of how he was able to achieve the feat of being Ensranker. You're such a sucker. But he never told any of us anything about it. I even suspected he forgot about it all or someone made him forget about it. It had to be one of those things. I guess that's the reason no one wanted to upset them. If someone were to fight against them and the word of it got out, their leader would wreck the galaxy to mend their hurt ego. But to think there are 7 more of them, that too independent of Zyrans, maybe the galaxy has changed a lot more than I initially thought. Is there anything else about the mysterious Scrader? Ashton shook his head. Since it was a service record, it only contained basic information about the mercenary group, and the rest of it was filled with the list of jobs the group had completed. And they have completed a lot of those, like more than 500 of them were listed in the data Ashton was given. It finally made sense why they were receiving such VIP treatment from the association. Watching them get special treatment reminded Ashton of how he got a similar treatment from the guild back on Earth. There was something even more interesting. He was much stronger than he had been before, but on the galactic scale, he was just another common fish in the sea. Nothing more. Wow, you're turning poetic too. How about you leave fighting behind and start writing? Don't joke around. Good. Had you agreed to my request, I'd have taken over your body. Why? Are you so desperate to leave your V-card behind that you want to take over my body of all things? Shame on you. At this moment, Ashton's and Astaeith's chatter was interrupted by the square-faced caption of the mercenary group. Ashton only saw him from the corner of his eyes as he yelled in frustration. It would appear they finally found the quest they had been looking for, but there was some kind of restriction to it. Out of all the job requests, why does this one have to be restricted? Squareface yelled at the Aina bot. Our apologies, sir, but it appears the one behind the job request has strictly forbidden anyone who is rank 3 or above from even accepting the request. A different Enabot responded in an attempt to cool the alien's raging nerve. If you give me some time, I can look up a far better job request than this lousy one. So we need a rank 3 or below person to accept the request, right? Yes, sir. As long as it's a low ranker who accepts the request, you can take the job. Aina replied, however, the person accepting the request has to be an independent mercenary with neutral affiliation. That is, the person must not belong to any mercenary group. Yeah, I figured out that much. It shouldn't be hard though, after all, insects are pretty common in. Squareface turned behind to look for someone who fit the criteria, only to see that the low rankers had already left the tower or retired to their rooms. What the hell? Where did all of them go? The room was packed with them a couple of moments ago. Sir, there's one left. Should we try recruiting him? One of the mercs pointed toward Ashton, who acted as if he was lost in his own world. Squareface looked in the direction the deputy was pointing to find the man he had encountered beforehand. He wasn't so keen on selecting Ashton as he gave him quite some weird feelings. The man was around rank 2 and yet he was so strong. Had it been possible, Squareface wouldn't have even thought about looking in Ashton's direction. But since he was the only one in the hall that could help him, Squareface decided to ask for Ashton's help. Chapter 365 Introductions 1. I'll consider it for 2,000 yenos. Up front. This condition is non-negotiable. Ashton could barely hold his poker face as he blatantly asked for money in exchange for helping the Goldwater mercenaries. The look on the mercenaries' face said it all. They were probably expecting Ashton to start jumping at the thought of helping a renowned group like theirs. After all, it wasn't every day when Goldwater mercenaries would need help from a nobody like him. If there were any other low-rankers present there, they would have jumped at the opportunity to just go on a job with them and have it on their resume. Hell, they might even start beating the crap out of each other to get the spot. But no, this man was built differently. He did not share the same mindset as the rest of them. As soon as Ashton placed his demand on the table, the merc was left baffled. Ashton knew it very well that the mercenaries were in a hurry, and since he was the only one that could help them, He decided to monopolize the opportunity for him. It's the least they can do for me. After all, it was thanks to them I couldn't take the job earlier than them. You greedy bastard. I like it. Milk them dry, I say. You say a lot of things. Please wait while I discuss the matter with the captain. The mercenary excused himself and went to talk with square face. There was a reason why Ashton asked for 2,000 yenos and not more. Because the reward for completing the job was 2,000 yenos. Rather than completing the job and then getting his reward, Ashton wanted the money up front. Not to mention, since he was going to be accepting the job, the moment it was complete the reward would be credited to his account. So basically, he would be making 4,000 yenos from 2,000 yenos worth of a job. As a wise man once said, "This is business. Damn, your negotiation skills are definitely better than mine, you cold-blooded opportunist. You learn these things with time." Ashton smiled. After deliberating for a couple of minutes, some who appeared to be quite close to Squareface himself came up to negotiate with Ashton. The man appeared to be a Giholo, the same species that attacked Earth before Zyrans crashed the party. Although he had an aura of superiority around him, Ashton knew he wasn't much stronger than him. Even his partial transformation should have been enough to teach the alien brat a lesson. The only reason Ashton did not lift a finger on him was because of their unknown scrayed backer. "I am Kern Oma, the deputy captain of the 1892nd Squad serving under the Goldwater Mercenary Group." Kern Oma offered his hand for a handshake. Ashton used detection and realized there was a suspicious powder spread across the palm. Had it not been for the training he went through on Euphoria, Ashton might not even notice the thing on Kern's hand. Ashton looked at the information he received through detection, and as it turns out it was some sort of a sleep-inducing drug in powdered form. Kern was probably planning to make him sleep and then take advantage of him. These fuckers. Looks like he wants to sleep with you. Go for it, Tiger, get him. Keep your fetishes to yourself, fucking wanker. Ashton was a bit heated now. He simply wanted to do business, but these fuckers wanted to put him to sleep and then forcefully make him accept the job request? Obviously, the robots would try to stop them from doing something like that. But then again, the way they have been letting the mercenaries do whatever they pleased, they might not do anything more than urge them not to do something like that. In that case, as a responsible asshole, it was his duty to teach the fucker a lesson. Ashton shook Kern's hand without any delay. As soon as he did that, a smile flashed across Kern's smile, thinking their plan was a success. But before he could do anything else, Ashton shoved his hand right into Kern's face. It only took a couple of seconds for the drug to take effect, but the next moment Kern was on the ground sleeping like a child. Ashton grabbed him by the neck and threw him straight towards the mercenaries. Surprisingly, Ashton did not raise his voice or anything at the mercenaries. Instead, he approached the Enobot and stared her down menacingly. "If I am correct, there's a law that prohibits mercenaries from attacking each other while they are inside the tower, right?" Ashton asked with a forced smile before pointing at the mercenaries. "One of them attacked me, so what kind of punishment is it going to be for them?" "Sir, I'm not sure what you're saying." The strange Enobot replied, "If anything, you're the one who attacked them. All they did was to show a friendly gesture when you knocked the man out for no reason whatsoever." Squareface then scoffed, while the rest of them started laughing loudly. Ashton was in a pickle. While it was true they tried using the drug on him, it wasn't visible to the naked eye. Also, since Enobots were programmed to aid the high-ranking mercenaries in any way they could, she wasn't going to accept anything that would put a blame on her clients. It was for that same reason that she was assisting them by claiming Ashton was in the wrong. Although he had expected Enobot to do something to sweep the mess under the rug, he did not expect her to so blatantly side with the wrongdoers. These corrupt pieces of shit. Ashton, you have to control your anger. It is not the right time to react in a hostile manner. We'll deal with them later. For now, just get yourself out of this mess. I swear these bastards are going to regret pulling shit like this on me. Ashton took a deep breath, but you're right, I need to defuse the situation first. Chapter 366 Introductions to. Sir, I suggest you do whatever they want you to and defuse the situation. The new Enobot suggested, or else if the higher-ups get involved, you'll be in a troublesome situation, and considering your information in our database, you won't be able to get away with minor punishment either. That's the only piece of advice I can give to you at this moment. Ashton remained silent, trying his best to not let his explosive temper get in his way. After thinking about it for a couple of seconds, he got calm enough to not rip the fucking robot's head off. Good job setting me up. Now I know why the others were avoiding you like plague. Ashton complimented Squareface on his success. I'll take the job without any money. That should be enough for you, right? After saying his piece, Ashton headed towards the bulletin board to register, take the job for them, and be done with it. However, he was soon stopped by the mercenaries who quickly surrounded him. It did not look like they were going to accept Ashton's offer. You should have done it in the first place. The Squareface laughed, but since you knocked out my deputy captain, you should offer a bit more than what you suggested. It's only fair. Ashton forced a smile on his face, but in his head, he had already killed these bastards a dozen times by now. Every time he heard their voice, he got a step closer to slashing their necks. But Astaroth's voice helped him hold his bloodthirsty back. It's my first day here, so I'm not sure how I can give you anything, Ashton said, still smiling politely, but his patience was rapidly draining. If you have anything on your mind, then I'll try my best to accommodate your wishes. TCH, to think it was your first day and you still messed with us. You got a shit ton of bad luck, don't you? Squareface gave Ashton a pitiful look. Let me think about it for a moment. Since you can't offer us money, it will make things a bit difficult for you. He continued after a few seconds. You know what? I'll let you off easily since this is your first offense. How about we all introduce ourselves to you the way the Goldwater mercs do? I don't know what you mean. You'll know soon enough. Squareface barely contained his laugh before turning back to face his group. Everybody line up in front of the gentleman. Let's introduce ourselves to him. Ashton had no idea what was going on, but he decided to go along with it for now. While the morons formed a queue in front of him, Ashton was thinking of only one thing: how he will kill that fucking robot the moment he gained enough authority to do so. Relax a bit. Just keep your head down and we'll take care of them later. I've been hearing that same line every 2-3 days now. Can't fight, Michael? Get strong and come back later. Can't take care of some mercenaries? Get strong and come back later. I know how you feel, but this is the best way to handle things. Ashton sighed. A moment later, the queue had been formed. He looked at them and saw a few of them flexing their fists, as someone would do before punching something. At that moment, it was clear why the mercs were so eager to introduce themselves. Little did they know their eager faces were about to turn sour. Looks like you wouldn't need to wait for long to get your revenge. Revenge? No, this is karma. Revenge will come later. Ashton held on to his serious expression on the outside. He was laughing like a maniac inside his head. With his draconic physique and armor stat points, these bastards would end up hurting themselves more than him. Oi, wipe that smirk off your face. Right. Ashton stood there, and soon enough the first candidate introduced himself. Upon a glance, Ashton had quite literally not seen an uglier alien than him. Although he was solidly built, this one-eyed cream-skinned alien looked weird. His monobrow and extensive ears didn't add to his beauty either. Nor did his bucktooth. I wonder what kind of expression would you have when you start tearing up. Private Wallace Jenk. It's a pleasure to me. Wallace hit Ashton's face with all his might. So much so, that the rest of his squad could hear a loud crunch and began laughing, thinking Wallace broke the poor man's face. Only when they heard Wallace's cry as he fell to his knees, did the mercenaries realize the crunch did not come from Ashton's face. It was the sound of Wallace's broken bones. What the hell? Squareface looked at Ashton with bewilderment in his eyes. What did you do to him? I did nothing. Ashton said with an innocent expression on his face as he turned toward the robot from earlier. I had my arms behind me at all times. You saw that, right, Ms. Enabot? Ah, yes. You did not do anything. The robot replied. There was a limit to how much she could assist her clients. While she could excuse the drug matter as an oversight, she could not possibly say that Ashton hit their client back when it was clearly the other way around. See, Ashton turned back towards the mercenaries. You can continue introducing yourselves to me. But I must say, it is a weird way of introducing yourself to a stranger. Something like this wouldn't fly in my world, as they'll think you are attacking them. Saying so, Ashton squatted down next to Wallace, who was still clinging to his broken hand. It'll be rude of me if I didn't introduce myself to you, right? A look of horror flashed in Wallace's eyes. His gaze instantly turned towards the captain. His eyes begged for help. But Ashton grabbed his chin, forcing Wallace to look at him. It's rude not to look at someone when they are introducing themselves. Ashton smiled innocently. My name is Reaper. It's a pleasure to meet you. Smack. Chapter 367 Introductions 3. And 0VL next. Calm. Ashton hit something, but it wasn't Wallace's face. He looked up to see Squareface had stopped his punch. Even though Ashton had not put all of his strength behind the punch, he still managed to dislocate a couple of Squareface's bones. Other than that, no one was harmed. Oh, you could have waited for your turn. Ashton cluelessly mumbled, I'm not running away from here. After all, this is the least I can do after causing your squad unnecessary inconvenience. Cut the crap. Squareface yelled, You think I don't know what you're doing? Did I do anything wrong though? I only did what I thought was polite. Ashton smirked. After all, it wouldn't be much of an introduction if both parties did not introduce themselves. Then allow me to introduce myself. Squareface clenched his good fist and lashed out at Ashton. I'm the captain of 1892nd Squad and the one whole beat your ass red, Captain Caird Bonk. What the hell is going on here? Before Caird's punch could land on Ashton's face, someone walked out of the elevator. It must have been someone important because the moment Caird and the bitchy robot saw him, they immediately lowered their heads. Since Ashton was already squatting down, there wasn't much need for him to do anything else. However, he still lifted his gaze a bit to get a good look at the man. The short yet solidly built, bronze-skinned man had a controlling feel about him. A particularly notable feature is his long nails, along with a large bruise on the left side of his face. The wound looked old. Judging from the scar left behind, it had to be a plasma weapon that left its mark on him. Due to the burn mark, a part of his goatee was missing, but rather than looking ugly, the scar made the bronze-skinned alien look even badass. I never thought I would see a Krizik so soon. Krizik. These were one of the first species that sided with us during the Zyran Precursor War. Considering how you view the Zyrans, your views about the Krizik would be more or less the same. You can say they were like distant brothers to us. Oh shit. I should expect trouble then. Since they were so close to the Zyrans, it's obvious they'll hate humans as well. That's where you are wrong. The Krizik weren't as heartless as the Zyrans. In fact, when the Zyrans were planning on killing the humans, they were the ones who dissuaded us. Unlike our greedy asses, they only hated the precursors because of how they had treated them in the past and not because they wanted to rule over the galaxy. What do you mean? It's a long story, but I'll tell you about it as quickly as I can. As you know, the precursors had a habit of making new species and then forgetting about the older ones. The Krizik were one of the first races they created around the same time as the Zyrans. However, since the Krizik were not as involved in technological advancements as us and tend to live a minimalist life, the precursors lost interest in them, which meant they were as good as dead to the precursors. This is the short version. Hold your horses, I'm getting there. Even though they were abandoned, they were living a carefree life. That's when they were hit by a weird phenomenon, the thing that was nowadays referred to as a dungeon. At first, they thought it was a natural calamity, and even though they tried to fight back, they lost about 2/3 of their population due to dungeon breaks. You can only imagine how surprised they were when they got to know the truth. The precursors were testing their new creation and thought the Krizik were the perfect lab rats for the experiments. That's why when the Zyrans declared war over the precursors, the Krizik joined our side and killed many precursors to avenge their fallen kin. Ashton was too stunned to speak. It was rare for Astaroth to paint the precursors in a bad light. After all, they were supposed to be gods, the good guys. Yet the more Ashton learned about them, the more he realized that maybe the precursors weren't all that different from the rest of them. The humans, the Zyrans, the precursors, at the end of the day, all of them were one and the same. While Ashton and Astaroth were busy chatting amongst themselves, the Krizik walked up to the Enobot and forced the truth out of her since Caird nor Ashton answered his question. After listening to her report, the Krizik shook his head in disappointment. I expected more from you machines, maybe I shouldn't have. The Krizik mumbled to himself before turning his attention towards Caird. As for you, aren't you ashamed of bullying newbies by abusing your master's name? With all due respect, Admiral Maston, I was only trying to protect my master's and my team's honor, Caird replied. His voice reeked of respect towards the Krizik, and if I have to, I'll do it 100 times over. Your master's honor isn't so small that it got hurt by a newbie. Stop using your master as an excuse and earn up to your mistake. Admiral Maston berated the captain. The Lord knows your master very well. That's the only reason you rodents are allowed to do whatever you please. But there's a distinction between what you can and cannot do. Maston wasn't done yet. Believe me when I say this, you are but an insect in front of the Lord's and your master's eyes. Your master wouldn't miss a squad like yours that ceaselessly causes troubles. This is your final warning. If I ever see you abusing your privileges, you won't live long enough to say sorry. Is that understood? Yes, Admiral Maston. It wouldn't happen again. Caird apologized, but his tone clearly wasn't apologetic. Let's go. We'll accept the job quest tomorrow. Just like that, Caird and his squad retired to their rooms, leaving Ashton and Maston alone. Ashton was still kneeling on the ground as he did not know what he was supposed to do. He did not want to disrespect Maston after he had helped him, but what happened next confused him even more. Maston instructed the Enabot to go away and close the association for the day. Once she was gone, he walked up to Ashton and bowed. My apologies for not assisting you earlier, Slayer of Hydra. Chapter 368 First Job 1. Novel Beathom. Ashton was about to clarify that he had not killed the Hydra, but merely injured him. However, Astaroth stopped him in his tracks. A Krizik was bowing to him. Ashton might not recognize it, since he did not know much about them, but Astaroth saw an opportunity and wanted to seize it. The Krizik were honor-bound creatures. Some of them even went so far as to kill themselves to protect the sanctity of their pride. They were creatures who honored their word and deeds no matter how hard things got. To have such a creature bowing before an insignificant creature like Ashton was an unprecedented event. Back when Astaroth was still alive in the sense of the word, he barely saw a Krizik offering respect to the Zyrans like this. That's why Astaroth wasn't going to let Ashton's stupid mouth lose out on a potential backer. Whatever you do, do not accept you have killed Hydra. But don't deny it either. Let him think whatever he wants to, that's it. Even if he discovers you did not kill Hydra, you'll have an excuse to say that you never said you killed him. Win his favor from now on, and who knows? Maybe your time as a mercenary would be a good one. Ashton pondered upon Astaroth's plan and ultimately agreed with him. In the mercenary world, having a strong backer was as essential as being good at the job. Just the situation from before was a great example. Even though Ashton was stronger than the mercenary group, he still had to think before messing with them. If he had a strong backer as well, he wouldn't have to take shit from them and get rid of their sorry assess without wasting a minute. After seeing the way they behaved around Maston, it'll do me good to be on his good side, which I already am. Ashton thought and immediately jumped into action. Please sir, you don't need to behave so respectfully towards me. Ashton said in the politest of voice, if anyone should be bowing, it should be me. Seeing as you helped me out of the mess I created. Strong and humble, that's a rare combination these days. Maston smiled and extended his hand. My name is Admiral Maston. You might not know of us, but I belong to the ancient and honorable race of the Krizik. Humans and us used to have a good relationship for some time. I see, it's a pleasure meeting you, Admiral. But I'm not a human anymore. I used to be, but then I was forced to change for a ritual. Mutation or not, you're still a human at heart. Unlike those space humans that we encounter every so often, you actually behave like the humans I remember about. Oh, where are my manners? We should chat in a more comfortable place. Please join me, I would like to discuss some things with you. Ashton agreed and they entered the elevator. So far, even with his rank 2 privileges, he only had access to 2 underground floors where most of the Mercenary Association was located and a couple of upper floors which happened to be a basic shopping area. With enough money and reputation, he would be able to buy weapons, gear and other materials from these floors. But that was it. On the other hand, Maston had access to the entire tower since he was working directly under the owner of the tower who also was one of the 7 Scrade beings. Maston led Ashton to his suite located on the top floor of the tower. The security of the floor was surprisingly tight and to Ashton's surprise, only those who were above level 150 were working there. In other words, all of the guards there were a grade. Upon seeing them, Ashton realized why no one wanted to mess with the association, not even those Goldwater mercenaries. Going up against an organization like that was, well, suicidal would be the light way of putting it, but you get the gist. After a quick security check, Ashton was allowed to follow Maston into the meeting room. Even then, the guards never left Maston's side. Just ignore them. It took a while, but I got used to them. So much so, I often forget that I'm not alone. Maston joked, you can imagine the kind of awkward positions that has led me to. I can imagine, Ashton anxiously smiled. If you don't mind me asking, what am I doing here, Admiral? Straight down to business. All right. Firstly, I would like to apologize for the behavior of our staff. My team has already reviewed the security footage where the Goldwater mercenaries tried to drug you. Maston informed him with all seriousness, I have already sent a strongly worded letter about their behavior to their superior, so you don't have to worry about them in the future. Secondly, I saw you were wanting to take up a job, and I think for someone of your caliber I have just the kind of job. Obviously, whether to accept it or not strictly depends on you. Finally, on behalf of the Mercenary Association, I'll be funding your trip in case you accept to do the job. I heard a lot of things about the association, but no one told me you can be this generous. Ashton replied while taking the tablet containing job details from Maston. Whatever you have heard is correct. Maston chuckled, the association does not give a shit about low-ranking mercs. It's the same in your case. However, I have a personal interest in you because of the achievements registered to your ID as Reaper. The atmosphere around the room dropped tremendously the next moment. Ashton thought he might have said something to upset Maston, which was far from true. Maston's mood had nosedived, but Ashton wasn't the reason for it. You might not know this, but the Hydra killed a lot of my kin back when he was living freely. I have been wanting to get rid of that bastard myself for a while now. Maston mumbled while massaging his temple. That's why when I got to know about your achievement, Hydra's adversary, I was ecstatic. Finally, someone had gotten rid of that ugly multi-headed freak. He continued, I was on the way to meet you and thank you when I saw what those Goldwater mercenaries were up to. I shouldn't say this, but I wanted to make sure I had the right person, so I waited for a while for you to do something. And when you saw their punch did not hurt me in the slightest, you decided to intervene. Ashton completed Maston's thoughts, thank you for it. Otherwise, I would have ended in quite a pickle, to be honest. Aha, as they say, all's well that ends well. Maston got up, that being said, I'm afraid I have other things to deal with. I'll have to end our meeting here. He handed Ashton a golden badge with a sword and a gun engraved on it. You can read the file and take as much time as you want. If you decide to accept the quest, just show the badge to a robot, and they'll provide you with the necessary equipment. Lastly, it was nice meeting you, Mr. Reaper. Have a good day. Chapter 369, First Job 2. True to his word, Maston provided Ashton with a room to stay in while he was in the tower. While it wasn't as luxurious as the other rooms, it was still located on the upper floors where usually someone of his rank wouldn't even dream about stepping a foot in. Not to mention, there were guards located right outside the rooms as an added security measure. Maston was worried the Goldwater mercs might hire someone to kill a shot and as they wouldn't dare to do something to him. Not after the warning Maston had given them. Ashton tried not to think about them and focused on the task at hand, whether he should accept the job request or not. Right now he was sitting on the bed reading the information Maston had given him about the job. It was an escort job where he had to accompany a high-value target from one planet to another where the target would be staying for a couple of weeks. Then return to the tower with her. All the while, they had to make sure nothing happened to the target. The job was issued to the association, and they were responsible for selecting a 10-man team to get the job completed. It finally made sense why Maston was personally handing out invitations to mercenaries of his choice, and why the job wasn't listed as regular jobs. Accepting the job meant Ashton would have to accompany 9 other mercenaries, who were most likely going to be of higher rank than him. It was a drag, but the rewards for completing the job were quite a sum. Not to mention the reputation he would receive would be enough to make him jump straight to rank 4. On top of that, there were a few other miscellaneous rewards that would be provided to them by the association itself. It was a job anyone would love to have on their resume, and Ashton was no different. But there was something else going on in his mind. I can't help but think this is going to be some sort of test. I agree. Maston is probably using this mission to test your strength, whether you're really strong enough to fight and defeat Hydra or not. Honestly, I don't blame him. If I didn't know you and you said that you slew Hydra, I would be skeptical as well. Ashton nodded and kept reading whatever he could about the job. The gist of it was the target he had to protect happened to be a well-renowned personality in the galaxy. As such, a terrorist group had issued a hit on her. The reason behind issuing the hit wasn't disclosed. Instead, an image of the woman was issued. She was the target they had to protect. While the lower half of her face was covered up, her yellow eyes were majestic and so were her horns. Well, just one eye, since the other one was covered by an eye patch. Other than that, no additional information about her was present on the device. Interesting, she looks like a succubus to me. Ashton commented, not as beautiful as Anna, but definitely good-looking. I wonder why the terrorists want to kill someone like her though? You'll most likely get to know about it when you accept the job. Turn the page, will you? There could be more important information hidden away. Ashton looked at the couple more tabs that were left. In these tabs were the images and descriptions of potential hitmen who could be paid to do the dirty work. Surprisingly, Ashton could only read about 2 of them, while the information about the other 2 was hidden. The information of those he could read left him frustrated. He saw reports about 2 identical-looking aliens, but at the same time they were different. At least in terms of physique, since one of them had a missing arm. Chuck Mandai and Oak Yoga were the names of these bloodthirsty hounds. The more he read about them and their bloody rampage, the more he realized how twisted their minds were. They look horrifying. What even are they? Those are Siaglinas, a race that craves war and battles. So much so, that they often even kill their parents, offspring and partners just for the sake of it. No wonder they are working as assassins. Both of them were extraordinarily tall, towering at an absurd height of 77 and 710 respectively. Still, they seemed short because of their hunched back. Their face was unlike anything Ashton had seen till now. While their lower jaw was just like anyone else's, their upper jaw was divided into 2 independent jaws that were filled with razor-sharp teeth. The file even included pictures of their fallen prey, and Ashton had to clench his teeth tightly, just so he didn't throw up. Ashton, a zombie who was used to eating flesh, wanted to throw up just by looking at the horrifying remains of the unfortunate souls these 2 fuckers assassinated. One could only imagine what bizarre things he saw in those tabs. The rest of the information was hidden, and would be released if Ashton accepted the request. After reading about the rewards and such, Ashton wanted to accept the job without any hesitation. But one thing was troubling him: he wasn't suited to work in a team. Especially when they were necessarily a bunch of strangers. As if that wasn't enough, he was probably going to be looked down upon since he was going to be the weakest amongst the rest based on their ranks. This meant he was presumably going to be treated like shit. On the other hand, it was an excellent opportunity to make some connections with the mercenaries as well as other strong personalities. In the end, the pros of the job vehemently overshadowed the cons. As a result, Ashton decided to take the job and see how it went. He wasn't a fool to give up on 5,000 yenos and more than 1,000 reputation points. But more than that, he wasn't giving up on the opportunity to gain Maston's favor. That being said, he still needed more information. Thankfully, he knew just the person who could give it to him as he called her. Hey Odiga, I kinda need some information. Do you think you could help me out? Chapter 370 Spar 1. The next day. Welcome. How may I help you? A rollerbot eagerly asked Ashton as he stepped out of the elevator. I was told to hand this to one of you. Novel Biethom. Wonderful, please wait here while I ask a superior for help on this matter. The bot said as Ashton handed the badge to it. The next moment the bot immediately scurried away into the overcrowded floor. A couple of moments later, the rollerbot returned with an Enabot, the same one who blatantly supported the Goldwater mercenaries yesterday. Ashton wasn't pleased to see her there, but he wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge against a robot of all things. It isn't like a robot would feel remorse for its actions. However, it would seem even robots had expressive emotional intelligence. At least to some extent, as the robot sincerely apologized to Ashton for her past mistake. He was a bit taken aback but accepted her apology and asked her to not waste time on unnecessary things. And 0VL next. Calm. The bot nodded and confirmed Ashton's mercenary information before asking him to follow her. They took a different elevator and this time descended far below the lower level. A few minutes later, Ashton walked into a room filled with a variety of people. Well, technically there were only 10 people inside the meeting room apart from him and the robot. All of them had some sort of a battle scar on their body. The moment Ashton entered the room, all eyes were instantly on him. All of them were looking at him as if they were trying to figure him out. It was probably because he had altered his appearance before getting there. Whether they were working on the same side or not, he knew the rule of the mercenaries too well. Money was the only thing that mattered to them. Some of them would even sell their loved ones if paid the right price. That being said, there were mercenaries who did not care much about money, but loyalty and other values. Maston was an example of this type of mercs. However, Ashton did not want to take a risk by showing his real face to them. He did not trust anyone in the room, as they could sell his information to the radicals, and that would open a can of worms that Ashton is not yet ready to handle by himself. "Good to have you here," Maston happily welcomed Ashton. "I almost thought you wouldn't show up." "The opportunity was too good to pass up," Ashton replied with equal enthusiasm. "You made the right decision. Come, let me introduce you to everyone." Maston pointed at the mercenaries one at a time and gave a brief description of them and their specialized talents. Out of the 9 of them, 2 of them were assigned the roles of a tanker. Apart from them, there were 2 brawlers and 2 supporters, or as they referred to themselves, strategists. Then there were 2 battle mages and a healer. As for Ashton, he was the only swordsman in the group. Well, he was only introduced as one, but little did they know he was the most versatile mercenary in the group and could technically fill any role according to the need and demand of the situation. Also, all of them were ranked 5 or above, making Ashton the least experienced mercenary in the room. As he introduced himself to the group, he couldn't help but notice their disappointed faces. It was similar to that of a teenager who was asked to babysit a toddler while hanging out with their friends. In short, they weren't pleased with his lack of experience. Ashton could almost read their thoughts at this point. "I bet they are wondering I'm a product of nepotism right about now. Haha. I can't wait to see their reaction when they realize who is their daddy. You're not alone. Alright people, look alive." Maston interrupted the introductions. "Now that everything is taken care of, we can discuss the job details. But before that, I would once again remind you that you are not just representing yourself during this job, but the association itself." He continued, "That being said, mistakes will not be tolerated at all. The punishment for failing the job would be severe. Don't let it scare you. Rather take it as motivation to perform better than you ever have." "Yes, Weimer, you have a question?" Weimer was one of the 2 tanks and belonged to the warrior race of Azon. Their appearance was similar to that of a minotaur, but instead of having the facial qualities of a bull, they looked more like a rhinoceros. "Apologies in advance, but Admiral, don't you think you're being kind of hypocritical?" Weimer then pointed at Ashton before continuing. "Considering it is an important mission, then why do you want us to babysit the kid? Wouldn't it better to have a proper mercenary, someone who knows their shit, take his place instead?" Everyone agreed with his point of view. It almost seemed they were waiting for someone to say something before forming a clique against Ashton. "I understand your concerns, but if you knew what I know about him, you wouldn't even think of doubting him." Maston calmly explained, "Although I can vouch for his skills, I guess you would like to see it yourself?" The mercenaries looked at each other and nodded. Just like that, the decision was made. Ashton would have to prove his worth to the rest of the team, and what easier way to do that was there than by sparring against each other? "What do you say?" Maston asked Ashton. "I have no problems." Ashton nonchalantly replied, "In fact, I would love to see their skills as well. After all, they are superior to me, so they should have at least something that would amaze me." He knew the mercenaries weren't the only ones who wanted to see him in action. Maston intended to confirm whether he was making the right choice or not. That was the whole reason behind him suggesting a spar in the first place. The mercenaries unanimously decided that since Weimer was the one who spoke up, he should be the one to go against the kid. Ashton had no problems with it. No matter who his opponent was, they were going to lose. That fact was certain. Chapter 371 Spar 2. All of them moved to the training grounds. The place looked like a deserted playground with overgrown grass and stuff, but with a press of a button, the scenery changed instantly. The green field was replaced with a sandy desert. Ashton and Weimar walked inside while the rest of them took seats in the pavilion that was protected by a magic barrier. No matter how strong Weimar and Ashton were, there was no way they would be able to break a barrier that could sustain attacks of tens of grade beings. I can't wait to see the kid's face after he gets defeated by a tank of all things. Avu, a blonde female gigolo, excitedly watched on as the competitor assumed their positions. I don't like Weimar all that much, but I hope he wins. Lihud, the healer of the group, shyly commented. Soon all of them began expressing their opinions, and none of them believed someone like Ashton would be able to defeat a rank 7 mercenary. No matter how strong the kid was, Weimar had more experience than him, and for a mercenary, the battle experience was the only thing that mattered. Alright, you two, listen up. Maston made an announcement. Since the operation will commence tomorrow, I'd suggest that you take care of your opponent's well-being. Finding a replacement on such short notice would be problematic, so keep that in mind while exchanging blows. Since the target they were supposed to protect was going to arrive tomorrow, a light spar between the team members wasn't going to harm anyone. At least Maston hoped so. But it seemed that his hopes might not end up being valued. We can break each other's bones, right? Weimar smirked. Yes, broken bones can be treated in a matter of hours here, so it shouldn't be a problem, Maston replied expressionlessly, but he wasn't all that happy with Weimar's comment. Haha, then it's fine. Weimar smiled before turning his attention towards Ashton. Sorry, kid, but it'll be breaking quite a few of your bones today. Ashton did not respond to his obvious taunts and assumed his fighting position. What was the point in talking trash? He would rather make his opponents one with trash instead. Maybe I should have controlled my emotions, Maston thought. I get that I wanted to know more about Reaper's capabilities, but Weimar is a tanker whose strength is as brutal as his defense. But if Reaper had defeated the Hydra, taking care of Weimar shouldn't be a tough task. Weimar didn't waste any time and fiercely charged toward Ashton. The sound of his steps reverberated around the training grounds. The sound was accompanied by short but noticeable shock waves. Ashton couldn't help but admire Weimar's stepping technique. His movements were precise and swift. It almost felt as if he was drawing his strength from the ground itself. Look alive, kid, Weimar exclaimed as he curved his fist to go in for a crushing blow. Weimar was excited because he knew his victory was certain. No matter how strong Ashton was, he wouldn't be able to take on the full might of his blow, especially at this close range. A moment later, Weimar hurled his fist at Ashton, who still stood there like a mannequin. When Weimar saw his expressionless face, he thought Ashton was dumbfounded by his strength, since Weimar was a tank and not a brawler. A cloud of dust rose to the air as Weimar's blow landed on the child. It was over in a single strike. As usual, it was an overwhelming victory for Weimar. TSK, here I thought the kid would last for a minute at the very least. Avu scoffed before getting up. What a disappointment. I wouldn't be so sure of it just yet. Thrith, the team's primary brawler and a rank 6 mercenary, stopped Avu in her tracks. Sit down and watch. The spar isn't over yet. What do you mean? Don't tell me you really think the kid would be left standing after Avu began chewing Thrith down, but stopped abruptly as the dust cloud settled down. What in the great Seraph's name is going on here? Avu wasn't the only one who was having a tough time believing her eyes. Weimar's brutal punch was known to blow the heads of numerous crayed monsters with ease, and yet it couldn't take down a kid? Not only Weimar's brutal attack was stopped, but it couldn't even push Ashton back, not 1 inch. Ashton had comfortably stopped his punch with his palm. While the mercenaries were busy wondering whether something was wrong with their eyes, Maston couldn't help but smile. Initially, he had his reservations, but now he completely believed Ashton was a capable warrior. It wasn't bad. Not at all. Ashton emotionlessly mumbled, but it could have been a lot more devastating if you focus more on the punch itself, rather than the theatrics leading up to it. Then you might have been able to push me back just a teeny bit. Rather than replying, Weimar launched a barrage of deadly blows on Ashton. But much to his dismay and others' surprise, not a single of his blows even came close to scratching Ashton. No matter how much force Weimar put behind his fist, Ashton effortlessly blocked them as if an infant was punching him. Seeing as his fists weren't working, Weimar decided to use his legs. But even that plan failed. Nothing was working on the kid, nothing at all. The longer the spar dragged on, the more disbelief amassed in the eyes of the mercenaries. Little did they know, while Weimer's fists carried explosive power behind them, thanks to the draconic physique, the effect of his blows was getting negated since Weimer was using physical attacks only. It was fun, but now it's getting boring. Ashton flexed his muscles and readied himself to deliver the final blow. Everyone was so preoccupied and amazed with his defense skills that they hadn't noticed Ashton had not fought back a single time. He was only focused on defending himself. Ashton roughly used 50% of his true strength and threw a punch at Weimer. A moment later, he was sent flying like a bullet to the opposite end of the room, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Weimer tried to get back up, but his chest was a mess. He was supposed to be the one to break bones, instead he ended up with a fractured ribcage. Weimer was down and out for good. Ashton then turned his attention towards the rest of the mercenaries who had been gawking at him in shock. "Anyone else wants to test me?" he asked with all seriousness in his voice, but no one accepted his challenge. Thought so. Chapter 372, The Ruler of Hearts. Haha, congratulations on your win. Maston laughed as soon as they returned from the training grounds. I wouldn't have expected anything less from the current fourth monarch of Euphoria. The rest of the team had barely managed to make peace with Ashton's absurd strength when Maston dropped another bomb on them. Wait, he's what? Ava was baffled and thought she heard wrong. The fourth seat holder of Euphoria. Maston replied as if it was a well-known fact. You must know about Euphoria, right? Who doesn't? But still it comes off as a surprise. Lyhud remarked before curtly bowing to Ashton. No wonder Weimer wasn't a match for you, sir. I am a resident of the planet. When I heard from my family someone overthrew Lord Jacqueline, I thought it had to be someone a bit on the older side. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Please drop the honorifics, Ashton coldly asked Lyhud. I'm just a mercenary like you. Also, since I left Euphoria, technically am not the fourth monarch. Ashton might have said that, but it still did not change the fact that he was the one who did something deemed to be impossible. It wasn't because Jacqueline was extraordinarily strong, but because one would have to clear an impossible trial before even challenging a monarch. There were a lot of other things the mercenaries wanted to ask Ashton, but they didn't because of his insistence. He did not want them to leak crucial information about him, and the best way to do so was to make them silent, either by asking them or by silencing them forever. Once Weimer was defeated, no one else had any doubts about Ashton's capabilities. On paper, he might have been a grade mercenary, but his strength surpassed even that of grade CS. Weimer was immediately carried to the infirmary, and the team was instructed to make themselves comfortable inside the meeting room while Weimer recovered. Weimer rejoined them after an hour or so, and all of them were given the official job request to accept. The details of the report were the same as that in the official job description. The only difference was that the name of their target was specified in the job description. You have accepted a mercenary job request. Mercenary job title: protecting a celebrity. Job type: escorting, guarding, and combat-oriented job. Might also require a bit of stealth to help the employer escape from dire situations. Job introduction: a hit has been issued by the terrorist organization, Metal Sharks, on a famous celebrity known across the galaxy due to some of her comments against the terrorist organization. Your job is to accompany her from Colonel Tower to her family home on the planet, Pegasi B2, protect her for the duration of her stay, and then return to the Colonel Tower along with her. Mission requirement: defend the Ruler of Hearts, Eula. Probable difficulty: intermediate to hard. Failing condition: failure to protect the target. Punishment of failed mission: 200 mercenary reputation, 5 fame, permanent black spot on your resume. Novel Biathom. M reward: 5,000 yenos plus bonus based on performance, per participant. Plus 600 mercenary reputation, plus 20 fame and a weapon gear material of choice, rare grade only. Time until activation: 16 hours and 34 minutes. So her name is Eula, Ashton thought. Now I know why those terrorists were acting so bloodthirsty. She might have hurt their egos somehow. I don't understand one thing. If you are weak, then why the hell do you need to speak against someone much stronger than yourself? It's called freedom of speech, but you won't understand it. Considering how the Zyrans only silence the voices against them. I can't refute that even if I wanted to. Everyone slowly finished reading the file and turned attention toward Maston, who wanted to share some more information. He began giving them classified information about the 2 remaining assassins that had not been included in the file they were provided with earlier. However, Ashton had already read about the remaining 2 jokers, that too in detail. Odiga had given him the information he asked for, and it barely took her an hour to do so. Now Ashton just wanted to confirm whether the information she gave him was correct or not. There can be thousands of assassins one could hire, Ashton thought. That's why I can't be sure whether Otiga's hunch about them was on point or not. Once Maston pulled out the information, to Ashton's surprise, Otiga's intel proved to be correct. The first one of the 2 assassins was an alien known as Greaser. From a physical point of view, he looked like a gorilla more than anything. Except he did not have additional arms and was roughly about 69 tall. His face was littered with scars, some were caused while combat, while the rest were carved onto his body by himself. As for his portfolio, so far he had completed 98 known assassinations. The most prominent one was an assassination he did while he was working as a mercenary, and it happened inside the Colonel Tower. Greaser was the only one who ever managed to kill a high-value target under Colonel Tower's protection and managed to leave alive. The Tower's reputation took quite a hit because of that incident. Even now, a few people had their concerns when it came to seeking protection from the Tower. So much so that the Lord of the Tower had to publicly issue an apology for the mistakes of the Mercenary Association. It was the single most humiliating memory Maston had. That was the reason why he was dead set on making sure the same thing doesn't happen this time. "I'm giving you people a personal mission as well," Maston informed them. "If Greaser appears in your sight, bring me his head. But don't forget that your primary goal is to protect Eula from the attacks. So focus on her safety first." As for the last suspect, the slide changed once again, and this time Otiga's report had an error. The person in front of Ashton's eyes was no alien, but a human. A human whom he knew pretty well, pretty much his entire life, in fact. What kind of sick joke is this? Ashton slammed his fists on the table, immediately shattering it. "Why are you showing the image of my dead father in place of the assassin?" Chapter 373, The Phantom. The room was stunned into silence after Ashton's outburst. Although he had only lost his composure for a second, it was enough for the security protocols to kick in. Within moments, guards rushed into the meeting room, their weapons ready to obliterate Ashton's brain. If it hadn't been for Maston's intervention, that would have been the end of Ashton's life, right then and there. "Stand down, I have everything under control here." Maston ordered the guards, "Return to your posts, your presence is not needed here." But Admiral, one of the guards, tried to argue, but Maston had none of it. "I think you have already been given your orders, Captain. Go and make yourself useful elsewhere." Maston waved his hand and the guards left without another word. Still, a bunch of guards were stationed right outside the meeting room in case they needed to intervene in the matter. Once they had left, Maston looked around the meeting room and it wasn't in good shape. Ashton might not have intended to do something like that, but his outburst had nearly destroyed the room. A room designed to withstand even the biggest of asteroid impacts was now filled with cracks all around the place. Maston was the only one who had regained his composure following the outburst. The rest of the squad was quite shaken, especially Weimer when he realized Ashton had gone easy on him during their spar. "Do you have any idea how expensive constructing one of these rooms is? I sure as hell not giving you a penny." Avu immediately shouted at Ashton, but one look from him was enough to silence her. Right now, he did not care about her or anyone in the room for that fact. The only one who had his attention was Maston. "What is the meaning of this?" Ashton asked while trying to calm down his raging nerves. "First breathe, I promise I'll answer whatever you want to ask to the best of my ability. Before doing anything else," Maston replied and sat back down before gesturing Ashton to do the same. It took a couple of minutes for Ashton to calm down. But as he did, he nearly broke down. Hundreds of questions were going rampant in his head. But the most obvious one was whether the man he saw in the image was really his father. Another look at the image clarified his doubt instantly. The man in the image definitely looked like his father. It had been over 12 years since he saw him, but the moment Ashton saw the mark on the man's cheek, he knew the assassin was his father. There was no other explanation for the assassin to have the same mark on his cheek, even if he was a lookalike of his father's. This revelation brought along another series of questions with it. The last thing Ashton remembered about his father was that he had been sent over to the undead territory as an offering to make peace between them and the werewolves. Then what the hell was he even doing in space? Also, the file mentioned that the assassin in question had been active for the last decade. This meant his father had been free from the undead's captivity for such a long time but never returned to see him or even Evelina. Why would he not help out his son and wife after being freed from his shackles? Well, Ashton wasn't his biological son, so it would make sense, in a twisted logic, that he did not help him. But Evelina was his wife. There couldn't possibly be any reason for him to not try and rescue her from the vampires. Ashton, your rampant thoughts are not going to help you in this stage. Let them go and listen to what the Admiral has to say. Maybe ITLL help you out to do some theories about your father's presence in space. Ashton nodded and took a deep breath. It was as Astaroth said, brainstorming wasn't going to help him, and then there was the mess he created. It wasn't looking good for a mercenary on his first day. My apologies, Ashton curtly bowed his head in Maston's direction before continuing. I shouldn't have lost my composure. At least not in the way I did. It's just that, my father, I mean the person in the image, looks a lot like my father, whom I thought had died more than a decade ago. Watching his image after all this time made me lose my shit for a moment. I understand, Maston dismissively waved his hand. Believe me when I say this, I had my own share of daddy issues, so I know how you feel. It's all water under the bridge for now. That being said, you might not like what I'm about to tell you about the assassin known as the Phantom. And so, Admiral Maston began explaining everything he, or anyone for that matter, knew about Phantom. The faceless assassin first made his debut a decade ago. As every other big shot in the industry, he began doing little things here and there, until one day he killed one of the biggest businessmen established in the Orion belt of the galaxy. The fact that he killed such a big personality wasn't as shocking as the fact of how he managed to do it. Unlike any other assassin, he didn't hide nor did he stealthily pull a miracle. All he did was to walking, kill the businessman, and then calmly walked out. Everyone saw him, yet no one saw anything suspicious. Interestingly, the one who walked into the mansion, the one who killed the businessman, and the one who walked out of the mansion were three different men. Maston sighed. Well, technically it was the same man in different forms. He entered the mansion as a security executive, met and killed the businessman as one of his mistresses, and walked out of the place as a paramedic. He continued, within 24 hours we found out all three people he disguised himself as were already dead and had been for over a week. This gave us a theory to work with. The Phantom has the ability to perfectly mimic anyone he kills, regardless of their age, race, and gender. It was because of this alleged ability he was given the name Phantom. Ever since then, he had been on a killing spree, using the same pattern, and yet no one was able to stop him. His efforts finally paid off when he made it to the list of top 5 assassins for hire. Considering how he never failed any mission given to him, he was one of the favorites to be hired. Also, Phantom was the man who killed the high-profile target inside the Colonel Tower. That was the kind of assassin he was: daring, enigmatic, and untouched. The image I showed you was a photograph from his most recent assassination. It is possible that's not how he looks at all. Maston clenched his fists in anger. It is harder to predict what he is about to do, especially because no one even knows what he looks like. However, Ashton wasn't paying attention to any of it anymore, and Maston knew exactly why. I'm sorry about telling you all this, Maston said while caressing Ashton's shoulders. No matter how strong Ashton was, he was still a kid, and this information could prove to be a bit too much for him. From what Maston had just told him, Ashton could come up with 2 scenarios. Either the Phantom had killed his father and was using his identity to do more of his dirty work, or his father was the Phantom and was alive but on the wrong side of the galactic civilization. If the first case was true, then he swore he would be the one to capture and give the bastard the most horrid death possible. A death that would brand him as the most psychotic person in the galaxy. Well, this would be the easier possibility to handle out of the two. That being said, he had no idea what he would do if the Phantom turns out to be his father. The Mercenary Association wants his head, and most likely the rest of the galaxy does as well. There was no way in hell they would allow someone like him to roam freely in the galaxy. The more he thought about it, the more sickening the situation became. On one hand, he would be happy to meet his father again, But then, he knew he would have to do the obvious thing and deal with him. If only I was strong enough, he cursed himself. If only he had been in Scrade being, he too would be able to do whatever he pleased without facing any repercussions. Sadly, that wasn't the case. The only thing he could do now was to pray for one of two things. Either the Phantom wasn't his father, but his killer, or the Phantom does not accept the assassination job or show up to kill Eula at all. Chapter 374, Meeting a Goddess. Figuratively, 1. The team was given the rest of the time off and prepare for their mission. As for the damage Ashton caused, he would have to pay for it. There was no way around it. If he was to believe Maston's words, the cost of building one impenetrable was a small amount of 200,000 yenos, while repairing one should cost around 125,000 yenos. Even though it was a small amount for Maston, gathering the amount was no joke for a mercenary at Ashton's level. He would have to save up for a long time to repay the money. Thankfully, Maston was kind enough to help him. Seeing as Ashton would not be able to return the money anytime soon, Maston came up with a payment plan for him. Maston would pay for the damages now, and Ashton would have to pay him back. Ashton could pay the money in as many installments as he wanted, without an interest rate too. As for payment, for every job he completes, 50% of his pay would be docked and would go towards the repayment of his loan. This was the best plan for now, as Maston was more than willing to keep the matter under the covers. If he wanted, he could have refused to help Ashton and watch on as his favorability with the association dropped astronomically. That would have hurt Ashton a lot worse than receiving a reduced pay. You good? Yeah. Stop sulking around. Why don't you try looking at the brighter side? Brighter side? Tell me, which side is brighter? The one in which my father got killed by some psycho killer, or the one in which he became the psycho killer? Yeah, my bad. Ashton sighed as he rolled in his bed. His thoughts were getting a bit erratic by now. However, he wasn't as clueless as the rest of them, because unlike the rest of the team, after all, he had a way to know whether the Phantom was his father or not, and the only thing he needed to find that out was one look. Just one look through detection, and everything would become crystal clear. No matter how good a person was at disguising themselves, they won't be able to dodge detection. If it turned out the Phantom wasn't his father, then Ashton would be able to deal with him. Even if he turned out to be his father, he would still deal with him in a different way, of course. Should I tell Mom about it? No. Not yet. The only thing he wasn't certain of was his mother's reaction. It had been over a decade since they were forcefully separated. On top of that, everyone knew it wasn't child's play to survive in the undead region back on Earth. With these points counted, Evelina most likely believed that her husband was dead. Everyone did. However, if Ashton informed her about the truth about the Phantom, it would break her regardless of the truth. As such, he was contemplating not telling her about it no matter the result. She had already suffered a lot. There was no way in hell Ashton was going to let her suffer anymore. While he was thinking about all that, the Colonel Tower was placed under lockdown. No one was allowed to enter or leave the space station for a couple of days. This was a countermeasure they did not take the last time, as it was a hindrance to their business. But this time, Maston wasn't ready to leave a single stone unturned. Still, in Ashton's eyes, this move was a bold yet useless move. After reading the Phantom's file, he had gotten to know a bit more about the mysterious assassin. He was someone who prepared his plans months in advance. As a professional, he wouldn't make any hasty decisions and carefully pick the targets which he would like to turn into. It was likely that he had already infiltrated the tower long ago. That is, if he was planning on killing Eula while she was inside the tower. However, the same fact worked in the mercenaries' favor as well. It had only been a week since the hit was ordered, therefore it was most likely the Phantom did not get enough time to prepare for the task and did not accept the job. At this time, Ashton could only hope that was the case. If it wasn't, well, he'll simply have to deal with it. At this point, there was a knock on his door. Ashton pulled Bommand out of the inventory and hid it behind the door before showing himself. It could be possible the Phantom was behind the door waiting to lunge at him as soon as he opened the door. Who is it? Aina 117, sir. I'm here with the information you requested. The robot replied, but Ashton did not open the door, not yet. What is the color of a black hole? He asked through the door. It was the sequential password Maston had come up with to try and negate the possibility of the Phantom gaining access to anyone involved in the mission. You should try asking your mother. She got a black hole in herself. The robot replied, and Ashton opened the doors, allowing her entry. You have no idea how vulgar it felt to say that out loud, sir. If you want to complain, contact the Admiral. It wasn't my idea to make such a bizarre password. Ashton shrugged before accepting the tablet from Ana's hands. It contains the information of everyone involved in the operation, correct? Yes. Admiral Maston himself has confirmed the details. No one other than the ones listed is allowed to remain inside the tower. Ana replied, as per your request. I have also added the name of the robots currently stationed aboard the ship. Thanks, you can leave now. Ana excused herself and was about to leave when her curiosity got the best of her. If you don't mind me asking, why did you request that information of all things? Your voice might be emotionless, but your intentions aren't. Don't worry, I'm not the Phantom if that's what you're worried about. Ashton replied while casually flipping through the tabs. Aside from that, if you're wondering what I would do if the guy is my father, then rest assured I know not to mix business and family together. I hope that puts your mind at ease. Yes, my apologies for wasting your time. Ana apologized and left the room while Ashton memorized the details of everyone involved in the mission. Chapter 375, Meeting a Goddess. Figuratively, too. The next day, everyone remaining on the tower had gathered at the landing port located at the top of the tower. This port was only used for two kinds of individuals. One was the Lord of the Tower and the second was for special guests. Ashton had not seen who the Lord was since he was in Scrader. His strength in the galaxy would be unimaginable. Even so, the guest arriving right now wasn't important enough for the Lord to show himself. That's why Maston was the one waiting for Eula to step out of her ship to greet her. As for the mercenaries, they were standing right behind Maston so that Eula could be introduced to them as soon as possible. It didn't matter whether it was Weimer, Avu or anyone else, all of them were excited to meet Eula. How could they not be? Her succubus race itself was enough to make her popular in the galaxy, but her acting was even better. Yes, she was an actress and a singer. Her mesmerizing beauty and voice were more than enough for anyone to make her fall in love with her. Ashton was pretty sure she had an ability or something that made everyone around her fall for her. After all succubi had similar abilities. That was probably the reason the guys were ready to kill other just to get a glimpse of her. Everyone except Maston and the robots was on their toes to greet her and get a close look at her beauty. Well, Ashton was an exception as well. He did not know nor cared about who she was and why was she so popular among the crowd. For him, she was just a client to protect and a bait to lure out the enemies, possibly the Phantom himself. Nothing else mattered to him as long as he could get his hands on him. As for his team, well, they weren't so keen on getting close to him either. Especially after what happened the previous that. That's why rather than being in front and welcoming Eula like the rest of them, Ashton decided to hand back and observe everyone. Doing so also served the purpose of keeping them under his radar called detection. He had already used it on the ones from the tower side, now he merely had to check the ones who got off the ship with Eula. Don't keep on abusing the skill so frequently. Detection might not consume mana, but it can cause you mental strain, making it difficult for you to focus. In part undead. The thing called mental strain doesn't exist for me. I really can't with you, fine, do whatever you like. I wasn't asking for your permission, but thanks anyways. While Ashton was busy scanning the area for suspicious activity, the hatch of the 20 million yenos worth spaceship opened up and out of it walked an armada. It would seem Eula had her own security with her. Ashton looked at her security and wondered why would she even need the help of the Mercenary Association if she had so many guards on her. Ashton quickly went ahead and scanned the soldiers and realized why she needed more security. Nouvelle Bietham. They only had numbers and advanced weapons. Nothing else. Their stats, skills level, everything about them was trash. 100 Kraid soldiers with a handful of graders. It almost felt as if they were fresh graduates from some sort of police academy. On the other hand, the team assembled by Maston were all graders. Not to mention, as mercenaries, they also had ample combat experience on top of skills that were more useful than theirs. Sadly, that did not stop them from behaving like assholes who had some authority over the mercenaries. The moment they walked out of the spaceship, They pushed everyone except Maston away. Everyone was a bit taken aback by their behavior but stayed silent because Maston had not said a word to them. The mercenaries looked like they were about to chew the brains of these moron soldiers, but remained calm. What did they expect them to do? Ashton thought to himself, the guards have to be cautious. They pushed every back because they don't know them and also to protect their employer. For all they cared, one of us could be the Phantom. Still, pushing everyone back like they were a bunch of animals was a bit harsh. You can't deny that. It might be, but it was the correct thing to do. Once everyone had settled down and the soldiers had established a perimeter around the spaceship, another hatch opened up and Eula walked out of there. After seeing her photographs, Ashton had said Anna was far more beautiful than her. But now that he could see her in front of him, the matchup didn't seem as one-sided as it did before. In his eyes, Anna was still more attractive than Eula, but he couldn't deny that even Eula wasn't short when it came to beauty. Her face was covered with a veil, but even that couldn't hide her mysterious yellow eye from making her spectators' hearts flutter. She wasn't alone either, for beautiful faces closely tread behind her. According to the reports, all 4 of them were Eula's consorts and belonged to the race of Scalvi, creatures that had the ability to change their gender upon will. Eula gracefully walked up to Maston and bowed in front of him. All of her soldiers and consorts followed her lead to show respect to the Admiral. Great Admiral of the Colonel Tower, please accept my gratitude for helping me out in such dire times. Eula mumbled while her eye was fixated on Maston's feet. I will never forget your kindness till the day I take my last breath. I hope that day comes a long time after I take a step through the hell's doors. Maston smiled as they raised themselves. If there's anyone you should thank, it's these people. They are the ones who will be protecting you from now on. Saying so, Maston quickly introduced everyone to Eula and then it was finally Ashton's turn. And last but not least, I'd like you to meet Reaper. He's our newest recruit but someone whom I deeply respect. I have no doubts he would be the best mercenary who would have your back during this trip. Chapter 376 Meeting a Goddess. Figuratively 3. Out of everyone in the crowd, no one was worthy enough to make Eula acknowledge them with more than a nod. That was until her eyes fell on Ashton. He did not have any traits that separated him from the rest of them, yet still, the moment she laid her eyes on him, she couldn't help but walk in his direction. Everyone was confused by her reaction. Being a succubus, she usually distanced herself from unnecessary situations. The way she rejected the advances of various males and females was the reason she was loved more and more by her fans. In some twisted logic of their own, the fans began to think she was a goddess protecting herself from the lustful ways of immoral people. That's how she had gained a nickname for herself, Hestia. Little did they know their Hestia wasn't as pure as they had thought. Her 4 consorts might act as her assistants, but in reality, they were her partners who have devoted their lives to her. That being said, they were more of her playthings than anything else. The only reason she had her consorts was for them to act as food sources for her. They might think they were important to her, but in reality, she was simply eating away their life force and would throw them aside the moment they lost their usefulness. But she was by no means heartless. Even after she was done using them, she would make sure to take care of them financially. They wouldn't have to work for a single day for the rest of their lives. But she had to shorten their lives to live her own. That was a sad compromise she had made with her heart. Her emotionless approach to others was the reason everyone was a bit surprised when she approached Ashton by herself. However, before she got too close to him, her consorts jumped in front of her and made a physical barrier between Ashton and her. Mistress, please step back. We don't know whether he's truly an ally or not. One of them spoke up. At a glance, it would seem the consorts were doing this to protect their mistress, but in reality, they were acting out of jealousy. She already had 4 of them who could fulfill any of her desires. Why would she need someone like a lowly mercenary? However, Maston was not impressed by them or their accusations. It hadn't been a moment when he had mentioned how good Ashton was, and these people dared to say he was suspicious. In Maston's mind, the consorts were not doubting Ashton but Maston's judgment. He wasn't pleased with their words and wasted no time speaking his mind out. It would seem your people don't trust my judgment, madam. Maston curtly responded, but I wonder if they were so competent themselves, then why did you need to request our help? That statement immediately silenced the consorts who couldn't come up with any excuse. But they had to say something, so they went ahead rambling about random things like how they were only looking out for their mistress and whatnot. Since you can't protect your mistress, the least you can do is to show respect to the ones that can. Maston didn't hold back this time. I'm only tolerating your comments because of the lady. Had it been anyone else, I would have revoked the contract and kicked you off the space station the instant they doubted me or someone chosen by me. The consorts tried to weasel their way out of the situation, but the more they spoke, the more irritated Eula got. They were acting on their own, but it was her relationship with the association that was getting affected because of their stupidity. Step aside. Eula spoke in her gentle and calming voice. However, the moment her consorts heard her voice, they went pale. Unlike the strangers, they were well versed in knowing how she was feeling just by her voice, no matter how calm it was. At that moment, they knew their mistress was pissed, and it was all thanks to them. Not wanting to anger her anymore, they stepped aside like babies in trouble. There's a weirdly soothing scent around you. A scent only people of my kind can produce. Eula asked Ashton while the male stared at him with jealousy. You're not one of us, then how do you have it? Hello to you too, Ashton emotionlessly replied. As for your question, I have no idea what you're talking about. Have you been intimate with a succubus? Eula cut him off and asked another question, much to Ashton's annoyance. The last thing he wanted was to get noticed by her when he already had so much on his plate. Why couldn't she just let him do his job and distance herself from him? It wasn't like he was dying to get to know her. Although she was technically his client, no one had any business putting their nose in his personal life. Their relationship should stay strictly professional and nothing else. But it did not look like Eula was going to leave him till he answered his question. Bullshit. Why don't you admit you're not telling them about Anna? Because you don't want her to end up in trouble with the terrorists. Sure, let me do that. Let me tell them I am in a relationship with Anna and let the Phantom know how to hurt me. Ashton retorted, sometimes I wonder if the Zyrans killed you because you annoyed them with such stupid questions. Heh, I thought hearing those words would hurt, but I guess I've gotten immune to your shit-talking. While Ashton bickered with Astaroth, Eula still had her eye on him, expecting an answer from him. Ashton did not disappoint her either. He gave her an answer, but not the one she was hoping for. Ashton might have apologized to her in advance, but judging by the tone of his voice, it did not seem to be the case. He was cold and stern. Everyone there was a bit baffled by her response. No matter how cold-hearted someone was, there was no way they wouldn't melt under Eula's influence. But for some reason it looked like Ashton could not give a shit about her or her questions. Eula was just as shocked as the rest of them because it was the first time her charm did not work against a man, out of all the beings. If she only knew Ashton's charm resistance was far superior to anyone else present in the tower, thanks to having a succubus as his girlfriend. 2C. Please accept my sincere apology for trotting into your life. Eula regained her composure. Admiral Maston talks so highly of you that I got a bit overzealous. No need to apologize, ma'am. Ashton replied, however, if you don't mind, I would like to know who has been in charge of your security till now. I have some important matters to discuss with them. That would be me. A neatly dressed soldier stepped out of the ship. Also, I would like it if you don't address a senior so casually. You can refer to me as Sir or Sergeant, nothing else. Ashton sighed heavily. It was going to be a long month ahead of him, especially for his patients. It hadn't even been an hour since he met the idiots and they were already getting on his nerves. What's with these no-good retards and their toxic masculinity? They are acting as if I have turned their mistress into my bitch. Oh, you would like that, won't you? It's a wonder I can't tolerate them, but I can tolerate you. Judging how all of you tend to think with your secondary heads 24/7. Whatever. I assume you have a list of all the soldiers under your command? Ashton asked the sergeant. Why would I do that? I know all of their names by face. Ashton couldn't believe what he was listening to but remained calm. Is that so? Then can you name him? Ashton asked while randomly pointing at a soldier. That's Zumian. Are you sure about it? Kid, I know you are new in this field, but you do not have to. What's your name again? Ashton immediately cut him off and prodded more into the sergeant. The sergeant got startled as if he was trying to hide something. Ashton immediately caught on to him, and without a moment's hesitation grabbed the man's collar before effortlessly lifting him off his feet. I will only ask one more time, what is your name? It's Morrill. Morrill. I swear. Without wasting a moment, Ashton slammed him down so hard that Morrill's ribcage was instantly cracked. While asking him questions, Ashton was using heartbeat sense. Thus he instantly knew the moment Morrill lied to him. What the hell are you doing? Weimer shouted as the soldiers on Morrill's side pointed their weapons on Ashton, weeding out the imposters. He's no Morrill, his real name is Vance, one of the assassins whose name wasn't in the final list of suspects. Ashton replied before stomping on Vance's hand, shattering it into pieces. How many of you are there, tell me? At that moment, a few of the soldiers took their shot at Ashton. Despite hitting the mark, none of their plasma weapons had any effect on him. Looks like you all decided to ease my job. Ashton smiled before jumping into the crowd and attacking those who attacked him, while everyone watched on. Chapter 377 Seer. Ashton barely took 10 minutes to take care of all the terrorists hiding within EULA's security forces. To everyone's surprise, out of the 136 soldiers were actually working with the terrorists. No one could even think how carefully they had planned the attack on her. Once EULA and the rest were safe, the mercenaries took their sweet time to force the truth out of the terrorists. Each member of the team selected one of them and used their own methods to torture them. It went without saying Ashton decided to interrogate the person who potentially had the most information. Morrill. Nobody knew what Ashton had done to him, but judging from Morrill's desperate cries for help, it wasn't pleasant, to say the least. By the time Maston returned to help out with the investigation, Ashton already had all answers to their questions. The terrorists easily invaded EULA's security force because of her panic-stricken state. As soon as she got the death threat, she immediately issued a recruitment notice for bodyguards. She did so as she knew that the couple dozen of guards she had back then couldn't possibly defend her. While she contacted the Mercenary Association for help, her consorts were responsible for making sure no one with make IDs, mainly to weed out any potential terrorists in disguise, were able to enter the force. It was safe to say they did not do their job properly as the terrorists used fake IDs from academy graduate students to infiltrate EULA's security. Ashton was honestly baffled by their negligence and incompetence. Had it not been for a few good recruits they accidentally hired and her previous bodyguards, EULA would have been killed long before she even placed a foot in the tower. But thanks to this fact, the terrorists were unable to attack EULA. However, soon their plans turned even more sinister. Morrill decided that killing EULA wasn't going to be enough, thus he decided to get rid of the mercenaries that were assigned to her along with the legendary admiral of the tower. Had he managed to do so, his reputation among terrorists would transcend to limits he could never imagine achieving. In the end, his ambition screwed him over. And 0VL next. Calm. Thankfully, a series of fortunate events spoiled their plans to kill EULA. Ashton completed his report, however. When I tried to get information about other potential contract killers, Morrill lost his mind and bit his tongue to commit suicide. Maston sighed heavily while massaging his temples. The moment he accepted EULA's request, he knew it wasn't going to be easy for him. But he had not accepted trouble to appear even before the contract officially began. In hindsight, it didn't matter whether he knew about it or not. You did a great job. Maston patted Ashton's shoulder. Had it not been for you and your quick thinking, we would have lost a lot more people in the skirmish. Also, thank you for proving I wasn't wrong to assign you this mission. I'm just doing my job so that I can pay off my debt as soon as possible, Ashton curtly replied. Oh right, considering how you saved so many lives on board, I guess we can do something about it. Maston said with a smile, I can't let you off the hook for payment, but I can reduce it by half. That's good enough, Ashton replied. Now if you don't mind, I have a few things to take care of. Maston allowed him to leave while he gathered reports from everyone else. As soon as Ashton was outside, he was greeted by the ugly sight of Avu, who happened to be waiting outside for him. But Ashton was in no mood to talk. He tried ignoring her and walked away. Nouvelle bien. Avu, however, was persistent. After all, being a gigolo, she was used to having males follow her around and not the other way. Ashton still ignored her, but her following him around was slowly getting on his nerves. What the hell do you want? The truth, Eva replied, you might have fooled everyone else, but there is no way in hell you'd know that the sergeant was a fake. You are clearly hiding something and I want to know what. The only thing I'm hiding is my nuts, want to see them? Ashton sarcastically commented. If ITLL get closer me to the truth, then sure. Avu shamelessly replied while getting awkwardly close to Ashton. We can do this any way you want, but I'm not leaving before knowing what you're up to. You can keep thinking about whatever you want to. I couldn't care less. Saying so, Ashton turned around and was about to leave when Avu yelled at him. You are one of those rare seers, aren't you? The ones who have the power to see different futures. Ashton was surprised to hear her talk. Although he had only been in space for a while now, it was the first time he had heard someone possessing the power to see the future. Astaroth, are there really people in the galaxy capable of visualizing the future? The actual future? I can't say for certain. But it could be possible. I mean, there are people who are quite literally immune to death, so it wouldn't surprise me if there are individuals capable of saying future. Why are you asking it, though? I would like to have that ability. It would be very useful, especially in combat, if it could be used to literally see an enemy's next move. Ashton had already begun thinking about the ways to effectively use such a broken skill. Your silence is enough to confirm my suspicions. Avu said with a smirk. Out of everything I have learned about you, your ability as a seer is the one thing I'm jealous of. You can think whatever you want. I have no interest in correcting you, Ashton replied and left. Of course, you will not admit it to the very end. After all, seers are always hunted down like living treasures and treated like slaves. Avu mumbled and took a communicating device once Ashton was out of sight. Hey James, I might have found something interesting for you. Also, I want a double commission for turning in this beast. Chapter 378 Public Transportation 1. As a result of all the commotion, the schedule had to be delayed and subsequently changed. Since Morrill had been the point of contact between the Mercenary Association and Eula's security forces, it was safe to assume that their intricate Phase 1 plans have been shared with other terrorists. However, coming up with a new and safer plan in such a short time limit wasn't an easy thing to do. Especially since it took them more than a month to come up with the previous plan. The two designated strategists of the team were having a hard time coming up with any plans now. Why are you so dead set on using a private spaceship? Ashton immediately pointed at the obvious source of problems. Look, I know you are strong and all, but let us do our job. Camnall waved his hands, gesturing for Ashton to leave them alone. Yeah, go punch a hole in someone's body or something, let the brainy people do their job. Kargan, the second half of the strategist duo, chimed in. Although they did not look like it, they were twins that belonged to the Altos race. Although the Altos lacked in the physical department and mainly looked like a weird hybrid between humans and fish, they were highly intelligent beings. The three horns on top of their heads could be used for telepathic communication, as well as other psychic abilities. However, they couldn't use their psychic abilities without causing insurmountable strain to their minds. That's why they rarely ever were seen working on the front lines. To summarize it all, the Altos were created to play a supportive role and nothing more. Haha. I never thought creatures having half of your intelligence would mock you. Weird times, I guess. I can only hope they'll learn from their failures. Ashton shrugged and turned around to leave when Weimer walked up to Camnall and Kargan and slapped them on their head. They immediately grabbed their heads and turned to face Weimer while giving him a mixed expression of pain and confusion. I guess it was true, Camnall mumbled, apes strong together. A walking mountain. Why did you slap us? Kargan got up as if he was willing to exchange blows, but a moment later he remembered the size difference between the two and quite sat down. May I know my error for which you ascertained your animalistic tendencies at our expense, oh great fat piece of poop? For a moment Weimer was confused about whether Kargan was showing him respect or not. Since high intelligence wasn't a gift given to everybody, it took him some time to process what Kargan had said. Save your dying brain cells, he just called you a piece of shit. Ashton offered a helping hand to his fellow teammate. Is that so? Weimer coldly mumbled while cracking his knuckles. First, you disrespect Reaper and now me? Looks like I have been going easy on you bastards, time to correct that mistake. So you just slapped us because we disrespected him? Camnall asked in his squeaky voice. Dude, you haven't even known him for a week and you're taking his side? I might not be intelligent as you guys, but I know one thing, without Reaper this mission would have been a bust since the beginning. Weimer remarked. Also, I don't remember either of you suspect that there could be terrorists hiding within Lady Eula's security forces. Only Reaper did, so why don't you idiots listen to him once? The mermen stared at each other and nodded. It was true, Reaper had already helped them a lot and listening to his opinion wouldn't harm them. If they like it, then well and good, and if they didn't like his suggestion, they could keep brainstorming as usual. Thank you. Ashton patted Weimer on the back before taking a seat among the mermen. So, tell me one thing, why are you so dead set on having Eula on a private ship? Isn't it obvious? A ship that's entirely under our control would be better in defending against intruders. Kargan pointed out, you don't expect us to not fight when someone invades the ship, do you? That's the part where you are wrong. Ashton shook his head. Why are you assuming that we'll be invaded in the first place? Instead, you should be planning how to evade such a possibility entirely. The mermen looked at each other. They were clearly confused, not knowing where Ashton was going with his questions. As for Weimer, the discussion was boring for him, so he resorted to flexing his muscles instead. What if we don't get invaded at all? Ashton smiled. I know a way to make it happen. But it'll only be possible if we use public transportation instead. What? N0VL next. Hear me out. If you were terrorists hunting down a popular actress in space, where will you look for her? In a private spaceship or in a spaceship that's used by commoners? Ashton asked the mermen, and they finally got what he had been trying to say. No terrorist would look for an actress like Eula in a spaceship filled with commoners. After all, Eula's self-isolating tendencies were quite well known to the public. There was no way she would travel in a spaceship full of strangers. I get what you're saying, but there's an obvious problem. Camel mumbled while scratching one of his horns. If a public spaceship takes off from the tower and the terrorists were keeping an eye on us, it would turn out to be difficult for us to make a run for it. That's why we'll have someone follow the plan you made before. Ashton got up and began pacing around the table. Get a private ship and a public ship. Use the private ship as we were supposed to, but secretly transport Eula inside the public spaceship. He continued, the terrorists would most likely follow the private spaceship, which would buy us some time. In case they find out about the plan after attacking the private ship, it'll be too late for them to do anything drastic to us. As for the event they attacked us, we'll still be able to retaliate in kind. Problem solved. Chapter 379 Public Transportation 2. After going through the detailed plan once, Maston approved it immediately. However, there was a small problem. They still needed to fool the terrorists into thinking that Eula was on the private spaceship and not anywhere else. To do so, Ashton suggested that the consorts should board the private ship. Judging by how the consorts always traveled by Eula's side, having them board the fake ship would be convincing enough for the terrorists to attack the private ship instead. This is where the problem began. The consorts were not ready to separate themselves from their mistress. The moment Maston informed them of the plan, they vehemently opposed it. Considering they were his clients along with Eula, Maston could only try and convince them. But they weren't budging from their stand and were adamant to accompany Eula no matter the cost. While Ashton wanted the association to handle the official business, the morons were getting on his nerves because they were unnecessarily prolonging the trip. It wasn't acceptable because not only was he losing money, but the bastards were also endangering the association and the well-being of his client as well. The longer they waited there, the higher the risk of getting invaded got. Especially since Ashton took out Morrill, who was serving as an information provider for the terrorists. His absence would soon be questioned, and the terrorists could even launch a full-scale attack on the tower. Though the chances of doing something like that were slim. Maston was still trying to negotiate with the consorts when Ashton walked up to them and grabbed one of them by the collar. His hostile reaction shocked everyone there. But after seeing how easily he had managed to handle the terrorists, no one on Eula's side wanted to mess with him. Listen here, you high-class brain-dead shape-shifting piece of shit. I've had enough of you and your brothers or whatever you call them. Ashton pulled the consort's face awkwardly close to his. I don't care why you have a problem with the plan we came up with, but what I do know is if it wasn't for your negligence and stupidity, we wouldn't be needing a second plan in the first place. N0VL next. Ashton then let go of the Scalvi and continued. If anyone has the right to be angry, it's us, the mercenaries. If you had done your job adequately, we wouldn't have been infiltrated in the first place and would most likely be on our way to Lady Eula's planet. So suck it up and rectify your mistake, rather than spouting nonsense and causing more troubles. After saying his piece, Ashton backed away and continued scanning everyone through detection. Although the way Ashton handled things wasn't anything Maston would usually approve of, this time he made an exception because the consorts were unnecessarily making things difficult for them. In case he wasn't representing the association, Maston would have done something similar with the Scalvis. Lady Eula has already approved of the plan, so let's continue without any hold-up, Maston replied. I'll get everything ready, and you should just stick to the plan. The consorts silently nodded and left the chamber to prepare for departure. In the meantime, the tower contacted one of the nearby stations to call for a space taxi. Luckily, one of the fastest ships they could provide was around the area and would reach there in a couple of hours. Maston personally contacted the captain of the ship known as the Endearing and walked him through the plan. The captain wasn't given complete details for obvious reasons, and was only informed they had valuable cargo that needed to be dispatched immediately. Maston's reputation played a strong part in convincing the captain, but finally, he agreed to take the cargo and 15 armed guards to protect the goods. It took a lot of convincing to allow the mercenaries to use weapons, as it was a well-known rule that anyone boarding a transportation ship has to surrender all weapons before boarding. As if that wasn't enough, everyone's access to the inventory was also restricted for the duration of the travel. But out of respect for Maston, the captain allowed the mercenaries to carry weapons on them. That being said, it would be suspicious if a spaceship suddenly appeared at the same time as Eula was about to depart. That's why Maston instructed the captain to ask for permission for emergency refueling of the ship on open channels and brush up his acting skills. While acting, Maston would decline the request, citing they were taking care of something important. But after listening to the captain's plea for help, the tower would agree to their request, and it was during this refueling session that Eula and the mercenaries would secretly enter the ship. Once all of this was set and done, the private ship would take off as planned, and sometime later the public ship would follow it from a safe distance. After observing the situation for a few days, the ship would then take a detour to drop them off on their destination planet. This was the plan Ashton came up with. By no means did he or anyone expect it to be a smooth ride, but it was the best they could do given the situation. As planned, the Endearing arrived at one of the ports, and as soon as it docked, the consorts entered the private ship along with an Enobot disguised as Eula. While the public ship got refueled, the consort ship took off at full speed to get as far away from the tower as quickly as possible. Eula, on the other hand, was a bit uneasy. Traveling like this, especially with strangers, was way out of her comfort zone. Thankfully, she did have 5 of her original bodyguards with her, so it wasn't as bad. Here, take this. While they were preparing to secretly board the ship, Ashton walked up to her and handed her a mask. However, it wasn't an ordinary mask. The silicone mask had an ability imbued in it, the ability to distort the user's face. While it wouldn't give Eula a completely new face, it would be enough to make her unrecognizable. This was more than enough to keep her identity a secret. Thanks. Eula mumbled and wore the mask before turning to face Ashton. How do I look? Unrecognizable. Ashton coldly replied before walking away. You're weird. Eula mumbled, thinking Ashton wouldn't hear her, but he did, thanks to his extra sensitive hearing. I get that a lot. Ashton uncharacteristically broke a smile. Lay down comfortably. We'll be getting out of here shortly. Just hold on till then. Watching Ashton's smile made Eula return his smile, but the smile on her face disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared. It wasn't because anything bad happened, but because she realized it was the first time she genuinely smiled because of someone else. It was a weird feeling, to say the least, especially because she couldn't recall a single instance when she was happy. But now that she was under the threat of losing her life at any moment, she was finally enjoying life, a normal life. Can I ask you something? Eula muttered, if you don't mind, that is. Shoot. I'm not the first succubus you have met, am I? One of my kind has imprinted on you, marking you as her property, well, not literal property, but someone she cares about a lot. As I'm mercenary, I can't reveal the details of my personal life to a client, Ashton nonchalantly replied, but you can say so. Now lay down quietly, I'll come to fetch you when we are ready. Chapter 380, The Endearing. Hello, I'm Zolder, captain of the Endearing. Welcome aboard, mercenaries. A man as pale as ash welcomed the team on his ship. He looked suspiciously human-like, and a few moments later, it was clear that the captain of the ship was indeed a human. At the same time, he wasn't a complete human. It would appear Zolder had evolved from a human being to a species known as metahumans. These people were quicker and on average had higher strength than compared to regular humans on Earth. After spending more than 1,000 years in space, it seemed the human race had divided into a variety of other races. Most prominent among the crowd were the metahumans, some Eric sapiens and harvesters. Unlike what the name suggested, the harvesters weren't traditional farmers because instead of growing crops and selling them, they harvested aliens. In fact, they were the leaders when it came to the organ farming syndicate. Obviously, Ashton did not know, nor did he care about them. But Zolder recognized him and immediately asked which type of human he was. While Ashton had nothing to hide, he knew Zolder might not react positively if he told him that he was the living reminder of the species that pushed the humans out of their home planet. That's why Astaroth quickly gathered whatever information he could and suggested Ashton go with some Eric sapiens as the metahumans often respected them. I never thought those god preachers would ever join the Mercenary Association. Zolder was quite surprised either way. It's good to see a fellow human working their ass off. So, where's the cargo I was informed about? Right here, Ashton replied while pointing at Eula, who even with her disguise looked weirdly beautiful. Oh, I see. Zolder replied non-enthusiastically, well, I hope you enjoy your stay here and don't forget, your weapons are only to be used in self-defense. If you dare try to pull something sinister on my ship, human or not, I will throw you off. Is that clear? Oh, I would love to see you try. The bastard got the poorest evolution path one could possibly get, and look at him bark. Makes me wonder what this fool would have done if he got hold of a half-decent evolutionary tree. Ashton did not convey any of Astaroth's comments to Zolder and remained quiet. His job was done. Now it was up to the rest of the team to show their usefulness. Without wasting any time, the Merman brothers followed Zolder to the cockpit of the ship. As strategists with little to no experience in fighting, it was the best place for them to protect themselves and continue working from there. In the meantime, the tank and brawlers immediately decided to get drunk on board the ship. At the same time, the ladies along with Eula and her bodyguards left for the spa, and some even went to get some food. Ashton, on the other hand, decided to roam around and get himself familiar with the structure of the ship. To be honest, the ship was more like a 7-star hotel than a transportation facility. It had everything from movie theaters to spas to dining halls and a couple of bars. They even had an armory. Sadly, only holograms of the weapons could be purchased there. After obtaining the hologram, once the ship docked at a scheduled stoppage, the travelers could visit the weaponry store affiliated with the ship, and then get the weapon from there. However, once they'd enter the ship, they would have to surrender the weapon and would be able to collect it while leaving the spaceship. It isn't like I could have afforded anything even if they gave us legit weapons inside the place. Ashton saw the price tag on the items and excused himself. He didn't even possess the least amount needed to buy the most basic tier weapon. Hey, it's not like you need any weapons either. You got bombing for your weapon and Hydra's armor to protect your butt. What else do you even need? That's true. Ashton thought and kept walking around until he heard a commotion from the bar located around the corner. In an instant, a person was sent flying in his direction. Ashton immediately realized who it was. Lyhud. What's going on here? Ashton asked the shy healer of the team. Thank you for saving me, Master Reaper. Lyhud breathed heavily before pointing at a well-built green-skinned alien. There seems to be a misunderstanding. A woman, a female of the other species, came on to me, and when I didn't reciprocate her feelings since I don't swing that way, she called her brother to beat me up. Ashton couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had heard and seen a plethora of absurd things, but this was the first time he had heard something as pointless as Lyhud was telling. After that, he looked at the female ogre standing in front. If she came on to me, even I would turn gay. Just look at her. The precursors must have run out of ugliness potion after creating her. Even her brother looks better than her, to be honest. So Ashton, tell me something, why are you gay? Who says I'm gay? You are gay. Joe is gay. Joe who? Joe Mama. Now shut the fuck up. Huma. Tearing his eyes away from the ogres, Ashton decided to ask for a clarification from Lyhud himself. He wanted to get his facts correct before causing some unnecessary drama, when they really shouldn't be trying to get attention on themselves. So you're telling me you're gay and that lady decided to beat you up for it? Yeah. Before Ashton could even laugh over the absurdity of the situation, the hulking giant walked up to them. It took a moment for the idiot to form a sentence, but when he did, he spat more than he spoke. You hurt sister's feelings. Hulky will smash you. No need to smash anyone, green guy. Ashton decided to take a peaceful approach to the matter. Let's talk it out like adults. Before Ashton could even complete his grand speech about peace and harmony, Hulky, the ogre, decided to punch him. Long story short, it did not end well for him. All of his fingers were broken instantly. That's why you should opt for peace when someone offers it. Ashton shook his head but didn't retaliate otherwise. Moments later, bouncers approached them and dragged the uglies away and apologized for the inconvenience caused. Ashton just waved his hands to let them know it was fine. Thank you so much. Lyhut exclaimed and rushed in for a hug, but Ashton stopped him in his tracks. Sorry, but no homo. Weimer was supposed to be with you, wasn't he? He left to do something, or I should say someone. Lyhut replied. He's in the washroom with the bartender. That hulky moron was trying to get close to the bartender as well, but Weimer completely made a fool out of him. It was hilarious to see two idiots quarrel to prove who was the bigger idiot, but the girl ultimately chose Weimer. You assholes do realize we are not on a vacation here, don't you? Ashton finally lost his cool. Yeah, but. No buts. Get that idiot out and go protect the cargo now. Chapter 381 Raid 1. Ashton wasn't even the leader of the group and yet he was having to behave like one. It almost felt like the rest of them had already forgotten about their duty. Galaxy's deadliest hunters were going crazy looking for them, and these fools were enjoying themselves as if they are on a paid vacation. Thankfully, he was able to knock some sense into them, and soon they began to fulfill their duty as they should have from the beginning. A couple of days passed and nothing noteworthy happened on the ship, which was a bit boring. Since the captain was helping them so much, Ashton decided to help him out too, but for a price. His job was very simple, all he had to do was train some guards. While there were a few guards stationed here and there, none of them had any real fighting experience. Since there were some mercenaries present on the ship, the captain asked them if they could teach a few things to the guards. While the rest declined his request saying they had their hands full with protecting the cargo, Ashton and Weimer accepted the request and took turns teaching them a few things. At the same time, Ashton learned a bit from Weimer as well. Although he had defeated the man once, Ashton was surprised to see how good Weimer was at fighting. Even without having a cheat system and genes as Ashton did, Weimer's fighting technique was more refined than Ashton's. It was something only experience can teach you and not having a bunch of skills served on a platter. The more they sparred to teach the guard, the more Ashton realized something. Had it not been for his draconic physique, he would have had a bit more tough time than he did against Weimer. The man was literally half beast and half man, thus his tenacity didn't come off as a surprise. Damn, teaching newbies isn't an easy task at all. Weimer complained, I thought it was a good way to make some quick cash. But I'm not so sure anymore. Don't worry, payday is just a day away. Ashton remarked. We'll reach her planet by tomorrow and we'll flaunt money in the faces of the rest. Haha, that's why I like you. Either way, you'll head off to bed. In the meantime, try not to overwork yourself for money. Ashton nodded and the two went their separate ways. They had just returned from one of such teaching sessions. Weimer was tired and immediately retired to his room to get some sleep. Meanwhile, Ashton switched with Avu and Lyhut and kept guarding Eulis' room. After seeing his dedication to the mission, the fellow mercenaries couldn't help but get impressed. In the 3 days they had been on the ship, they hadn't seen Ashton take a break. Not even once. He was always working. Either it was on guard duty for Eula or working around the ship helping the captain. Also, no one had ever seen him sleep and yet Ashton was working better than most of them. All of them thought he was dedicated to his job. However, they were wrong. Although Ashton was working to ensure Eula's safety, he wasn't sacrificing his sleep for her. It was for the Phantom. He didn't want to risk sleeping and lose him in case he decided to appear, which led him to worry about something. Once Ashton was settled in front of Eula's room, he took out a communicator and contacted the Enobot in the private ship. It wasn't because he was missing them or something like that, but because the robot had not called in to report as she was supposed to, which left a weird taste in Ashton's mouth. Once again there was nothing. Ashton had reported the abnormality to the mermen, but they didn't seem fazed by the situation. According to them, such communication gaps happen all the time in space. However, Ashton's intuition was yelling at him it was something much more than some communication gap. The twins didn't want me to, but I think I should report this to the association just to keep a record. Suddenly he felt something coming his way and immediately rushed inside the room. Excuse me. I'm getting dressed, Eula shouted at the top of her lungs, but Ashton cut her off. Get your mask now. He yelled back while throwing a robe on her. We have to go. What's wrong? Eula forgot about everything once she saw Ashton's panicked expression and began dressing up. A moment later she had her answer. The ship stopped abruptly and came to a halt. Soon the rest of the mercenaries were there as well. Outside, sirens were blaring and everyone was panicking. No one knew what was going on, but considering the alarm went off, it wasn't good news. Take care of her, Ashton said and rushed out of the room. Avu, Weimer and a few others stayed behind while the rest of them rushed behind him. A moment later, Ashton received a call from the captain and things were not looking good. What's wrong? The ship's lower deck has been breached. The captain calmly responded, if that wasn't enough, we have been surrounded by 2 ships. One is right in front of us and the other one is directly below. I'm not sure, but I believe intruders have already boarded the ship from the lower deck. Damn it. Can you lock them out? Tolgoy, the second tank of the team, asked. I already did. But since the ship is just a commercial one, I'm afraid the locked doors would hold out against the invaders. The captain replied, the guards are already on their way to check things out, but I wanted some of you to accompany them just in case. We're on it. In the meantime, please inform the guests to stay inside their rooms. Ashton said, traveling around the corridors is dangerous at this time. If we find them loitering around, they might get injured by friendly fire. As we don't know who raided the ship, we'll have to view everyone suspiciously. Got it. The captain replied before disconnecting the call. Ashton then called the strategists. Gathering information and coordination between the mercenaries was crucial at this time. While Ashton did get the information he was looking for, he also got to know something that immediately made him curse out loud. Just as Ashton had predicted, his bait was successful and the private ship was able to lure the terrorists. But what he hadn't predicted was that the consorts were pathetic, weak-willed bastards. Their ship was invaded, and as soon as it was confirmed they lost the battle, the bastards gave up everything they knew to the terrorists. How did Camnall and Kargan know this was a bit suspicious, considering they had told Ashton just a couple of hours ago that they have had no contact with the other ship? The more Ashton thought about it, the more suspicious their alibi got. For starters, the consorts had to be under Eula's influence, and since he had gone through pretty much the same thing when Anna first became a succubus, he knew betraying their mistress wasn't something the consorts would be able to do. This meant one of 2 things. Either Camnall and Kargan were hiding something from him, or there was a traitor on the other ship. Camnall and Kargan were both chosen for the job by Maston, so it was unlikely they would betray the association. Now is not the time to think who betrayed whom. We have to get rid of the invaders first. So what are you waiting for? I don't know the way. Then fucking ask someone already. Right. Ashton grabbed one of the bartenders who was on her way to escape to her room. She vaguely pointed in the direction of the service elevator that would take them to the lower deck before running off. The 5 of them rushed down and were immediately greeted by a series of locked doors. However, there was no sign of the guards that the captain had mentioned. What the hell is going on here? Tolgoy quietly mumbled. Ashton immediately used perception to scan the surroundings, but he didn't find anything noteworthy down there. Novel Bietham. Everyone upstairs now. He instructed the mercenaries, but before they could do anything, the elevator crashed. Someone had deliberately trapped them down, damn it. Although there were 5 mercenaries and 5 bodyguards with Eula, Ashton had a feeling they wouldn't be enough. At this moment, Ashton had no doubt in his mind. There was a traitor in their midst. Someone who had managed to fool not only them but the entire mercenary association. How do we get back up there? Tolgoy panicked. There's nothing we can use to climb up either. Listen up. You guys, blow this door up and keep pushing through and see if you can find the guards or not. If you can't, then claw your way out if necessary. Ashton instructed them. And what will you do? I'm gonna fly up. As soon as he said that, gigantic wings sprouted from his back, surprising everyone there. I'll hand the problems on top, you guys take care of the shit here. Chapter 382 Raid 2. Just like I thought, the ship had been invaded. Ashton mumbled to himself. Weirdly enough, it doesn't look like they forcefully broke in or something. Someone on the inside must be working with them. They had just been on this floor a few minutes ago, but now the place was completely ransacked. The decorative pieces were kissing the ground while countless bottles from the bar were shattered all over the place. It was obvious that some struggle had occurred there a few moments ago. But surprisingly enough, there were no traces of blood anywhere. Could there be a bloodless skirmish? Ashton did not think so. I think you are right. Even I think all this was pre-planned more than anything else. You should head towards the captain's chamber and make sure everything is fine. Since he has control over the ship, it's obvious the terrorists would attack him first. Yeah, but know before making sure Eula is fine. She is the client after all. On a different part of the ship. Where is Avu? A human with a metal arm and prosthetic. I yelled at his crewmates, find her. She better pays off her loan this time or I swear I sell her off as a prostitute. The man was athletically built and had patched red skin all over his body. It was a rare mutation that was probably caused by the same radiation source that gave him his abilities. It had been a while since the man had given up his humanity in exchange for extraordinary power and strength. With half of his body turned into a machine, he could no longer feel any pain. The last time he felt pain was when he was on the verge of dying. His comrades abandoned him, but his enemies didn't. The metal shark saved him from the mouth of death. They didn't have any noble intentions for doing so. They just wanted another prey for their scientists to conduct inhumane experiments on. Richard wasn't the only one who had undergone severe mutation enhancements, but he was one of the few that survived. After the experiments were over, he willingly joined the terrorist organization as a foot soldier, but over the years he became a small ship's captain. Despite being part of the organization, he often conducted some jobs on his own to get more upgrades for the metal half of his body. That's why when Avu, someone who was in his debt, contacted him about a human seer, he came running. Finding a seer in the galaxy was an extremely difficult task. They were always in demand, and if he managed to capture the seer, he wouldn't have to work for the rest of his life. A seer would go for millions of yenos if not more. But even after looking everywhere on the ship, he was unable to find either Avu or the so-called seer. I can't find this seer and the commander is pressuring me to look for a celebrity. Richard growled. How did he even know that Eula bitch on board this ship? He didn't. It's just a guess since they couldn't find her on the ship they were supposed to. An insect-like alien replied. His appearance resembled that of a beetle walking on his hind legs and carrying a shitload of weapons in his arms. Whatever, find them. Look through every room if you have to, but get their butts here or I'll kick your butts instead. Richard roared and his crew once again dispersed to look for the targets. Took you long enough. Suddenly Avu walked out of a room and smiled at Richard. Ever since that night, you don't even call me anymore. Was I a bit too rough on your little Jonathan? Richard's patchy face immediately turned red as he was reminded of the one night he wanted to forget the most. But the redness dissipated as soon as he saw Avu smiling. Where is the seer and that bitch Eula? Let me remind you, Eula is none of your concern. Avu jabbed her finger in his chest. As for the seer, I have trapped him in the lower floors. #send your men below, take him and leave the ship. There were a few people with him, so be careful. As for Eula, you can have her after this job is complete. Not before that. You don't make the rules here. Richard argued but went silent when Avu showed 2 fingers to her. His butt cheeks clenched the moment he saw her fingers and didn't argue with her anymore. The more he talked to her, the more he remembered things he didn't want to. It's fine bitch, you want to play this game, then go ahead. Richard thought, the higher-ups already know about Eula and the entire armada will arrive here in a few hours. Then he'll see who plays with whose butt. Avu winked at the man and was about to walk back to the hideout when from the corner of her eyes, she saw something coming toward her. She barely managed to dodge the attack, but she wasn't so lucky the next time. I should have known a bitch like you couldn't be trusted. Ashton mumbled coldly, but don't worry. I'll let everyone know what you did when I'm done dealing with these fools. Till then, go to sleep. Saying so, Ashton kicked her in the back of the head, knocking her out for good. Once she was down, he turned his attention toward the terrorists. There were around 40 of them, carrying a variety of weapons with them, weapons that could be sold for quite some money. Not to mention, after killing them, he would also be able to collect on their heads. All in all, it was going to be a profitable trade for him. Not bad. This isn't bad at all. Ashton smiled, and at the same time Richard laughed as well. "I don't know who you are, kid, but you did a good job knocking that bitch out," he said. "Now, seeing how you're alone and there are 47 of us, why don't you take us to the Eula bitch and the seer that's accompanying you? I promise to spare you life and give you a share of the proceedings." "Alone?" Ashton cut him off as a black portal appeared behind him. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm never alone." Chapter 383 Raid 3. Meanwhile, someplace else. The remaining mercenaries were packed inside a room. It wasn't the one where Ashton had left them, but another one that was located at a much lower level. The room they had previously been in was attacked by the terrorists. But thankfully, it was a relatively small group, so they managed to take care of them before the terrorists could realize what was going down. Sadly, it was also at that moment Avu got separated from the group. None of them knew how, but Avu was captured by the retreating terrorists. As much as the rest of the mercenaries wanted to rush out and help her, saving Eula was their one and only goal. They couldn't do anything more than hope for the best and keep working on saving Eula. After that, they found a much safer room and decided to hide there till they heard from Reaper. However, their luck ran out as they were soon found out again. The ship might have been big, but there were only a handful of places for them to hide. And 0VL next. "Calm. Tisk, they are onto our tails again." Weimer whispered. "I shouldn't say this, but it almost feels like someone is telling them where we are hiding." The accusation did not sit well with the rest of them, but they knew there was some truth to his words. The places they were hiding weren't that easy to look for, still the terrorists were effortlessly able to find them every time. "We are running out of places to hide," Weimer whispered in the radio that connected him to the mermen. "I think those bastards are already onto us." The others realized what he was up to and didn't contradict him. The strategists were the only ones Weimer had been informing about the places they had been to or the location they were about to leave for. Surprisingly enough, 5 or 10 minutes later, suspicious people would show up around the spot they had been at. That happening once or twice could be chalked up to coincidence, but when the same shit began happening time and time again, it would be obvious there was something wrong going on. There could be 2 reasons behind this. Either it was someone in their room feeding information to the terrorists, or it was one of the 2 strategists. Thankfully, it was easy to find out who it was. Weimer continued speaking into the communicator. "We'll be escorting Eula to the floor below, right next to the stairs. The dark corner should be enough to hide her and a couple of others. In the meantime, the rest of us would act as decoys to keep them away from her." After a long silence, he did what he had to. Little did he know there was bigger trouble heading his way. Back near the docking area, 3 creatures walked out of the portal, each unlike the one from before. One shared a resemblance with a 4-armed giant ape, while the other was a ghastly beauty in her own right. It was the last creature that made the terrorists panic. He was a humanoid creature, but he wasn't unlike any creature Richard had ever come across or heard about. But strangely enough, Richard wasn't interested in any of them. There was only one thing going on inside his head. A necromancer. How the hell did an undead bastard from Earth end up here? Despite fighting amongst themselves in space, the humans had one enemy they would readily set their differences aside for. It was the mutants who took their home away from them. That being said, there were no known encounters with the mutants in space. Then who was the one standing in front of him? He doesn't look like an undead either, but he has to be one since he is using the power of necromancy. Someone alive can't possibly tame the dead, no matter what. The more Richard thought about it, the weirder the situation became. But before he could think about it anymore, his crewmates began talking amongst themselves. Not only were they talking, but they slowly began to back away from the necromancer. Nothing good will ever come out of messing with someone who had mastered death in the first place. Celeste, find Eula and make sure she is safe. But do not reveal yourself to anyone, is that clear? Ashton instructed the seductress, Gokung. Make sure none of them can escape, and as for you, Atlas, relax and learn how I do things. I can't have you rampaging through the spaceship. The undead Zyron was a bit taken aback. Even after death, his craving to fight and kill was nowhere satisfied. Yet, his master wanted him to sit back and not fight. But he had little control over his master's command, so he decided to do as he was told and not fuck with someone as frightening as Ashton. How did you get here? Richard finally spoke up. My men are stationed all over the ship. They would have reported me the moment they saw you. I'm sure they would have done so if they saw me. Ashton coldly replied, even you should have known what happened to them. Or are your eyes that weak they can't even see the obvious? It was only when Ashton mentioned it did Richard saw it. He was too preoccupied with Ashton's and his summoned sudden appearance, he didn't notice the obvious bloodstains all over Ashton's clothes. He killed them all? All of them? How the hell is that even possible? This kid, he is something else. Ashton was no longer as reckless as he had been when he was on Earth. Nor was he arrogant enough to blindly jump into a fight. He knew the terrorists were going to be quite strong, but he also knew these people were more like intergalactic thugs more than anything. Despite being part of a strong organization, most of these people were at grade or below, which made it easier for him to deal with them. Statistics seemed to back up his knowledge as well. After all, despite having superpowers, it was rare to come across a being having grade or higher combat rating. So Ashton took the bet and decided to end them, before the ants ganged up, and became a nuisance to him. But before Ashton could take care of Richard and his party, the ship trembled once again. Ashton instinctively looked outside the window and saw another ship had arrived there. Only this one was much bigger than the previous two. Damn it! There's more of them. Chapter 384 Silent Torture 1. Sparks flew off in every direction when Bommond and Richard's bionic arm clashed. The latter was pushed back a bit as a result of the impact, while Ashton continued his relentless attacks. When Richard first saw Ashton, he knew the kid had to be something special. If not, he wouldn't have survived in the brutal space for so long. Yet, he did not expect Ashton to fight such fiercely. After all, a necromancer's strength was in their summons. The necromancer always stayed behind while letting his minions do the dirty work. But this necromancer was different. He did not stand back or idle around. Instead, he led the charge against Richard and his group of thugs. The terrorists fought back ferociously but in vain. The two monsters supporting Ashton completely overwhelmed them. To make matter worse, none of their weapons was working against the shadowy creatures. A few of them dared to challenge them in hand-to-hand combat, thinking physical attacks would work against them. While their guess was correct, it only led to a quicker demise for them. Getting close to the monsters was impossible, and dealing with them while maintaining a safe distance was utterly useless. There was nothing they could do. At the same time, their leader was completely getting thrashed around. While being a half-android gave Richard extraordinary power output to his skills, at the same time it made him use a lot of energy to execute those attacks in the first place. In other words, Richard wasn't used to having long drawn-out battles, as it would make the robotic half of his body completely useless. Somehow, the kid who he had seen for the first time in his life was aware of his crucial weakness and wasted no time exploiting it. Look, kid, it's not late for you to give up now. Our reinforcements would arrive at any possible moment, and when they do, you won't look half as pretty as you are now. Richard tried distracting Ashton while his energy core slowly recharged and repaired some of the damage. There was nothing else he could do. At the rate he was being forced to use his skills, sooner or later his energy core would run out of the residual amount of energy that was necessary to keep half of his body in an operational state. With that gone, he would literally be paralyzed and at the mercy of his enemy. Richard did not even have to think about what would happen if he got captured. If the kid wasn't a fool, he would cash in bounty over his head and that would be the end of him. Or he would kill him and then cash in the reward. No matter what, Richard could not afford to pay that price all because of a stupid brat that got in his way. Not when he hadn't even gotten his revenge over those metahumans that betrayed him. Sadly for him, his background and reasons for becoming a terrorist were of no importance to Ashton. The only thing he cared about was getting rid of the bastard. Richard saw the coldness in Ashton's eyes and decided enough was enough. "Fuck off, you piece of shit," he yelled, pulling all of his strength into a single attack and launching it towards Ashton. He was all in, either this attack would knock Ashton unconscious, or he will be the one to die. Unfortunately, his attack wasn't even strong enough to push back Ashton, who effortlessly blocked his punch. "Honestly, I was hoping for more. But I guess you weren't as strong as I thought," Ashton responded before crushing Richard's bionic arm. "Well, it's not the first time I have been wrong about these things." A moment later, Richard's arm was gone for good. He slumped down on his knees, tired and defeated. He turned around and saw his crew had been slaughtered. His upgrades were destroyed. All in all, what was supposed to be an easy capture and escape mission turned into a nightmare that took everything away from him. All of it because of one stupid kid. Richard wanted to curse the bastard in front of him. He wanted to yell, he wanted to do a lot of things, but now he was powerless to even move. Get it over with, Richard mumbled. Ashton did not respond, but the following moment something rolled next to his feet. From the corner of his eyes, he saw it was a severed head of one of Euless' bodyguards. Then came another and another. He immediately perked up. Someone was there, but he didn't know who. His senses were working on overdrive. Ashton heard a faint noise which got louder and louder until he realized someone was clapping in some distance. Ashton immediately turned around, only to see Gokung was on her feet while Atlas was trapped in a makeshift prison cell that was seemingly made out of light. These gigantic creatures were immobilized and he did not notice a single thing. How the hell all of this happened without me noticing? I didn't notice anything either. Use perception and see if you find something weird. Ashton did that long before Astaroth instructed him to, but there was no one anywhere close to him. But there had to be someone behind these actions. Look harder, weird human. A voice echoed through the empty corridors. We have been watching you in action for a while now. We liked what you were doing to that other human. That's when a different voice accompanied the first. We share some of your qualities and couldn't help but admire your way of dealing with those thugs. Not to mention you made things quite easy for us by killing our rivals. Suddenly the room Ashton had been standing in turned into nothingness. Everything was gone. Richard, Atlas, Gokung, the severed heads, everything disappeared as if they were made of ice that melted in an instant. Before Ashton could think or do anything, he was stabbed right in the chest. Welcome to the House of Pain, child. Both voices mumbled as Ashton fell to his knees, soaked in his blood. Chapter 385 Silent Torturer 2. Warning: vivid depiction of pain, torture, gore and self-harm. Reader's discretion is advised. The next moment, Ashton opened his eyes. He saw a familiar, yet long-forgotten sight. He looked around himself to make sure he wasn't wrong, and he wasn't. What am I doing here? Ashton mumbled before slowly getting off his bed. Why am I back in the enclosure? The last thing I remember. The moment he tried remembering what he had been doing before waking up, it felt his head would burst at any moment. The pain was immense, but he pushed through and remembered bits and pieces of memories. However, they almost felt like he was trying to remember a dream rather than some kind of past. His head felt like it would burst if he thought about his past anymore. So he decided to drop it for now. Once that was done, he walked over to the mirror to take a good look at himself. To his surprise, he couldn't see anything in the mirror. There was no reflection of him. What the hell? He shrieked and fell hard on his butt. I must be hallucinating, that has to be it. He got up and sure enough, this time he could see himself in the mirror. His reflection copied his every move. Phew. I thought there was something wrong with me. He sighed in relief. Now what? Oh. Haha. Suddenly the reflection in the mirror began laughing like a maniac, giving Ashton another jump scare. The next moment, a dagger materialized in his hands and he began playing with it. Ashton was weirded out watching himself play with the dagger, but before he realized, the reflection stabbed his shoulder. Art. Ashton cried in pain as his shoulder got soaked in blood, but his reflection was just as clean as it had been before. However, the dagger was covered in blood, his blood. Before Ashton could even contemplate what was happening, the reflection once again raised the dagger. Ashton tried to stop the reflection, but how was he supposed to do it when he couldn't even touch his other half? The dagger came crashing down on his thigh and went through it like a hot knife through butter. But the reflection wasn't done yet. Rather than pulling out the dagger, the reflection dragged the knife up to his knee, slicing the thigh in half. Ashton's legs gave out, and the reflection kept smiling at him like a true sadist. After that, the only thing that followed was pain, immense pain of being stabbed in every inch of his body. By the time the reflection was done, Ashton was laying in a pool of his blood. Pain was the only thing in his mind. Days passed, but the reflection didn't stop. Every day he would return and torment Ashton again while laughing his head off. Ashton would beg him to stop, but his reflection wouldn't listen. Not a single drop of blood was left in his body, but the reflection kept stabbing him over and over again. Ashton wanted to die, yet for some reason, he wasn't dead, even though his organs had been destroyed. His eyes had been gouged out. His torso had been ripped open for insects to feed upon, and yet, he was alive. Pain is eternal. Pain is absolute. The reflection mumbled while juggling with Ashton's organs. Pain is the name of living. Break free from it. Break free from the notion of life. Months passed, but the pain did not. His reflection did not let him die, but it didn't stop the pain either. Until, at one point, Ashton stopped feeling pain altogether. The only thing inside his head was pain and death. It was hell. His reflection began slicing off his skin next, but he couldn't feel anything anymore. It had been a while since his body had gone numb. The laughing noise of the reflection was the only thing ringing in his head, even though without his ears, he couldn't hear anymore. Soon he was reduced to a skeleton, but he was still alive. For what reason he did not know. But he was alive. Why am I here? Wouldn't it be better if I die? Yes, let's die, the pain will go away then. Suddenly he felt something being forced into his hands. Without his vision, he couldn't see what it was, but the moment he grasped his fingers around the thing, he instantly knew it was the dagger that his reflection had used to torment him. You want to die? Then kill yourself and be free from the curse of living. His voice echoed inside his head. Kill yourself and there will be no despair. Kill yourself and there will be no suffering. Kill yourself and there will be no pain. At that moment, instead of being sad and angered, Ashton was happy. How could he not be happy? He was generously being given a way out of the dreadful mess he was in. Only a fool would choose pain over the sweetness of an instantaneous release from life. End your despair. End your suffering. End your pain. End your life. Ashton smiled while subconsciously raising the dagger. Finally, he could end his pain and be free from the curse of living. But before he could stab himself, someone kicked the dagger out of his hands. Ashton lunged to grab the knife, but someone pulled him back. He didn't care who was stopping him, he just wanted to die. Why couldn't they let him die in peace? Why do they have to torment him? Why do they want him to live in such a cruel world? Let me die. Ashton yelled at the top of his lungs. Slap. The slap brought him out of his manic state. Brat, you good now? Although the words were harsh, the tone of the voice was filled with warmth. It was the voice of someone who cared, someone who wasn't going to stab him with a dagger. Ashton slowly looked up and saw a man with golden skin, jet black hair and gigantic white angelic wings standing in front of him. It was the first time Ashton had seen the man, and yet he immediately knew who he was. Ashtaroth? Chapter 386, Lord of Massacre 1. Nah, my name is Itsumi Mario, of course it's me, you fucking idiot. Ashtaroth scoffed with his arms crossed in front of his bare chest. Mind telling me what the hell were you doing there? Ashton did not say anything. His gaze was tracing the green pastures around them. They weren't standing in his cell like before. The fields weren't cold or full of misery and pain. It was warm. If heaven existed, it had to be this place, nothing else. Ashton snapped back to the reality and patted his body in every place, expecting to be in pain and his body filled with holes. But a pleasant breeze was the only thing he could feel as he finished checking his woundless body. His eyes then landed on the Zyron once again. After seeing how full of beautiful features Beelzebub was, Ashton had more or less expected Astaroth to be quite good-looking as well. But Astaroth's handsomeness far exceeded his expectations. From his black hair to his chiseled jaw, everything about him was perfect. Thanks to those gigantic wings on his back, he truly looked like an angel. Even the angry expression on his face gave Ashton a weird sort of peace. What's going on? Where are we? Ashton finally spoke up. Don't tell me we're dead, because this place looks a lot like how heaven would. You seriously expect to go to heaven? Bitch, we'll be lucky if hell accepts us. Astaroth sternly replied, as for being dead, we're not. No thanks to you though. You were about to stab yourself to death. If I had not used Raphael to interrupt you, then we'll probably be arguing in hell right now. What happened? Psychic attack. One of the strongest I have ever seen. Even Zyrons would have a hard time evading it. So it's no surprise you got caught in the illusion. Astaroth stated, as for where we are, it's my personal space, the place where I have been living all this time. A small home in your collective conscience. Beautiful, isn't it? Ashton silently nodded. The place was indeed beautiful, too beautiful for him to believe this place was somewhere inside his head. If anything, he had expected his mind to craft up a place of chaos, as that was the only thing he had ever known. Okay, so you saved me from the attack. Then what am I still doing here? Ashton asked. I didn't save you. I lacked the means for it. I just stopped you from doing something you shouldn't have. To make you realize what you were living through was a made-up scenario that wasn't real. Astaroth corrected him, think of it as a break. The moment you go out of here, you'll end up in the same place you were before. But this time you'll know it's all fake. See? Thanks for saving my sorry ass. Ashton smiled and shook his head. I still can't believe I was about to kill myself after coming this far. I'm gonna teach those bastards a lesson for doing what they did to me. Do you even know who they are? Astaroth cut him off. Chuck Mandai and Oak Yoga. The Sieglina aliens you read about in the report. Those 710 tall bastards with multiple jaws? Astaroth nodded. I don't blame you if you're having a hard time stomaching it. After looking at their figure, even I would have thought they were warriors and not some sort of psychic mages, but it is what it is. So what do I do now? Ashton looked around. Mind giving me a hint? To this, Astaroth gave him his hand, wanting Ashton to grab onto it. Ashton took Astaroth's hand, thinking since he invited him to his domain, he would escort him out as well. Instead, Astaroth grabbed Ashton's hand with both of his arms and began swinging him like an axe. The momentum lifted Ashton's feet off the ground, and after reaching a certain escape velocity, Astaroth let go of him. Have a safe flight and give them hell for me. Hey. I felt like an eternity had passed when Ashton finally woke up. He was back in his room, still soaked in his blood. The nightmare had begun all over again. But this time, Ashton remembered who he was and what was he capable of. No mere mental trick was going to mess him up again. A dagger was in his hands, the same one he had been tormented with, as his reflection kept mumbling the same thing over and over. End your despair. End your suffering. End your pain. End your life. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Ashton barked and sat back up straight. For the first time since this nightmare began, his reflection was a bit taken aback. From the look on his face, it was clear Ashton was not supposed to be able to refuse him. But what Ashton did next shocked the bastard even more. Man, that confused expression on my face really makes me look ugly. Ashton made some weirdly fake puking sounds before stabbing the mirror with the knife. Let's get rid of that ugly face, shall I? The mirror shattered the moment the knife touched it. The fake world around Ashton collapsed with the mirror as his consciousness returned to the real world. He felt a bit of pain and looked down to see something was off. Ashton's chest had been punctured. Blood was gushing out of the wound like a broken faucet. Judging by the mess around him, he had been bleeding for some time now. But the moment he regained consciousness, hemorrhage resistance, pain resistance, and shock resistance, all three of them simultaneously kicked in to protect him. The pain slowly faded away and took his calmness along with it. Richard fell hard on his but the moment Ashton was back. But he wasn't alone. In front of Ashton stood two huge aliens. Both of them were just as confused as a baby who had just taken birth. Breaking out of their spell wasn't something a mid-grade being Ashton should have been able to accomplish. Yet the truth was in front of their eyes. Welcome to the House of Pain, eh? Ashton smiled through the pain. What was your plan? You wanted me to die from cringing? There was no reply. A kind of skill on me which trapped my conscious in an alternate dimension or some shit. It's quite similar to Raphael's skill. But instead of teleporting attacking my physical body, this skill attacks mentally. Ashton thought to himself. Maybe the similarity of the skills was the reason Astaroth was able to help him out when Ashton needed him the most. Had it not been for Astaroth, he would have bitten the dust by now. How did you get out? Chuck finally opened his disgusting jaws to ask, but Ashton grabbed the lower half of his half and cleanly ripped it apart. The black blood of the aliens mixed with his own. Chuck covered his half-open mouth, unable to even yell properly. Watching his comrade in pain, Oak Yoga drew his energy sword. But no sooner he did that than Ashton snapped his hand in half using disassociation. House of Pain, that won't be enough for the likes of you. Let me show you a world of pain instead. Ashton grabbed onto their necks and dragged them along with him to the secluded spot away from the surveillance cameras. But not before giving Richard a warning. Stay where you are while I deal with these bastards. If you try to run, their world of pain would be nothing compared to what it'll do to you. Chapter 387 Lord of Massacre 2. Vampire Skill. Skill absorption activated. Attempting to absorb the skill, cognitive assassination from the prey. Required gene to learn the skill. Any gene from a spacefaring species. Genes of a transcendent species are present in the host's body. Proceeding with absorption. Due to the high efficiency of skill absorption, complete absorption happened, further upgrading the skill to suit the user. As a result, the active skill Cognitive Assassination, Level 4, has been turned into an active skill Psychic Massacre, Level 7. Note: the user can view the skill effects of the new skill on the Stats tab. Thanks to being in space, I can earn a lot of powerful skills and make them even deadlier. Ashton mumbled while wiping the blood from his lips. If only their blood would taste a bit better, it would be easier to swallow. You really need to pay attention to what you say. I'll try to pay more attention. That aside, Psychic Massacre, it's the first time I have heard of this skill. You would probably want to use it. Just to check the effects. Ashton nodded. Even after killing the aliens, he wasn't feeling well. Initially, he thought tormenting the aliens would give him some peace in his scarred mind. However, there was not an ounce of peace in his head even after plastering the 2 aliens on the walls around him. True to his word, Ashton killed Chuck Mandai and Oak Yoga in the most gruesome way possible. Their innards splattered all around the floor and the walls could attest to that. Hell, even he was covered in a blend of their blood, flesh and organs. However, even in his hate-driven state, Ashton recognized the value of the assassins. After all, if they could fool him into almost killing himself, they were more than qualified enough to join his side. He told them so, and to nobody's surprise, both Chuck Mandai and Oak Yoga immediately accepted Ashton's deal, hoping to escape death. Sadly, there was one crucial step Ashton would have to take to ensure their loyalty. It was pretty simple, actually. After all, Sven, Celeste, and Atlas, all of them had to go through the same procedure, the universally famous procedure called death. How long are you going to stand in the shadows for? Ashton barked, and a shadow soldier made from the remnants of both the aliens kneeled in front of them. Ashton did not resurrect both of them as he simply couldn't. The cooldown of the resurrection skill was quite high, and so he decided to do something weird. Instead of resurrecting one of them, Ashton used disassociation to preserve some part of both Chuck Mandai and Oak Yoga, and combined them to resurrect both of them at the same time, but in a single vessel. If his plan worked, he would have gained quite a strong follower. But in the event of failure, 2 perfectly resurrectable corpses would get ruined. It was a gamble, but it ultimately paid off, and Ashton even learned 2 new skills in the process. One of which was the evolved skill that the assassins used on him. The skills that were known as the Psychic Massacre. And the last skill was the other half of the disassociation skill, association. As the name suggested, while the disassociation skill can be used to disassociate or separate things from one another, the association skill can be used to bring back to separate things together. It was thanks to this skill that Ashton was able to create a single shadow soldier from 2 different people. Although the result was worth it, he had to keep a lot of things in his mind while carefully assembling the corpse. Psychic Massacre. This skill allows the user to temporarily throw their target into a pit of despair and control their actions to a certain extent. The skill can be cast as long as the target is within the user's line of sight. Also, once the skill has been cast, the target will suffer from hallucinations and would be completely unaware of their surrounding. Creatures having admirably high resistance to psychic attacks can free themselves from this skill. However, the use of this skill comes at a cost. Grade, Moderate, Level 7. Cooldown 10 minutes. Cost: 40 intelligence points or 1000 mana will be consumed per use. Can be used 10 times a day. Condition to upgrade the skill: use the skill and force a high-level target to kill at least people around them before the skill duration is over. Complete this feat 3 times for the skill to evolve. Having taken care of things there, Ashton turned to his shadow assassin. That was the class of his new summon which suited the creature's appearance. However, Ashton was yet to give the shadow a name to make him completely submit to his will. Raven, it suits you, Ashton mumbled after thinking for a couple of seconds. Thank you, Master. I shall live up to your expectations and be the messenger of your might. Yeah, for now get inside Valhalla. Ashton cut him off. I'm sure your comrades would be pleased to meet you and show you the ropes. Raven bowed and left without a word. No sooner was he gone than Celeste's voice echoed in his head. Since Ashton was connected to his summons, they could contact him anytime without verbally speaking. Master, I have found 5 corpses here, but there's no sign of the lady you sent me to look for. I assume all of the corpses have a missing head? Ashton asked, to which Celeste replied in affirmative. So her bodyguards are dead but not the mercenaries. Weird. Without wasting any more time, Ashton immediately contacted the mermen thinking they would know something. Instead, when they finally received the call, all Ashton could hear were the sounds of someone fighting. What's happening there? He barked into the communicator. What do you think? We are under attack. The fucking terrorists couldn't find Eula and now they are attacking us to take control of the ship. Camnal screamed back, the doors are holding them back for now, but I don't think they will for much longer. We need help right now. Where's Eula? Weimer and the rest of them were on floor B34. I'm not sure whether they are still there or not. Camnal replied while the captain tried his best to make an escape. Hold tight. I'll be there in a moment. Chapter 388, Lord of Massacre 3. Justin, the mage, cried in pain as one of the lions bit his leg. Weimer saw the lion's attack and slashed at it, but the lion managed to retreat in time. No harm was done to it. Damn it. They're too fast. Weimer cursed in frustration. None of my attacks are working. Till now, Weimer had tried his best to defend against the intruders attacking them. However, much of it was in vain. Had his opponents been humanoids, he would have been able to handle them somehow, but against fast beasts, his attacks were as good as male gigolo rioting against feminism on their home planet. Damn it, things are not looking good. Weimer bit his lips. Bang, bang, bang. Eula was continuously shooting at the creatures, but the bullets seemed to have little effect. Her shots were only effective when the creatures were closer to them. The creatures understood it and maintained their distance from her from then on. They stopped targeting her and focused on the others who were more vulnerable. That's how their mage got hurt. All of them tried contacting the rest of the team, however, the communication channel had been blocked by one of the enemies standing far behind the animals. Novel Biethom. Out of the 10 mercenaries and 5 guards they had on board, only 2 of them were with Weimer. Eula's bodyguards were already dead, and the rest of the mercenaries had gone along with Ashton to take a look around the lower levels. Avu was missing and the strategists, well, God knows what they were doing. Out of the other 2 mercenaries, one was a mage and the other was Lihud, the team's healer. The mage was the first one to get attacked and hadn't recovered since. Lihud was trying his best to get the mage back up, but his wounds ran deeper than he thought they did. All this time, Eula was standing behind them as 3 lion-like creatures began encircling them. Had they wanted to, they could have ended the farce by now. After all, only Weimer was trying to hold them off while the rest of them were rendered useless. However, the white-furred creatures seemed to be in the mood to play. Those bastards are quite cunning. Instead of sending people after us, they sent animals because Eula's charms won't work on them. Weimer shook his head. If only these Nemean lions were a bit younger, I would have been able to handle them. But I don't think anyone can handle 3 fully grown bastards on their own. It's no use. Just give up already. A tall dark man barked from far away. Hand the bitch over to us and I'll let you live at least. Weimer did not reply to the provocation and focused on keeping the lions at bay. The first and final line of defense between his enemies and Eula was himself. If something happened to him, the rest of them would soon follow him to the afterlife. They were completely trapped, as they were hemmed in from one side by the white lion, while the other side was blocked off by the remaining 2. One of them was injured thanks to Weimer's and Eula's continuous efforts, but the other 2 were unscathed. The lion started circling them and began slowly moving in. Meanwhile, his uninjured partner flanked them. As for the injured lion, it was lying near the escape exit to prevent the prey from escaping. Weimer saw this as an opening not for him but for the rest. Lihud, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. There's a way Wea can retreat to safety. Weimer sighed and threw away his shield. I'll take care of the injured pussycat. When you see the chance, make a break for it along with the lady. Once you're safe, contact the others. Is that clear? Yes. Lihud clenched his fists as a look of frustration dawned on his face. The question is, will you be able to handle it alone? Huh. I wouldn't be much of a mercenary if I can't put down an injured cat, now would I? Weimar smiled. You should think about how fast can you run from here. N0VL next. Calm. They were moving towards the exit slowly, but then the unharmed lion charged at him. He held tightly to his sword, ready to strike, but to his surprise, the lion suddenly stopped. Weimar got agitated and was about to charge at the lion when he heard a blood-curdling scream. He turned immediately towards the exit. The injured lion used the distraction to attack the mage once again. The mage kept attacking the creature, as it bit into his shoulder. But it was all in vain. He could only scream in agony as he was dragged back and thrown out of the way. The rest of the lions kept biting and slashing their claws on the mage till he stopped moving. The mage was dead. Lihud and Eula were in danger of getting attacked as well, but were able to jump away in time before the beast could attack them. But Lihud wasn't unscathed. The bastard lion dug its claws into his thigh. The wound wasn't deep, so Lihud was able to heal himself easily. He was enraged. He didn't know any offensive spell that would have worked against a Nemean lion, but he was ready to rip them apart with his hands. But before he could, something landed right in front of him. It was Weimar. His armor was shattered into pieces by a single blow of the lion. The lion was standing on top of his head and roared loudly. "Take her and go." Weimar shouted while grabbing onto the lion's jaw. "There's no time." Lihud heard him but couldn't take a single step. He was in a state of shock. The entire squad of elite mercenaries were about to get wiped out like they were nothing? How could it happen to them? In the end, Eula was the one who had to grab him and made a break for the exit. "Just hold on, we'll be back with reinforcements." The lion was about to deal the final blow to Weimar when numerous wolf-like creatures rushed past Eula and started attacking the lions. "Looks like I'm right on time. Damn, you people look like shit." Ashton turned his attention toward Weimar. "I thought you said you could handle any pussy in this galaxy? Why are you struggling against them then? And you're some pussy slayer, right? I have slain more than you at least." At this point, the man in the black suit interjected, "Who are you? Let's see, you want the corny reply, the cheesy reply, the cool reply, or no reply?" Ashton shrugged before grabbing the lion by its tail and throwing it at the man. "I'm not in the mood for chatting with you, so let's go with no reply." Chapter 389 Shadow Assassin. Drexen, the leader of a mediocre but powerful faction with metal sharks, stood still as his prized pets were relentlessly attacked. When he received the reports of Eula's presence on a public tour ship, he praised his lucky stars. It was supposed to be an easy job. All he needed to do was get in, grab the bitch, and get out. Since next to no soldiers were stationed on board such ships, Drexen couldn't think of anything that would cause trouble. But alas, his job got complicated even after obtaining crucial intel from his informer. The four-eyelid alien frowned before turning towards his men. There was an easy way of solving problems. Kill everyone and be done with it. Forget about the rest, he howled while pointing at Ashton. Kill that bastard first. Ashton was strong enough to take on their attacks. However, his team wasn't. Even one bullet could severely injure them or worse, kill them right there. That's why even if Ashton wanted to dodge the attacks, he couldn't. But that did not mean he couldn't get someone else to take the blows from himself. Atlas, greet them in my stead, will you?" Ashton mumbled and turned around with little to no care about the terrorists' attacks. The following moment, a towering creature leapt out of his shadow and charged at the terrorists like a berserking giant. Drexen's lackeys immediately focused fire on Atlas, and even then, they were barely able to hold him back. In the meantime, Ashton checked up on the survivors, especially Eula. After all, he was responsible for her safety but not for the rest of them. "Are you hurt somewhere?" he asked. "No, you came before they could touch me." Eula weakly smiled. "But your teammates? They are fine probably." Ashton mumbled, completely ignoring the corpse of the mage, and handed a mana potion to Lihud. "Charge up and heal this brute. I can't my shield dying on me like this." Lihud was a bit taken aback by Ashton's words but did as he was told. Even though Lihud would patch him up, it would take a while before Weimar would be able to fight on his own. "Atlas, get back and protect the lady." Not done yet. Atlas rarely got the opportunity to fight against strong opponents. That's why he wanted to have a bit more fun. But the moment he looked into Ashton's eyes, he quietly backed down. Ashton called him back because there were a few things Ashton had to confirm. Since Atlas would have managed to get rid of the terrorists with ease, had he made up his mind, Ashton wanted to get some information out of the terrorists before disposing of them. While his lackeys attacked Ashton, Drexen was busy contacting the other team. It was a rule of thumb for any terrorist or pirate operating in space to capture the commanding station of the ship they attack. This way, even if they failed to accomplish their primary goals, they would have established control over the ship. Gaining control over the ship meant they would have control over everyone on board the ship as well. Nixon, how much more time do you want to capture a defenseless captain, you useless fuck? Drexen barked into the radio. Nixon, do you copy? Drexen tried and tried, but all he could hear was static noise. No one was responding through the radio. While focusing on calling for the invading team, Drexen noticed the bastard mercenary smiling and knew it had something to do with the invading team. Damn, these terrorists sure act cocky. I wonder why my kind did not put them in their places. After all, the Zyrans I know could never tolerate pipsqueaks like him. Ashton's silence agreed with Astaroth's remarks. The terrorists weren't there for him, they were there for Eula. Defending someone while fighting wasn't Ashton's strong suit, which could be attributed to his lack of experience in such situations. If he focused on attacking the terrorists, there was the risk of letting a couple of them slip behind him. While he was busy fighting the others, the ones who slipped past could easily attack Eula. At least that would have been the case if Atlas wasn't there to back him up. I believe you comrades, as you call them, are talking some well-deserved rest. Ashton smirked at the same time. My teammates are already here. As soon as he said that, all of the remaining mercenaries rushed inside the hall. Some of them were injured from fighting their way through, but none of them was dead, and that's what mattered the most. Right after resurrecting Raven, Ashton sent out the rest of his summons, with the exception of Atlas, to help on various battlefields. While Celeste headed down into the lower levels to help the mercenaries who were stuck there, Gokung rushed to protect the captain. That was the reason why no one was replying to Drexen's call. All of them had already been disposed of. Now Drexen and his small party were the only ones remaining. You think you won, don't you, kid? Drexen smiled sadly. Considering how you blindly trust your mercenary friends, you still have a lot of growing up to do. Bring the girl over now. To everyone's surprise, Camnall took out his knife and pressed it against Eula's throat. Everything made sense now. Camnall was the reason the terrorists were able to so effortlessly locate Eula every time they tried to hide her. The bastard was providing them with crucial information all this time. I'm sorry, everyone, but they have captured my family. I had no other choice but to follow their orders. Camnall mumbled while slowly walking toward Drexen. My words might have lost their value, but I truly am sorry for this. Before Camnall could finish repenting for his action, something leapt out of his shadow and sliced him in half with a single blow. Raven was standing there as Camnall's corpse fell apart in two halves. I might be immature, but am no fool, Drexen. Ashton chuckled. I'll give you a tip for your next life. Try not to make such obvious plans. A sudden announcement on the open radio channel stopped Ashton's words in their tracks. We are the Orion Security Force. Your ship is about to cross over to a restricted area. Please stop where you are and cooperate with us. If any ship tries to escape, they'll be shot down without any warning. Our officers are on their way to assist you. Chapter 390, Planet Eva. Within moments after the announcement was made, the ship was surrounded by countless others. The terrorists had a panicked expression on their faces and tried to rush back to their ships, only to realize their ships were overrun by Orion Security Force or OSF officers. Since the terrorists were foolish enough to brand themselves with tattoos, there was no way they'd not get recognized by the officers. Ashton and the rest of the mercenaries were also interrogated, where Ashton willingly accepted that he had killed quite a few terrorists. Nouvelle bien. Rather than being pleased by his actions, the officers were quite disgusted, especially after what Richard confessed to them. However, since Ashton was a mercenary affiliated with the biggest mercenary network and was on duty, there was nothing they could do against him. He did what was necessary to ensure his client's safety. All that, coupled with Euless and the captain's statements, the mercenaries got off easily, but Ashton was reprimanded a bit for his barbaric ways. However, all the warnings went in through one ear and out through the other. At the same time, the private ship that had been captured by metal sharks was freed from their control, and unlike what Camnall had said previously, Eula's consorts weren't the ones to sell her out. It was all Camnall's plan to cause as much chaos as he could to ensure Eula got captured. In reality, it had been the other way around, with Camnall tipping the terrorists off about the change in plans. He had betrayed the mercenaries long before anyone could realize. Also, from the terrorist confession, Camnall was the one secretly providing the terrorists with information about Eula's whereabouts. As for why or how OSF got there to help them, it was chalked up to be a coincidence. The captain admitted he wasn't sure the mercenaries would be able to handle them, so he blasted the radio for help. But thanks to Camnall, the communication channels were blocked by the terrorists. Even so, when the OSF fleetmaster noticed a silent cruiser making its way into their territory, he immediately took action, thinking it was a terrorist group or someone illegal trying to get into the restricted zones. His suspicion wasn't correct, but he ended up saving hundreds of lives in the process. As for Ashton, he wasn't interested in the logistics of how or why OSF saved them. The only things he cared about were his client's safety and cashing in the bounties of all the terrorists he had killed. But he was a bit sour that he did not get to kill the rest of the terrorists, especially Drexen, who would have had a high bounty on his head. That's why the moment their ship landed on a nearby planet, Ashton immediately went to the local bounty collection office to get his money. These branches were spread throughout the galaxy, which helped mercenaries and warriors of any kind to get money as soon as they got their hands on a bounty. The process of claiming a bounty was fairly easy. All one had to do was to present the person or the corpse of the person having a bounty over their heads, or in most cases, a recognizable body part. Ashton did that, and after waiting for a couple of hours for verification, he ended up with quite a sum on himself. 21,280 yenos have been credited to your account. Total balance: 24,280 yenos. And 0 VL next. Ashton was pleased when he checked his account statement. With this money, he could even buy a small one-man cruiser for himself or rent a bigger one. But traveling around in space wasn't on his bucket list. Wise decision to save money. I'm proud of you. Don't be. For all you know, I might end up spending it all in one go. It's a good thing I don't need you to feed me then. It took some time, but Ashton managed to find his way back to Eula's mansion. It was quite massive, which made Ashton frown a bit. It wasn't because he found it to be wasteful to needlessly have such a mansion, but because he knew it would be a pain to monitor the entire mansion to keep an eye out for potential assailants. It's gonna be such a pain. He sighed. I think I should ask for a bonus from Maston. There's no way in hell this job was meant for the 10-man company. You mean a 7-personnel team? Ashton nodded. He had genuinely forgotten about Avos and Camnall's betrayal and about that mage's death. But now that he was reminded of them, he realized the rest of the team had been behaving distant from him ever since Raven chopped Camnall in half. Maybe because they no longer trust him. After all, he chopped up one of them without a shred of hesitation the moment he betrayed them. The rest of them would have done something similar as well, but they would have at least given Camnall a chance to come clean. Sadly, one thing Ashton hated more than the Zyrans was backstabbers. In hindsight, he was happy that Camnall betrayed them when he did. After all, Ashton got the opportunity to show everyone what would happen should they decide to betray him. On the other hand, Camnall's betrayal also dealt quite a blow to the team's integrity. Also, Ashton was pretty sure Maston would be getting grilled after not one but two of his selected people decided to betray the association. Well, I do feel bad for him, but he should have been a bit more careful. Especially after what happened the last time. Ashton showed his mercenary card to the officers standing at the mansion gate and was allowed to enter. The mansion wasn't the only thing big. The planet known as Eva to the locals was itself quite big. Roughly it was thrice the size of Earth, but everything else about it was the same as Ashton's homeworld. The locals also resembled Earthlings. Only they had 4 eyes instead of 2 along with a tail. In terms of technology, they were much more advanced than Earth, but that had a downside as well. There was little to no natural vegetation left on the planet. But the Evans were focused on making their world a better place. At least the continent Ashton was on seemed to be doing better. This place is not half bad. Ashton muttered sadly. It's time to get back to work. Chapter 391. One day, I'll come up with a title 1. Eula's 2-week stay in her home began the same day. None of the mercenaries had any opportunity to relax due to their reduced numbers. But also since they had to remove the stain of betrayal that became the source of their anguish. It wasn't strange that people's trust in the mercenaries had gone much below than anyone had thought. Camnel's and Avo's betrayal completely overshadowed Ashton's achievements. So much so, that the local security and residents did not hesitate for a moment before getting hostile towards them. The hate Eula's consorts had towards Ashton only added fuel to the fire. The locals had known the consorts for some time, thus their words were widely believed and soon became facts in the eyes of those who loved Eula. The scaredy consorts even managed to make everyone believe that had they been alongside Eula, she would not have to suffer through the mental scarring of being completely overwhelmed by the terrorists. When in reality they were glad they weren't on the ship with Eula, or they might have ended up like her headless bodyguards. And 0VL next. Weimer, Lyhud and the rest of them were completely ostracized and were only contacted when they were needed. The rest of the time they were left unattended. None of the mercenaries were even offered breakfast, and instead when they went to ask for some, they were told there was nothing left and they should have asked for it earlier. At the same time, some untouched food was given to the stray animals right in front of them. This behavior made them angry, however. Lyhud calmed everyone down and went to buy something from the outside. Weimer could have fought as well, but he did not. The moment he got to know what Camnel and Avo had done, he was ready to take some shit. One could say, the mercenaries were repenting for the sin of the others. Ashton, on the other hand, could not bother about the way everyone behaved around him. For a being like him, food and sleep weren't as important as the rest of them. After all, he could go months without either and be hardly affected by it. Would you believe me if I said it's the first time I have seen the sea? He mumbled. Are you for real? Ashton smiled. Although he had been around large water bodies before, he had never gotten the opportunity to witness the sea in all its glory. He had been a bit too busy living his life like a captive and then fighting with every Tom, Dick and Harry who came in his way. As an added security measure, Eula's mansion was constructed on a far-off island. Although ships could be seen at some distance, none of them was allowed to get within a 10-kilometer radius of the island. If they did, they would be immediately shot down without any questions. The island was connected to the mainland with the help of a drawbridge which was controlled by the mansion itself. Hundreds of guards were stationed all over the island, making it impossible for anyone to even lift a finger and go unnoticed. With all that in mind, it should have been impossible for anyone to sneak behind them. But in the last hour, Ashton had managed to sneak in and out of the island a handful of times with different entry and exit points. If someone like him could do it and go unnoticed, it was obvious the guards were incompetent. Every time he sneaked in and out, Ashton made sure to make a mental note of the place. In some cases, he even made sure to obstruct the path permanently. Right now, he was taking a break after getting rid of one such path. Rather than doing all this work yourself, don't you think you should alert the security? What's the point? Even you have noticed how they are acting around us, haven't you? Ashton scoffed. If I even report these things to them, they'll not listen to me. Be honest with me, you want to rub it in their faces, don't you? Maybe. Why am I not surprised? Ashton smiled and went back inside the mansion, only to be stopped at the front gate. P, are you planning to stop me every time I want to enter the mansion? Ashton sighed and brought up his mercenary card. If you have so much trouble, then why don't you walk away and leave the protection to us? The guard scoffed. It's not like you lot can do shit either way. Ashton kept his calm. He had met a few too many people like the Minotaur in front of him, acting arrogant and prideful when things are calm, and then running away as soon as things turn to shit. Ashton was cool till those fuckers were bashing the team in its entirety. But this guard took it a bit too personal, so Ashton did what was the most suitable thing and lashed back at the cow, in a polite way. I was wondering about the same thing. Ashton mumbled with a sincere expression on his face. Lady Eula has so many competent people to protect her. Then why did she ask for mercenaries to escort her instead of asking a mighty doorman like you to do so? The Minotaur's face flared up as soon as Ashton talked back. After bashing the rest of the team, it seemed the locals had gotten a bit too loose with their tongues. The rest of them might take the heat, but Ashton was no one's verbal punch bag, except Astaroth's. I'll tell you what, the next time I see her, I'll ask her to promote you so you could at least stand inside the gate and bark at people like a good pet," Ashton said and walked inside, leaving a very angry Minotaur behind. However, he did not make it far enough before he was greeted by one of Eula's consorts. It seemed he had overheard the conversation between the guard and Ashton and wasn't pleased with him. Not that Ashton gave a shit about someone as useless as him. Talking to him gives me brain damage, Ashton thought. Let's just ignore him and leave. Sadly, it seemed the consort had other things in his mind as 3 guards promptly stepped in to block Ashton from leaving. "What is it?" Ashton annoyingly asked the consort. "I overheard what you said to him, and I would like you to apologize to him for your harsh words." The consort blatantly ordered Ashton. To say it did not go well with Ashton would be an understatement. Especially when a moment later, the consort found himself on the floor grabbing his bleeding cheek. "Let me make one thing clear for you worms. I am not your servant, nor do I work for you. I'm not like the rest of the guys who will take shit from morons like you." Ashton brought his face awkwardly close to the consort's. "I'm a mercenary who is contracted to protect Lady Eula. That's the only thing I care about. So if you care about yourself, then throw away any notion you might have in your mind about me working for you. This is the last time I'll warn you to be careful with your words around me." Chapter 392. One day, I'll come up with a title too. While going through the mansion, Ashton decided to check the defense mechanisms that had been installed in place by the locals. The first thing that caught his attention was several watchtowers that stood erected in the courtyard. Each tower had at least 2 snipers on the lookout for potential trouble. On top of that, the walls around the mansion had been reinforced using technology as well as magic. No one should be able to make it past the walls without making an absurd amount of noise. Even if they managed to do so, hundreds of remotely activated traps were also spread across the courtyard along with various types of sensors, including heat and motion sensors. All this security should be able to hold off a small group of assassins. Sadly, Ashton knew most of these measures would prove useless against a full frontal assault. The snipers, the reinforced walls, and the traps might manage to slow them down. But judging from the ones he had to fight till now, these measures wouldn't hold for long against them. Especially with all the escape paths he had found earlier, stopping an army would be damn near impossible. Even after hearing what happened, the efforts are a bit too lax around here. Ashton knew one thing for sure: if he ever found himself in the need of security, he would never ask anyone from Eva for help. Having these idiots around would do more harm than good. While he was busy looking around and nitpicking at everything, he heard a voice. "Oyu, can you tell me where the armory is? I gotta store these weapons there before getting back to work." A hoarse voice echoed in the courtyard. Ashton turned around and looked all over the place but couldn't see anyone. For a moment he wondered whether he was going mad or something. It was only when he received a kick on his leg he realized the owner of the voice was standing in front all this time. The man wasn't invisible or anything, he was just a tad bit short. So short that Ashton couldn't even register his presence until the person hit him. With a bulky figure and hammer attached to his waist, a dwarf was staring at him through his bushy eyebrows. The dwarf had very long, wavy, dyed red hair which happened to be shaved on the left side and mysterious blue eyes. His dirty clothes and soot-filled skin gave off the hint that the creature had been hard at work until recently. How can I help you?" "Getting out of the way would be a good start." The dwarf growled. "They are as feisty as I have heard. Short height but a big mouth that makes up for it," Ashton thought while stepping aside. "Now you know why quite a few species hate them. Now tell me, where is the armory?" The dwarf barked yet again. When Ashton first arrived at the mansion, he did the same thing that he did with Eula's entourage back at Colonel Tower. He asked for a list of everyone working in the mansion, and obviously the dwarf was mentioned there. Apparently, the dwarf who was known as Thori Smeltmaster had served the family for more than 1.5 centuries. The forge was his home and everything. Thori never frequented the outside world. According to what Ashton had been told, Thori would only come out of his forge once in 3 decades with a shit ton of weapons, armors, and other equipment. Also, most of the relics possessed by the family had been created by him. Ashton wasn't really sure about the so-called relic the old man had made. If they were of any use, should Eula be carrying at least one of such items with her to help her survive against the terrorists? Either way, There was something about the dwarf that Ashton couldn't stomach. Since you have worked here for most of your life, shouldn't you know where the armory is? It was strange. As someone working under Eula's family, the dwarf should have known everything about the place. Therefore, the dwarf should not have asked such a thing from a stranger like Ashton. That being said, someone like the dwarf would have been the perfect target for the phantom to turn into. After all, Thori had the most influence over the family since he had pretty much seen them all grow and become the people they were now. Without wasting any time, Ashton used detection at the old dwarf. What he saw made him rub his eyes over and over, and he wasn't the only one surprised by it either. S rank, how come I have never heard about the name Thori Smeltmaster before? That isn't his name, look carefully. Next to the dwarf's name there was a caution symbol. It had been a while since Ashton last saw this symbol, as it denoted that the user did not have high enough authority to view that detail of the person or thing. The dwarf had his identity hidden, which made Ashton even more suspicious about him. Neither he nor Astaroth had any idea how detection would react after seeing the phantom. But this discrepancy was enough for Ashton to strike. The S rank was bothering him as well, but he couldn't let that hesitation get in his way. If the dwarf was indeed the phantom, then this was the golden opportunity Ashton had been waiting for. Without any delay, Ashton drew Bomband and prepared to strike. But at the same moment, something strange happened. The hammer Thori possessed became bigger and bigger, until it was as big as Ashton himself. Despite the hammer's size, Thori wielded it as if it was as heavy as a bird's feather. Thori swung the hammer, but Ashton dodged the strike. However, he still ended up being blown away by the winds generated by the hammer. He wasn't the only one who got thrown away either. Most of the watchtowers were knocked down along with him. Damn it! Ashton cursed and tried to get back to his feet. Sadly, Thori was already standing on top of him. Ashton swung Bomband at the dwarf, but Thori stopped the attack by simply placing his foot on his arm. No matter how much strength Ashton used, he could not free his arm. That blade, where did you find it? Thori calmly asked while examining Bomband. It's similar to the ones wielded by the Zyrans, and yet, it's different. It's not a Mournblade, but something else. How do you know about Mournblades? Ashton was shocked, and so was Astaroth. Human child, a dwarf never forgets his creations. Now tell me, what is your blade? Chapter 393. One day, I'll come up with a title 3. The commotion outside attracted the attention of everyone inside and outside the mansion. Within moments, about 100 people had assembled in the destroyed courtyard. All of them were carrying weapons, assuming the worst, but when the dust settled down, all of them lowered their weapons except the mercenaries. They saw Ashton flat on his back and couldn't believe what they were seeing. After all, no one had been able to take him down till now, at least not that they know of. In their eyes, Ashton was being attacked by the dwarf, but none of them rushed to help Ashton. Firstly, because they were wondering if interfering would even do anything good or not. And secondly, because they worried about upsetting their client anymore. What is going on here? A loud feminine voice echoed through the courtyard. Natalie, Eula's mother, was the first to voice everyone's thoughts. Her voice was filled with authority and arrogance. However, as soon as she saw Thori, she immediately knelt down, followed by her family and servants. Her red hair flailed behind her as she bowed before Thori. Just like Eula, Natalie was a beauty queen in her own right. It was hard to believe she was roughly a century old, when she looked like someone who had just crossed her 30s. Elder Thori, my apologies for not noticing you before, Natalie mumbled, her eyes staring at Thor's feet. Please tell me who is responsible for your anger and I'll deal with them myself. Relax, kiddo, this human had quite a unique weapon. So I asked him to have a short friendly spar with me. Nothing more. Thori smiled, also get up. It doesn't suit the matriarch of the family to kneel before a lowly servant like myself. As for you. Thori stepped off of Ashton's hand before offering him a hand to get up. Ashton barely touched the hand and was immediately pulled back to his feet. Thori had to have an enormous amount of strength to pull Ashton like a twig. It was a shame Ashton couldn't view Thor's stats either. Please, Elder, do not refer to yourself as a servant. Natalie mumbled, her eyes still on the ground. My family is protected, thanks to your blessings and creations. If anything, we should be the ones to serve you. Thori shook his head, accepting his defeat. Even though he had served the family for years, None of the matriarchs ever treated him like a servant. He was always treated with an unnecessary amount of respect, something he didn't like at all. The respect he was shown was more than someone like him deserved. Is something wrong? I can see an awful amount of useless people carrying weapons around. Thor's comment made the guards grind their teeth. His words were harsh, but Ashton knew every single one of it was the truth. Their numbers might be sufficient to stop low-grade invaders, but in the eyes of an A or B-grade being, they were nothing more than insects. Therefore, in the eyes of someone like Thori, they were more like unicellular organisms. My daughter was threatened by some terrorists, Elder. Natalie sounded as if she was ashamed to admit it. To ensure her protection, we had to. Someone threatened the family? That's the first time I have heard of something this absurd. Thori scoffed. Instead of finding those bastards and killing them, you decided it was best to hide like rodents? Thori looked around and kept shaking his head. The disappointment on his face was as clear as the sky above. Unlike the last time he had been out of the forge, a lot of things had changed. The family he had been serving could not stand the test of time and had gotten considerably weaker. Had it not been for the relics he bestowed upon them, the family would have lost its influence a long time ago. But even now, they were only hanging on to it by a thread. No one explained this to Thori. He was intelligent enough to deduce it by himself. These defenses wouldn't hold off a threat. Thori mumbled while playing with his hammer. It's a good thing I came out of the forge when I did, or else the family would end up getting wiped out. Once he finished looking around, Thori ordered everyone, gather all the materials you can and put them outside the forge. I'll show you lousy asses how to construct instruments of maximum defense. All of the servants and guards bowed and rushed to do as they were told. In the meantime, Ashton realized that Thori couldn't possibly be the Phantom. There had to be another reason for his name to be hidden. It was a harsh and hasty move to ask the man directly about it, since the name was obviously hidden for a reason. But neither Ashton had the time or the patience to beat around the bush. In order to quell his suspicion, he had to take care of the elephant in the room as soon as possible. However, before Ashton could say anything, Thori gestured for him to keep silent and follow him. A moment later, they were headed towards the forge. Natalie's and Eula's mouths were left hanging as they saw a stranger enter the forge. Even the family members were not allowed to step a foot inside the thing because Thori did not like it. That was also the reason why Thori told them to put the materials outside the forge and not inside. Something was off. Eula, you said there was something special about the man, didn't you? Natalie quietly asked her daughter. Yes, mother, he had her scent all over him. She has likely accepted him as her mate. Eula coldly responded. I see, if your senses are correct, then he is an important asset for us. Natalie smiled. His connection with her might be the thing we have been waiting for. As soon as you are off the planet, get close to the man and locate the clan deity. You must not fail this task no matter what. As you wish, mother. Chapter 394. One day, I'll come up with a title for. The forge was much bigger on the inside than on the outside. Hundreds of broken and half-finished instruments, weapons and materials were scattered all over the blackened floor. The moment Ashton stepped a foot inside, he thought the room got struck by lightning and a cyclone at the same time. What surprised him even more was the quality of the products forged. Although most of them were far from finished, nothing was marked lower than the epic grade when Ashton checked them. And just who is this man? Once Thori and Ashton were inside the forge, the dwarf did not ask him anything. Instead, he began hammering a metal sheet. Ashton waited and waited, but Thori didn't speak a word. Astaroth was just as confused as Ashton. You are an interesting fella, human. Thori emotionlessly mumbled. Not only do you possess a legendary sword, but you also managed to pass the test. A test? Ashton was confused. However, instead of answering him, Thori asked him another question. Do you know why I never allow anyone inside the forge? I think I have an idea. People think I don't want to share my smithy skills with anyone. That's why I don't allow them to enter the forge. It's quite hilarious, honestly. Thori kept going on without lifting his head from the metal sheet he was hammering. The true reason is, I do it to protect those delicate flower-like beings. The heat let out by the forge is sufficient to kill any mortal being who isn't a dwarf or has near immunity to fire and heat. Even the great Zyrans are no exception to this. Well, only some were like the one called Seraph. At that moment, both Ashton and Esteorth realized why Thori said Ashton passed the test. He was testing Ashton to see if he was an ordinary being or not. A normal being of space couldn't possibly survive the heat of the forge. This old bastard knows a lot more about the Zyrans than I thought. You sound pissed. How can I not be when I don't even remember this hammering fool? Yet he knows everything about my people. Suddenly, Thori stopped hammering and threw the product at Ashton. It all happened so fast that Ashton barely managed to catch the gauntlet in time. Go ahead, pick it up. Thori pointed at the armor. Consider it my apology for attacking you earlier. It should also serve as the proof of my identity. Ashton was a bit taken aback but looked at the metal gauntlet. Much to his surprise, the gauntlet didn't feel like it was made of metal at all. It was soft and silky. But that wasn't all. The moment Ashton used detection on the gauntlet, he was dumbstruck. Item: Dwarven Might. Type: Gauntlet. Ignore 1000 HP worth of damage once every 2 hours. Increases HP by 1500 points. Novel Biathom. Stats bonus. Armor. Plus 100 while equipped for use. Mana consumption reduced by 50% for all skills. Strength. Plus 50 while equipped for use. Rarity. Epic grade item. Description. An epic piece of equipment made by a blacksmith whose name has been long forgotten by society. Although this gauntlet is a rushed product, it's still one of the most valuable pieces of equipment that can serve as both a sword and a shield as and when required. Effects. The effect of all resistances is increased by 5 levels when the gauntlet is in use. The Last Stand. Instantly heals 50% of lost HP over a duration of 5 seconds when the user is on the verge of death. The user cannot use any skills during these 5 seconds. This ability can only be triggered 5 times. Dwarven Blessing. While equipping the gauntlet, the user can use the following abilities. Enhancement. The user can randomly enhance a weapon possessed by them. The efficiency of this skill is based on the user's intelligence stat. Refinement. The user can refine a completely upgraded weapon to further increase its quality. Armament. The ability to make weapons out of thin air, although the user needs to have the required materials within their inventory. Close your mouth or you'll end up inhaling the soot. Thori smirked while crossing his arms in front of his hardened chest. If you like the gauntlet, I'll have it imbued with concealing magic. After all, the Seraph's crystal isn't something a mere piece of cloth can hide. How did you? I'm a forge master. Someone who has spent his entire life around fire and flames. I can recognize both rare materials and heat sources from a distance. That crystal of yours is no exception to that. See? Ashton mumbled while staring at the crystal embedded in his arm. The gauntlet is good. Thank you. But do you mind me asking something else? It's not like you're gonna stop either way, so bark. Thori mumbled and turned away to continue his work. How do you know so much about the Zyrans? Thori carefully put his hammer down on the anvil but did not turn to face Ashton. It was painfully obvious that Thori did not want to talk about it, or more like, he was being forcefully stopped from doing so. Something is a bit off about this dwarf. Not only he is hiding his name, but he is also hiding his connection with the Zyrans. Try to get as much information out of him as you can. It's absolutely necessary to figure out whether he is a foe or an ally. That's easier said than done. Thor's reaction was enough for Ashton to keep digging deeper into the matter. But before he could say another word, Thori grabbed him by the neck and pulled him down to his eye level. Zyran sword and Seraph's crystal. Since you possess both, it's obvious you're being guided by someone. Probably a Zyran. Fine, sit wherever you like because it's going to be a long tale. A tale for which one day I'll come up with a title. But for now, you'll have to make do with a titleless story. Chapter 395: The Dwarven Tale of a Battle. Dwarves were one of the many creatures created by the precursors. They were probably amongst the first few races that had the opportunity to work closely with their creator. All of their knowledge of creation was given to them by the precursors as a present for being loyal to them. Astaroth was already aware of this much. But what Thori revealed next made the Zyran doubt the history of his race as he knew it. Ever since he was a kid, he was told that some selective Zyrans were born with Mournblades. But what Thori stated was much different than the tale he had heard and accepted as truth. While it was true that the Mournblades chose their owner, No Zyron was born with a Mournblade. They bonded with one later on, and the dwarves created these Mournblades under the instruction and guidance of the precursors. The Mournblades were supposed to be a present for the entire race of Zyrons, just like the dwarves were given the knowledge of creation as a present. At the same time, it also symbolized that the Zyrons were chosen as successors by the precursors. However, once the precursors saw how quickly the newfound powers had corrupted the entire race, they were deemed unworthy of such a high position. Therefore, the precursors decided to make a new race to succeed them, the race that would be known as humans. By this time, the Zyrons had no idea. They were once considered to be the prime candidates to become the protector of the galaxy. Had they known about it, they would have certainly behaved themselves. But not explicitly informing them about it, the precursors were testing how the Zyrons would react if they were given unimaginable powers. To say the Zyrons spectacularly failed the test would be an understatement. This was the reason why the humans were not given any extraordinary powers from the beginning. Thori continued, the precursors did not want to repeat the same mistakes again. That's why they decided to educate the humans first and then give them the powers they would need to rule over the galaxy. While Thori explained all that, Ashton kept listening to him without interrupting him even once. This newfound knowledge was increasing his intelligence stat like never before. But more importantly, he was being given information that we would not be able to access another way. That being said, the more Thori talked about the past, the more Ashton realized why the humans were so powerless. The precursors had already created a lot of demons or failed successors, and they did not want to mess it up again by giving humans reality-altering powers as soon as they were created. So they withheld the powers from the humans until they were sure that the humans won't stray like countless species before them. We, the dwarves, were supposed to aid the humans using our knowledge to maintain the galaxy, once the precursors were gone. Thori continued with sadness on his face. However, that sadness soon turned into anger. Sadly, before any of that could happen, the Zyrons and their allies attacked Eden, the planet the precursors lived on. Those bastards destroyed everything. Humans and precursors weren't the only ones they killed that day. Countless dwarves lost their lives to them as well. The blades we created to be used for the good were what slaughtered my people. Everything was taken away from us. Thori had kept a stone face throughout narrating the tale, but he couldn't hold his tears back anymore. He looked at Ashton with a tear-drenched face and tried to say something, but his throat felt too heavy to say anything more. Novel bien. Ashton got up and gently patted the dwarf's shoulder. He might not have suffered through such a cruel fate, but he could understand a little bit of Thori's pain. After somewhat calming down and composing himself, Thori continued the tale. The dwarves wanted to fight back, but the precursors locked away our means to do so. Just because they did not want to fight back, they locked away our means to do so as well. That left us with no other choice but to flee and live a secluded life. That's why an S-grade being like yourself is on this planet, Ashton mumbled. Thori nodded. As much as I would love to say I have forgotten about the war over the years, the moment I saw your blade, I could not hold myself back and attacked you. As for my real name, it's Vulcan. Had to hide it because of the living in seclusion part of my tale. So what's your tale? Rather than telling Vulcan about the tale, Ashton decided it was better to show him the truth. Using Astaroth's authority, Ashton summoned both Raphael and Bamond at the same time. To say Vulcan was shocked would be an understatement. Even though Vulcan's true age surpassed a measly number of 1,000, he had never met someone who possessed not one, but 2 Mournblades. Since these blades were linked to one soul and everyone only had one soul within them, it was impossible for someone to possess 2 Mournblades. Even the precursors were not an exception to this rule. Yet, Vulcan's eyes were not cheating him. He was sure he wasn't hallucinating or something. But at the same time, trusting his eyes was turning out to be quite difficult for him. The blade I use, Ashton mumbled while swinging Bamond, is called a soul blade and is linked to my soul in a way. How is this even possible? Vulcan cut him off. Even if it's not the same blade, you should not be able to possess 2 blades of similar properties. The dwarves made sure of it that one user can only have 1 blade. What if I told you there are 2 souls within my body? Ashton softly mumbled, the one talking to you now is a human and now it's a Zyron. Astaroth completed the sentence. Chapter 396 Mentor 1. A Zyron and a human in the same body. Vulcan absent-mindedly mumbled, I have seen a lot of strange things in my life, but this is by far the most absurd thing I have ever heard. Those were the first words that came out of the dwarf's mouth. Astaroth had just finished recounting his own tale, while in control of Ashton's body. However, narrating the tale wasn't easy. Nouvelle Bietham. The moment Astaroth revealed he was a Zyran, Vulcan almost lost it. The slightest swing of his hammer should have been enough to end both Ashton's and Astaroth's life right then and there. Thankfully, Vulcan wasn't a complete hothead like the rest of the dwarves and composed himself enough to evade any unfortunate tragedy. At first, Vulcan was a bit apprehensive. But the more Astaroth talked, the quicker Vulcan realized that the person he was talking to was indeed a Zyran. There were a few things that no one except a Zyran and a dwarf would know about, and Astaroth made sure to use those truths to his advantage. Things like the Great Orgy were one of the most important truths that he revealed. By the time Astaroth finished narrating his monologue, Vulcan could see him in a somewhat favorable light. For some twisted reason, the story of Zyrans betraying each other made the dwarf smile. Although it was a bit weird, Ashton completely understood Vulcan's sentiments. Back when he had lost everything to the werewolves, if someone would have told him the mistress got killed by one of her people, even he would have been happy. Hell, he would be jumping around like a rabbit. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy even now, Ashton thought as Astaroth handed him control over his body. It's weird thinking about it now. Especially because now I can squash someone like her with just a finger. It can't be just fate that we met here, Ashton. I wasn't so sure about it before, but after meeting you, I think those old farts were correct. Vulcan gently stroked his beard. Are you a believer? I'm not interested in joining a cult if that's what you're getting at, Ashton replied. Vulcan shook his head as if he was annoyed. Respect your elder and let me fucking complete my statement. Have heard about a thing called prophecies? Vulcan continued. It was very popular back when the precursors were in control of everything. They had quite a few unique abilities, one of which was the ability to peek into the future. Wait, so they knew what was going to happen to them? Ashton questioned, like if they could see into the future, they should have known about the Zyrans attacking them. One can only wonder. Those geezers were way too mysterious for someone like ourselves to ponder what was going inside their heads. Vulcan shrugged before continuing. What I do know is they once told us about a human who would need the help of every creature they ever created to fend off some evil. Something even they were scared of. We never got to know what it was, and why would a human need to fight against them? Throughout these years I always thought that maybe they were wrong. But after meeting you, I'm not so sure anymore. Whoa. Hold your horses, old man. Ashton backed up while shouting, you have the wrong guy. I have no interest in becoming the galaxy's savior or some shit. Vulcan smiled but did not argue. Unlike Ashton, he already knew there was no one who could throw away a prophecy once it was made. The little human might think the prophecy would simply disappear because he wanted it to, but fate wasn't something that could be controlled by mortal beings like themselves. You can do whatever you like. Vulcan mumbled, but for now let's focus on the things here, shall we? Since I'm in a good mood and you want to take down the Zyrans just as much as I do, it'll help you. What do you mean? The gauntlet you gave me is already more than enough. You think you can unleash the gauntlet's true potential? Vulcan scoffed, you can't do shit with it because you don't know how to use those skills. The skills of a true creationist. Vulcan's words made Ashton ponder about some things. It was true he could not use the skills to their maximum potential. Why? Because he simply had no idea how to make weapons appear out of thin air. Guidance was what he needed the most to even use those skills. Thank you for the help. Ashton agreed to Vulcan's proposal. Looks like you have a few brain cells in your head. Vulcan smirked, your training will start tomorrow. For now, leave me alone. I have to repair the damage our little farce caused. Nouvelle Bietham. Ashton nodded and left the forge. While he was glad he got to meet someone like Vulcan on this job, protecting Eula was still his primary objective. But what he didn't know was a parade of people was waiting for him outside the forge. People who had given up more than half of their lifetimes trying to catch a glimpse of the forge were jealous of him, while some of them were simply curious and wanted to know what Ashton saw inside. Much to their disappointment, Ashton wasn't interested in talking anymore. His antisocial ass was drained of energy after chatting with Vulcan for more than 3 hours straight. What a bunch of hypocrites, Ashton thought as he walked away from the crowd. Associating with the mercenaries was the last thing on their mind. But look at them now, bloody assholes queuing up for a chat. You can't blame them though. If someone who did not bother interacting with most of the household suddenly got friendly with a stranger, I would have been curious as well. Whatever. I just need to get away before they get too excited. Chapter 397 Mentor 2. It was nearly midnight. Planet Eva's 3 natural satellites were providing more than sufficient light to the ground. The sky was so clear that Ashton could almost count the number of craters all across the 3 moons. But rather than focusing on the sky above, Ashton was busy staring at the ocean as he sat on the edge of the terrace. The royal blue ocean waves lapped lazily at the shore. For a moment, the scenic beauty of the place stole his attention. It was a perfect place to spend some time with Anna. What even am I thinking right now? Ashton shook his head. I should concentrate on the job. Yeah, just like those guards are. Fuckers have been snoring like that for hours already. Ashton glanced around the courtyard and saw a few guards sleeping while standing. If someone saw them, they would think the guards had worked hard the entire day. That's why they were a bit tired. The sound of their loud snoring pierced the silent night like a bullet through unprotected flesh. Judging from their calm demeanor, no one would have been able to guess they were under attack. That being said, Ashton thought the guards were as vigilant as they have been during the day. After all, they were useless during the day, so he couldn't expect anything else from them during the night. Apart from their snoring, everything was quiet. However, just like everything, the peace and the quiet of the night came to an end. They are here. Ashton mumbled, and the next moment a loud roaring of multiple engines was heard. The sleepy guards hastily woke up and rushed towards their posts. The mercenaries did the same. But the cars coming from the front were just the beginning of their problems. While the guards rushed towards the gate, Ashton realized that a few enemies were approaching them from the ocean as well. The island had been surrounded, and so was everyone on it. The next moment, the guards opened fire at the incoming vehicles. However, the bullets simply bounced off of the armored vehicles. The guards were slowly beginning to panic. But the mercenaries did not move a single step. Since the mercenaries were not allowed to operate turrets spread across the mansion, there simply wasn't much for them to do. They couldn't just rush in front of armored vehicles either. I should have taken a gun or something, Ashton mumbled before jumping down from the building. Looks like I have to get my hands dirty. If only removing bloodstains wasn't such a pain in the butt. While the guards were unable to do anything to the assailants, it was the same for the assailants. Although they were equipped with heavy weaponry, their attempts to break through the walls were unsuccessful. And 0VL next. Calm. Both parties would have been in a stalemate situation if it hadn't been for the boats charging at them from behind. Their plan was a simple one. They were going to distract the guards with the cars. In the meantime, the main infiltration force would arrive through the ocean. Since the guards would already be preoccupied with the frontal assault, the main infiltration force would launch a surprise attack on them from behind and trample everyone in their way. Once the guards were taken care of, they'll capture the Eula bitch, hand her over to the metal sharks, and be done with the job. In hindsight, the plan wasn't a bad one, but a terrible one. Why? Because it was obvious what they were trying to accomplish. Come on, let's get going. One of the assailants softly mumbled as soon as their boats hit the beach sand. The guys in front won't be able to hold them off indefinitely. The attackers began assembling their weapons and explosives. Even though a couple of them were on the lookout for potential trouble, they had failed to notice the man who had entered their numbers. While they were doing this, their leader, a metahuman known as Dobrik, left them behind to take a look ahead and make sure everything would go according to the plan. Get the explosives ready. Those bastards have improved their defenses, Dobrik commented, but he received no reply. Are you lazy bastards? Have you all gone deaf? What the hell happened here? Dobrik turned back to see he was the only one standing on the beach. The rest of the crew was gone, and their equipment was scattered all over the place. Assuming the worst, he retraced his steps back to the boats, when he noticed countless bloody patches on the white sand of the beach. There was even a trail of blood that led up to one of the boats they had used to get there. The man instantly knew what was happening and immediately ran away. At that moment, he didn't care where he was going. All he knew was that he needed to get away from there, and inform the rest to abort the mission as well. After running for what seemed like an eternity, Dobrik stopped. He looked around while panting to make sure no one was following him. Upon making sure he was alone and safe, He began fiddling through the pouches tied around his waist. But before he could find what he was looking for, he heard a voice. "What are you doing here? You should have stayed there. I was about to head down to meet you." "Well, you only made my job a bit easier, so thanks." Dobrik did not notice the person sitting right in front of him. Not until the man spoke first. The person's face was covered in a black mask. However, under the collective moonlight, Dobrik could see the person's bloodied hands as he tried to wipe them off. The man's weapon, a bloodied broadsword, was next to him, alongside a pile of severed heads. "Bloodstains. I absolutely hate them." Ashton shrugged as if it was no big deal. Cleaning it is always tiring, especially when it gets on the clothes. "By the way, do you know a dry cleaner who can get rid of the stains?" Chapter 398 Mentor 3. Meanwhile, the assailants in front were getting anxious. It didn't take one to be a genius to figure out something was wrong. Had everything gone smoothly, they should have received the signal to hold off their attack. And 0VL next. Calm. Not only they did not receive any signal, but they also weren't able to get in contact with the infiltration team either. This became the source of their worry. "Sir, the sun will be up in about 47 minutes. We have to retreat before it." "No need to tell me what I already know." The leader of the operation, Eleanor, snapped. "Tell me what happened to the Alpha team? We're still trying to contact." Bang. Before the terrorist even managed to get a word in, a hole was made in his skull. Eleanor was just that kind of a woman. She hated failures, and more than that, she hated those who become the reason for her failure. Although she wasn't part of the upper hierarchy of the Metal Sharks, she was still influential enough to make her own decisions without facing any backlash from the bosses. One of the reasons why she wasn't recognized yet was her race. Being human was worse than being livestock in space. The loss of their home world was the biggest scar on their image. Even after evolving over and over, they were still more or less useless in the eyes of the rest of the races. Metal Sharks, an organization that supposedly boasted equality for all races, was no different either. Eleanor was well aware of it. However, if she managed to capture Eula, no one would be able to deny her a place in the upper echelon. That's why she gave it her all to capture Eula. But it didn't look like her plan would be successful after all. "A mysterious object is approaching us," someone yelled over the radio. Eleanor peeked out of the window to catch a glimpse of a bag. Someone had thrown it from inside the mansion. "What is it?" she asked, but no one replied. "Fucking morons. Do I have to do everything by myself?" A moment later, Eleanor got to know why everyone had been stunned into silence. In front of her was a bag filled with severed heads of the infiltration team. A note was attached to the blood-soaked bag. "Your people got my clothes dirty. Send a dry cleaner to clean them. P.S. I'm sorry for not sending their bodies back as well. My pets were a bit hungry." Eleanor finished reading the note with a cold expression on her face. The plan failed. Retreat for now. The soldiers followed her instructions without protesting. After all, none of them wanted to become dog food like the infiltration team. At some distance, Ashton was busy creating some skeleton soldiers. After seeing the guards fight back, he realized they were useless as they valued their lives more than anything. His skeleton soldiers, on the other hand, were not afraid of dying and can fight much better than the guards. If I managed to control the gauntlet to the best of my abilities, I would be able to give them guns or something to aid in the battle. Ashton mumbled while patting a skeleton's head. "For now, stay underground and don't come out until I say so. Is that understood?" The skeletons nodded and vanished into the sand. Had Sven been there, Ashton would not have had to create new soldiers. That's how Ashton had been operating till now. If he was here, I would have to worry about anything. Just then a shadowy figure appeared next to him. "Master, just like you instructed, I delivered the severed heads back to the enemy camp. The enemy seems to have retreated for now. Good job, Raven. Now stay here and take care of the skeletons for me. I'll leave the defense of this section of the beach to you." "Thank you, Master. You will not be disappointed." Ashton nodded and headed inside the mansion. The battle was over for now. But Ashton knew the enemies will return sooner or later. Although he did not fight Dobrik for long, his HP dropped by 12%. Which was alarming. Someone on his level should not have lost more than 5% HP in a one-sided fight. "Your actions are getting a bit rusty." "I know. Too much sitting around is making things troublesome for me. The courtyard was in mess. Although the terrorists had not broken through the walls, they still managed to kill quite a few guards. A couple of watchtowers had been destroyed as well. Almost a third of the people had been injured and were receiving proper treatment now that the enemies had retreated. The first attack might not have left a physical mark on the defense force, but there was a significant mental impact on the guards. Till now they were thinking defending a fortress was an easy task. But now they knew it was anything but easy. Its situation would have been far worse if the terrorists managed to infiltrate the walls. But in Ashton's eyes, the attack had served as an eye-opener for them to get off their high horses and do some real work. It looks much better than I thought it would. Vulcan sat beside Ashton. Where were you? I can't fight against these fools. There's no fun in that. Vulcan shrugged. Besides, I'm reserving my strength to fight the Zyrans. By the way, you got some blood on your lips. What were you doing? Dinner. All right then. I think it's time to start your training. Get your ass up, we don't have much time before I need to get to work. Sure, I'll make a report and then meet you in the forge, is that okay? Don't make me regret taking you in as an apprentice. Vulcan scoffed and left, leaving Ashton alone with his thoughts. What are you waiting for? It's nothing much. Ashton sighed. I was hoping the Phantom would appear during the assault. Looks like I was expecting too much. Cheer up. There are still 13 days left. He'll appear soon enough. Now get your ass inside the forge. Aye, Captain. Chapter 399 First Lesson. Learn to create fire 1. As Ashton entered the forge, he noticed the forge was much cleaner than the last time. Someone has been busy. Ashton smiled while looking around. Stop smiling like an idiot and go start a fire, Vulcan ordered while vaguely pointing in the hearth's direction. Do that and then we'll get down to the basics. A fire? Snow biggie. Ashton shrugged and raised his hand. And 0VL next. Calm. Since he could generate and manipulate fire on will, Ashton thought the best way to do it was to use the crystal. However, the second Vulcan realized what Ashton was doing. He threw a couple of wooden rods at him. Oi! What do you think you're doing, you dumbass of a disciple? Vulcan barked. Your habit of taking shortcuts would one day cut your life short. Astaroth sniggered. The old man's attitude was much like his teacher Seraph's. Even he had forced Astaroth, Lucifer and Beelzebub to do things the primitive way rather than use their abilities or the available technology as a way to value the things they had. Although he wasn't sure what was going inside Vulcan's head, he was positive whatever Vulcan had planned would only help Ashton in the long run. That being said, he was enjoying every second of Vulcan yelling at Ashton. After all, it was a rare sight to witness something like that. You told me to light a fire. So I was about to do that. Ashton shouted back, which ended up in him getting smacked in the head. I'm your mentor now. You will treat me with the respect that I may or may not deserve. Vulcan spat before handing him a few sticks. Pick those up and start a fire from the scratch. Wooden sticks? You really want me to light a fire like cavemen used to? Ashton was confused about whether Vulcan was being serious or not. Not using abilities was fine, but he should at least allow him to use a lighter or some sort of flint. But the look on Vulcan's face said it all. He was dead serious. Fuck it. Even if I have to do it with wood, my strength and stamina should be enough to. Oh, and before I forget about it, Vulcan said with a sadistic smile, those sticks have been imbued with a special kind of dwarven magic. Even an Agrator will have a tough time using them as ordinary sticks. What? You have 6 hours to make fire. If you fail, I'll throw you out of the forge myself. Your time starts now. Ashton wanted to curse the old bastard out loud, but he didn't. Had he done that, the sadist would have added another weird stipulation to turn the difficult task into an impossible one. Like lighting the fire while standing on the head or something. After picking up the sticks, Ashton got to work. Despite being a slave for 16 years of his life, he did not have to do something like this. Lighting fire using sticks was already difficult, but having no knowledge about it made it even worse for him. Wait a minute. I don't need to light a fire by rubbing sticks together. I just have to pretend as if I did it. Just do some hard work for once in your life. That's a waste of time. Don't even think about using your crystal to light the fire and fool me. Vulcan reminded Ashton while working on something else. The magic on the sticks would repel flames from any eternal source. It might even cause an explosion. Are you a mind reader or something? The annoyance in Ashton's voice was pretty obvious. I don't need to be a mind reader to know what's going inside that thick head of yours. Just do as you are told, and then maybe after a couple of centuries you can do as you please in my forge. How long do you think humans live for? You're no human. So shut it and get to work if you don't want this to be your last time in this forge. Vulcan reminded Ashton for the last time. Without wasting any time, Ashton got to work. But the task proved to be more troublesome than he had expected. Handling the sticks was proving to be quite tough for him. Since both the sticks were cylindrical in shape, he was having trouble rubbing them together. No matter what he did, one of the sticks always ended up slipping, making all his efforts go to waste. An hour passed like that and he had not made any progress. Damn it! Ashton blurted out in frustration and threw the sticks. Why can't you just be at one place? Wait, this could work. His throw had managed to break one of the sticks vertically, revealing a flat surface. Forgetting about his frustrations and disappointment, he once again picked up the sticks and got to work. After firmly grabbing the second stick with both hands, he furiously began rubbing the flat surface of the stick with all his might. The constant to and fro motion of Ashton's hands made it seem as if he was rubbing some different kind of wood. But Ashton wasn't thinking about any such thing. Right now, his only focus was on creating a fire. After 10 minutes or so, Ashton realized another mistake of his. Even if he managed to make some ember out of the wood, he would still need something soft and fibrous to turn the ember into a small fire before lighting up the fireplace. Simply throwing the ember into the fireplace would let all his efforts go down the drain. Do you have something soft and inflammable here that I can use to sustain the fire? Ashton asked Vulcan. Vulcan smiled as soon as he heard that question. Looks like the kid isn't a complete fool after all. He acknowledged Ashton's efforts, but he had no intention of letting Ashton know about it. After all, he would fail as a dwarf if he didn't give his student a hard time. Everything you need is in that cabinet, Vulcan replied. Take what you want from there. Got it, thanks. Without wasting any time, Ashton ran toward the cabinet and found a handful of cotton just lying around. After grabbing some of it, he immediately got back to rubbing wood. Stick. Stick. Chapter 400 First Lesson. Learn to create fire too. A couple of hours passed. Ashton's hands were screaming for relief. But he did not stop. Not even when his hands got full of blisters and cuts. Usually, these small injuries would have healed themselves, but it seemed the sticks were imbued with magic to prevent it from happening. It almost felt as if Vulcan wanted to give him a taste of misery. Unfortunately for him, the great weaponsmith did not know how stubborn Ashton can be. In these 2 hours, Ashton managed to create a small chunk of ember quite a few times. But his hastiness and impatience to get the fire up and running ruined everything. He either ended up blowing air with an unnecessary force that killed the ember, or he blew it too softly, which again resulted in the ember dying out. It almost felt the pain incurred from rubbing the sticks was nothing in comparison to watching the ember slowly running out of flickering light. Thankfully, his pain resistance made it possible for Ashton to continue again and again, no matter how many times he failed. Vulcan had been quietly watching Ashton. The process of making fire from nothing might seem useless and a waste of time. But in reality, it was filled with morals and lessons that one required to become a great blacksmith. He's a lot tougher than he looks. If it was anyone else, they'd have already given up on it. Vulcan nodded while closely watching Ashton's struggle. This brat might turn out to be the child of the prophecy after all. I did it. Ashton let out a wild battle cry, loud enough to shake the forge itself. Eat that sucker. The wide smile on his face was proof of his efforts. The moment the fire took over the hearth, all of Ashton's fatigue miraculously disappeared, and so did the blisters on his hands. Who would have thought starting a fire could give someone a sense of great accomplishment? I did it. Ashton turned toward Vulcan with a big smile. Good job. Vulcan smiled as he walked up to the hearth, used some elemental magic and poured water all over it. Just like that, the fire Ashton had spent hours on was gone. What the hell? What are you doing? I spent hours working on it. You got a couple of hours left, so just do it again. Vulcan shrugged and waited for Ashton's next move. 60%. That's the probability Vulcan came up with that Ashton would lash out at him. That was also the probability of his failure to become his disciple. From the first time he met Ashton, Vulcan knew the kid was too arrogant for his own good. Sure, he was strong, but one should refrain from showing a shred of arrogance until and unless they become the strongest. After all, arrogance was a trait not suited for the weak. The first lesson of starting a fire was to let Ashton feel helpless and weak. In other words, it was the first step to breaking his arrogance. The second and final step was to make him feel despair by destroying something he had grown attached to, like the fire he had created. And 0VL next. Calm. If he was able to push through it all, only then would Vulcan give him the knowledge of forging that had been kept as a secret till now. But Vulcan wasn't too optimistic about it. Ashton wasn't the first one to try and become his disciple. Thousands have tried over the years and failed miserably at the same test. Eventually, Vulcan made peace with the fact that no one was capable of qualifying his simple test. That was the actual reason why he spent years in solitude, so that no one would waste his time by attempting to become his disciple. Although Ashton had the characteristics Vulcan desired in a student, he was pretty confident that Ashton's arrogance would blind his vision, which in turn would make him lash out. However, much to his surprise, Ashton did not argue. Instead, he picked up the sticks and got to work again. "What are you doing?" Vulcan asked. "There's no point crying over spilt milk, or in this case spilt water, now is there?" Ashton shrugged it off and got back to clashing wood until Vulcan stopped him. "Since I have 2 hours, it should be enough to light up another forge." "It's enough, you've passed." "What?" "It was a test and you passed." "Barely so, but you did." "I see." Ashton nodded, then kept rubbing the sticks. "Either way, we'll need some fire to carry on the lesson, so I might as well keep going." "I appreciate the sentiment, but as I said..." Vulcan snapped his fingers and the next moment the hearth was back on fire. "It's enough. Now before we continue, tell me, what problems did you face during your test?" "That'll be your first and only lesson for the day." Ashton was a bit confused. He faced a lot of difficulties, but he couldn't see a way for those difficulties to turn into lessons. But since he knew it was better than to question Vulcan, he did as he was told. "The slipping of wood, as I put it," Vulcan continued after Ashton finished listing the difficulties, "symbolizes the need to think out of the box and is the first law of this palace of creation. Simply doing as you are told to won't make you a proper weaponsmith, let alone a decent one." Similarly, Vulcan listed down every lesson that could be drawn from the process of creating fire. For example, the blisters in one's hand could be seen as the driving force of success. The embers dying out teach the importance of patience in the art of forging. Even him pouring water all over the hearth was a lesson in itself. A lesson that taught them that even if a person did everything correctly, it won't ensure success. One has to be willing to repeat the painful process over and over again, all the while accepting failures with open arms and learning from them. The disappearance of the blisters was also a symbol that teaches how success can make someone forget about all the pain they had to endure to get there. So you see, everything you did today will act as the foundation for you to become a good weaponsmith. Although it might seem useless, Vulcan concluded his speech. "Now get out and rest up, because you won't get any once your training starts."